What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Mossi warrior clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Mossi warrior clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
Sutek tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't do these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that. We gotta get face to face. We can talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother over here. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit as I stay in shape, but I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not gonna get nowhere lying, because that's what's gonna make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African, so don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard it. If Sean P want to debate, don't debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's one. I love to tell Sutek. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. I'll pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. So, right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
Y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find
y'all own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on me.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga get lost, you just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
Peace, everybody in the chat. Your boy Sean P in the place to be. Please like the show, share the show, tell a friend that we're live. Video backgrounds are now supported in the studio. I just tried to do one and you wouldn't do it. Let me see. Let me add one. You try something real quick. Oh, that ain't show nothing. All right. There we go. Hold on, y'all. I'm about to try something real quick. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Man, let's share the show, man. We got an important show today. Of course, we're going to get to it. We're going to get into a little Civil Rights Act. You know what I'm saying? Little Civil Rights Act. And the exclusion of FBA and Abos. We're going to be looking at these people in these documents. Since they said they always been here, right? As it pertains to being a people, right? Are they included or excluded from the Civil Rights Act? No, it ain't showing how I want to show. Yeah, it's showing how I want to show. That ain't gonna work for me. I mean, y'all see the background. Y'all can see the background. It changed a little bit, but hold on. Let me do this. Nope, that ain't gonna work. It's a new feature that just added, so I was just trying to see if something was gonna work or not. Before we get started, though, day two of Black History Month, African History Month. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna do it like this. Let's see. What up, Coach? What's good with you? I see Nat Be the Head Mickey in the building. I see the Bar Reloaded, Big Lips in the building. Infinite Minds, EIE in the building, Sister IB in the building. You know what I'm saying? Coach said we've been in America since the world been flat. Boy, that's a troll comment right there, boy. That boy said since the world been flat. Give me a second, y'all. Let me get this on the screen. Boom, there we go. All right, so y'all already know what this is, man. It's that civil rights type shit. So we need to get straight to it. I'm gonna begin the show with a little clip we don't need to see the clip. We just need to hear it. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna let the audio come through.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Carl T. Rowan. As the new director of the United States Information Agency, I have the privilege to present to you a dramatic document of man's continuing search for dignity. It is a film about the great civil rights march in Washington, a moving exercise of one of the most cherished rights in a free society, the right of peaceful protest. I believe that this demonstration of both whites and Negroes, supported by the federal government and by both President Johnson and the late President Kennedy, is a profound example of the procedures unfettered men use to broaden the horizons of freedom and deepen the meaning of personal liberty.
Freedom Now movement, hear me. We are requesting all citizens to move into Washington, to go by plane, by car, bus, any way that you can get there, walk if necessary. We are pushing for jobs, housing, desegregated schools. This is an urgent request. Please join. Go to Washington.
Negroes want the same things that white citizens possess. All of their rights. They want no reservation. They want complete equality, social, economic, and political. And no force under the sun can stem and block and stop this civil rights revolution, which is now.
On August 28, 1963, 200,000 Americans came to Washington to demand complete freedom for everyone. This is the story of that day.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, what you are hearing is this is 1963. It's from the U.S. National Archives. This is before 1964, so it has a lot to do with the movement that transpires in 1964 and how everything was implemented. This story, and I'm going to actually leave the full video in there, is preserving the March of 1963. And it has a numerous amounts of African American speakers representing and building on the subject matter. This is an enhanced copied version. Many people may or may not have seen this version, but I just wanted to give you a little bit audio in there, and I'm gonna give you like about another minute or two, and then we're gonna get into the show, man. I'm just trying to let people get in the building and just set the agenda as we gonna handle our business. You know what I'm saying?
If the FBI would investigate, then probably put in a place. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Well, we all live black and white. Trying to fight for equal rights. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on.
They came from Los Angeles and San Francisco, about the distance from Moscow to Bombay. They came from Cleveland, from Chicago, or about the distance from Buenos Aires to Rio de Janeiro. They came from Jackson, Mississippi, from Birmingham, Alabama, or about the distance from Johannesburg to Dar es Salaam. By the end of August 1963, in some places of the United States, A Negro could not go to school where he chose, eat where he wished, build his home where it pleased him, or jobs which he was qualified. He had been insulted, beaten, jailed, rinsed with water, chased by dogs. But he was coming to Washington, he said, to swallow up hatred in love, to overcome violence by peaceful protest. Many people predicted violence. Negro groups trained themselves to overwhelm it. Armed with portable two-way radios, volunteers scattered throughout the march would watch. Should violence come then that day, they would call for help. Each man would have a code name: freedom, equality, justice, jobs.
This is freedom 2 to equality 1. This is freedom 2 to equality.
The Constitution of the United States guarantees every American the right to protest peaceably. 200,000 Americans then are going to use this right. 350 years ago, the white man came to America, and 350 years ago, the Negro came to America. The one came as master, the other as slave. 100 years ago, Abraham Lincoln declared as President of the United States that all slaves would henceforward be set free. Now, both black and white Americans were preparing to march to say that a century later, the black man still was not completely free. If I am not free, you are not free. If one man on earth is partly enslaved, the world is not completely free. It was every man's duty then to help every other man. In New York, volunteers worked for 2 days and 2 nights to make lunches for the march. They made 80,000 cheese sandwiches.
We have overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday.
Okay, thank you. Get the buses in from us to Washington. Get the buses here from us to Washington.
All right, so that's a good place for me to pause. Like I said, those of you interested, man, I am going to make the video available to you. It's a link in the chat, but I'm gonna make sure to put it in the description of the video. I will come back to this in just a second. Let me remove my screen up there. Let me stop sharing. Well, I didn't have to stop sharing. I just could have went to. So let's get into this whole thing about civil rights. But before we get started, though, let me just say this: how many people are familiar with just civil rights acts and laws? What are they? What's the purpose of the civil rights acts? I know there's a delay, so I'm gonna lie. You know, if you know the answer, if you don't know the answer, that's cool. But what's the purpose of the civil rights acts? Let me know if you know. Let me know if you know. To enforce laws. What kind of laws are you enforcing? Why would you need to enforce a law? Fair housing, etc. Okay. Anybody else got any answers? So the Civil Rights Acts are laws. I gave it away. I said laws. But they prohibit discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. You know, you see in the chat some examples of that. Talking about housing, just jobs, things like that. Things we were discriminated against in these earlier years and still are today. And We may get into the latest President Orange and his whole attack on DEI. I don't know, but it might be a thing. But what the fuck does that have to do with the Abos? Right? If we're talking about civil rights and are laws that prohibit discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin, what does that have to do with the Aboriginal community? What does that have to do with the Aboriginal community in a whole? About that, there are laws to prevent discrimination based on A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and yet out of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, not one of those laws protect Aboriginals, or who we know to be the Aboriginals. They ain't represented at all. So who the hell are they? Who are they? If they claim to have always been here, if they claim to be here before Europeans got here and here before the natives got here, why we ain't protecting them? Why is there not a law that protects them from discrimination, race, sex, etc.? We were growing up. When you filled out that little card they gave you at the beginning of school, either your mother did it, or if you were old enough to do it, you could fill out some of the information where you put your name in there. You got your first name or last name, or it could be your last name, then first, and then middle initial. And then it'll ask you your race. It'll say white, black, or other. Other would be mixed, or you might, you could be Japanese, Chinese, whatever the case may be. There was never no other box. They just skipped over people. Why is that? Do civil rights acts even deal with the so-called Aboriginal community? Let's keep it real. Hold on, let me do something real quick. Do it. I mean, come on, y'all know some of these answers, bro. You know what I'm saying? We ain't even gotta fake it till we make it. Y'all know like I know, bro. For real. Well, let's get into it. So, exactly, they do not exist in human history. Hopefully this is big enough on y'all page. I mean, y'all screen. The source is in the description, but you won't have access to the source. Now, I may, if you're really interested, this book is 1,196 pages. I don't even know if some people will even read much of this, because people don't like to read. Just to be real, they don't like to read. They got a problem with reading. They got a problem with it. So let's get into it first. Let me all right, I got that taken care of. I was trying to reply to a message real quick. Somebody wanted the link, so I apologize. All right, let's cook. So now that we know what the Civil Rights Acts are, they're laws that prohibit discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Okay, here are some examples of that. So you got the Civil Rights Act, which is famous to us, which is the 1964, which was to prohibit discrimination in employment, voting, and public accommodation. Think about it. It was a landmark law that prohibits discrimination in employment, voting, and public accommodations. Just really had President Orange sign an act to disband DE&I, which is a clear indicator of a Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prevented and prohibited discrimination in employment. Okay. Then you have the Civil Rights Act of 57, which was basically about the first civil rights legislation since Reconstruction. This act established the civil rights section of the Justice Department, and we're going to get into the examples of each one. And then the Voting Rights Act of 1965 speaks for itself. The Fair Housing Act, Americans with Disabilities Act, Civil Rights Act. You see how important these acts are, right? They deal with a multitude of things, even disabilities. So in 1866, hold on one second. All right, so in 1866, despite two presidential vetoes from Andrew Johnson on April 19, 1866, Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which was designed to protect the rights of newly freed slaves. All right, so 1866 Civil Rights Acts focused on the civil rights of newly freed slaves. Okay. When Congress passed the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, southern states, such as Mississippi, South Carolina, and others, responded by passing a series of local black codes, which restricted the rights of freedmen. Unhappy with such local legislation and President Andrew Johnson's conservative Reconstruction policies, Congress drafted a bill designed to protect the freedmen's natural rights, among which included citizenship, the right to secure employment, and the right to receive compensation. Congress drafted two bills designed to give meaning to the 13th Amendment and crush the black codes. So in February 1866, Congress passed the Freedmen's Bureau Bill, and in March, it passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 stipulated that all native-born persons, except Native Americans, listen to this. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 stipulated that all native-born persons, except Native Americans, regardless of race, color, or previous conditions, slavery, were U.S. citizens. As citizens, they could enter into contracts, sue and be sued, give evidence in court, and own as well as sell private property. If anyone denied such rights to U.S. citizens, then they would be subject to federal prosecutions. And if they were found guilty, they faced a fine of up to $1,000 a year in prison. President Johnson gave the bill's author, Illinois Republican Senator Lyman Trumbull, every indication that he would sign it. However, on February 19, 1866, he issued a presidential veto. 3 days later, the president spoke to a group outside the White House and outlined his reasons for issuing the veto. First, because the bill aimed to protect the rights of African Americans. He claimed that it unfairly discriminated against whites. Does that not sound familiar? I'm going to say this one more time, and maybe somebody is going to pick up what is being put down. He vetoed it because the bill aimed to protect the rights of African Americans. He claimed it unfairly discriminated against whites. Sounds familiar? Didn't y'all recently hear President Owen say that? I know it's a little delay in the chat. I just want to let it be known. Second, he argued that the bill was unconstitutional because Congress had passed it without consulting still unseated representatives from the southern states. Third, the federal government, at the expense of individual states, was presuming too much power. Democrats held mass meetings and celebrated the president's veto, while the Republicans cited the president and revised the bill. Yes, you heard me say that correctly. The 1866 Civil Rights Act was vetoed by the president. He said that it unfairly discriminated against whites. And the second problem was there was unseated Congress people. The third problem was at the federal government's expense, they felt that the state was presuming too much power. This time, it was the Democrats who held a mass meeting and celebrated the fact that he vetoed the bill, while the Republicans chided the president and revised the bill. President Owens has simply said he disbanded DE&I because he felt it discriminated against white, all races, Europeans. Who said that? Let's move on. The revised version of the Civil Rights Bill resembled the previous version. It granted citizenship to African Americans as well as to all native-born persons. Still, Native Americans were excluded. So in 1866, when this bill was being implemented, revised, and repositioned, there was no mentioning of an Indian, an American, an Aboriginal, an Indigenous, none of them. Every name that they claim to try to use ain't included in the Civil Rights Act of 1866. And the funnier part about that is they recognized Native Americans, but they excluded them from the bill because they're the original people. We're just gonna leave them out of this. This got something to do with all the real foreign people to America. This ain't got nothing to do with the real natives. This got something to do with the blacks and the whites and the mulattoes. Now, it says it granted property ownership as well as the right to sue and be sued in court to African Americans, and most important, it nullified black codes. The bill stopped short of allowing all citizens to vote, however, nor did it allow all citizens to sit on juries. Similarly, the bill did not desegregate schools or public facilities. So on March 13, 1866, the bill overwhelmingly passed both Republican-controlled House of Congress and was submitted to the president. On March 27, 1866, Johnson again vetoed the bill. Like the first veto, Johnson cited his reasons. The president repeated his previous criticisms, but added that the Civil Rights Act was not fair to immigrants because it granted immediate citizenship to newly born freedmen, but newly arrived immigrants had to wait 5 years to become citizens. Johnson's veto carried significant consequences. First, Republicans vowed to pass the bill despite the president's veto. They worked through the spring, and on April 9th, 1866, Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866 with 2/3 majority, successfully overriding the president's veto. Did you not just hear what I said? Congress overrode the president's veto. Second, Senator Trumbull never forgave Johnson for his actions concerning the Civil Rights Bill because he was the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Trumbull was certainly not a good enemy to have. Trumbull and the Republicans took the lead in Reconstruction from 1867 onward, and by 1868, they impeached the president, who survived removal by only one vote. Third, in June of 1867, Congress incorporated many of the provisions of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 into the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which was designed to protect the rights of freedmen from state legislatures, federal courts, and future presidential vetoes. By June, Congress passed an amendment and submitted it to the president. When the 14th Amendment became law, the constitutionality of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 was upheld, and it was reenacted in 1870. Fourth, the Civil Rights Act of 1866 marked the beginning of a trend in American constitutional history. Congress strengthened the power of the federal government at the expense of traditionally powerful state governments by granting national citizenship to the very people whose rights the state governments were trying to limit via the Black Codes. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 was revolutionary because it gave meaning to the 13th Amendment. It worked against Black codes. It expanded the power of the federal government and the expense of the state's governments, and it provided the basis for the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. Yet, conservative Southern governments found ways around it because it protected against public rather than private abuses. It was difficult to enforce, and organizations like Ku Klux Klan successfully intimidated not only African American but also local officials. As a result, Congress passes a series of civil rights acts through the 1870s into the 19th century that reinforced and built on the successes of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. So now we enter into the Civil Rights Act of 1875. But before we move on, the 1866 Civil Rights Act never made a mention of another group of people. Who is the Aboriginals, these indigenous folk? Because the Native Americans were recognized according to this document. But where's the Aboriginals in this equation? We know who the blacks are. We know who they are. You know, them blacks are the people of African descent, who the shit's for in 1866. So originally, this bill as it was proposed was to protect the newly freed Black people in America that were slaves, and even the free blacks. So the Civil Rights Act of 1875 was adopted by the 43rd Congress in February 1875, signed into law the following month by Ulysses S. Grant. He was the 18th President and Commanding General of the Union Armies. The chief legislative sponsors were the Senate's staunchest abolitionists, such as Charles Sumner, Representative Benjamin F. Butler, and controversial Major General in the Civil War. The act represented a final effort by Reconstruction Republicans. Reconstruction Republicans reinforced civil rights legislation of 1866, 1870, and 71 that asserted Congress' statutory authority to enforce provisions of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. These constitutional and statutory expansions of the federal authority secured the civil and political rights of African Americans and challenged efforts by the defeated South states to reinstitute white supremacy through racial violence and black codes. The law's most controversial feature was the provision for criminal and civil penalties for denying or abetting the denial of access to public accommodation, including inns, public transportation, and entertainment venues on the basis of race. Violators could be imprisoned for 30 to 365 days and fined $550 to $1,000 for each offense. The act's significance was undermined by Congress' failure to enact prohibitions against racial segregation in public education, weak federal enforcement, and the difficulty of pursuing private litigation in federal courts. In 1883 landmark decision, the Supreme Court ruled that the 14th Amendment's prohibition against race-based discrimination by states' governments does not authorize Congress to statutorily regulate similar actions by private individuals. Okay, so that's where we are on that. And I'm gonna move on a little bit, and we're gonna get into this other piece. The Civil Rights Act of 1957. Before we go there, let me check the chat. Well, that's what you forget for watching yesterday's stream on today. The Aboriginals haven't came out of the ground yet. That's facts. They ain't came out the ground yet. They were still cooking, right? Because that's where they said they came from, about the ground. So in 1957, President Dwight Eisenhower signature of the Civil Rights Act of 1957 marked the first time since the end of Reconstruction that Congress successfully enacted, albeit in limited form, federal protection for the voting rights of African Americans. So 57 about voting rights. As originally formulated, the act also prohibited discrimination and segregation in education and public accommodations on the basis of race, nationality, and religion. There you go. Sound familiar? Now, segregationist Democrats in Congress, however, successfully pressured the act's proponents, including major civil rights organizations, to endorse a version of the legislation that eliminated these prohibitions and substantially limited federal government's authority to ensure voting rights. Senate Majority Leader Lyndon B. Johnson successfully maintained a fragile coalition to ensure passage of the act and thereby enhance his national profile in 1960 presidential election. The act's three main features are the creation of Commission of the Civil Rights to investigate voting rights violations in federal elections, the establishment of the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, and the formation of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice, and the provisions for the injunctive relief and contempt proceedings against violators of federal voting rights. Notwithstanding concerns of the Civil Rights Act of 1957 lacked substantive enforcement authority, it represented an important departure from the decades-long intransigence of Southern Democrats to accept even symbolic civil rights legislation for African Americans. The act laid the groundwork for the significant civil rights legislation throughout the 1960s. Now we are at 1960 Civil Rights Act. Civil Rights Act of 1960 advanced the struggle for African American freedom by responding in limited form to massive resistance of Southern segregationists. The legislation criminalized the obstruction of the federal court's orders, desegregation, and the crossing of state lines to engage in racially motivated violence against religious and civic institutions. For the children of the military personally leaving on federal property, the act provided for their education in public schools closed to avoid racial integration. The legislation also mandated the preservation of registration and voting records in federal elections, judicial appointment of voting referees, and to compile evidence of voting right violations, and the authority of the commissions on civil rights to take sworn testimony. He said FBA, FBI. The legislation had symbolic and strategic implications from subsequent landmark legislation, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. President Eisenhower enacted the legislation symbolized a critical juncture in American federalism. Henceforth, the nation's government authority would be deployed against efforts by states to deny citizenship rights to racial minorities. The strategic acumen development by congressional civil rights opponents during the Act's passage neutralized Southern obstructionism in subsequent civil rights legislation. Congress also invoked the authority to regulate interstate commerce as constitutional basis for prohibiting racial violence by private individuals, thereby insulating the act from the sort of constitutional challenge that invalidated the Civil Rights Act of 1875. The legislation, therefore, prefigured a significant broadening of Congress' authority to ban racial discrimination in public accommodations. So stop all the bull jive, basically. Hold on 1 second. All right, now let's move on. Dang it, I'm gonna go that far. I'll stop right here. I'm gonna just reread this real quick. So again, 64 ushered in the relatively brief period of progressive legislation that rectified the post-Reconstruction evisceration of statutory and constitutional protections for African Americans. The Act, the Voting Rights Act of 65, Immigration Act of 65, and the Fair Housing Act of 68 established the statutory bureaucratic enforcement of mechanisms that substantially expanded the national government's authority to protect the civil rights of African Americans. Notice, all of this is about African Americans. Then it says, and other groups who endured historical patterns of discrimination on the basis of national origin, language, religion, disability, age, or sex. This era of the landmark legislation is often characterized as the second Reconstruction because it dismantled Jim Crow, the system of racial hierarchy and privilege, and produced unprecedented levels of federal intervention into the areas of social relations traditionally within the jurisdiction of state governments. President Lyndon B. Johnson demonstrated extraordinary political courage and presence for understanding that his signature on the act would exhilarate the fracturing of the New Deal coalition. The act also marked the nadir of legislative obstructionism by Southern Democrats on proposed civil rights legislation. For the first time in the Senate's history, a successful closure vote by a coalition of Northern Democrats and Republicans defeated a civil rights filibuster by Southern Democrats. In subsequent presidential elections in 68 and 72, the Democratic nominee won the electoral votes only on the former states of Confederacy, Texas. President Johnson demonstrated exceptional leadership and moral conviction in championing the act. The Johnson administration was also responding to an emerging national consensus that meaningful, ladies and gentlemen, meaningful civil rights legislation was an urgent national priority. A window of opportunity for a major breakthrough in the civil rights legislation was precipitated by several factors. The paroxysms, if I said that right, of racial violence against African American churches, civic organizations, and civil rights activists. The moral urgency President John F. Kennedy attached to civil rights legislation before his assassination. The urban unrest in northern cities, often triggered by incidents of police brutality, and the increased unease in the national security establishment that the international status of the United States was severely undermined by government repression of nonviolent civil rights protesters. The act also indirectly corrected a long-standing Supreme Court precedent that invalidated congressional authority to prohibit racial discrimination in public accommodations. In the civil rights cases of 1883, the court ruled that the 14th Amendment was limited to prohibitions against racial discrimination by the state's government. The state's action doctrine. Congress anticipated similar challenges and instead anchored the acts of constitutional authority on the Interstate Commerce Clause. The approach was affirmed by the Supreme Court in two companion cases decided just 5 months after the passage of the act. In a concurring opinion of both cases, Justice William O. Douglas signaled a potential willingness by the court to revisit Congress's 14th Amendment authority to protect civil rights through the enabling legislation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have went through not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 civil rights acts. And not a single one of these acts protects, makes mention, or provides any assistance or mentioning of these fake people amongst us who call themselves Aboriginals. And that's why it's super wild. So let's move on. Let's go to 1968. Now, the Civil Rights Act of 1968, and I'm not going to give you all of it, but we're going to get into the key point of it. The Civil Rights Act of 1968, often referred to as the Fair Housing Act, was designed to prohibit discrimination in the sale, rental, advertising, and financial of housing. President Lyndon Johnson signed into law on April 11, 1968, but the bill was delayed for several years before it was eventually passed in Congress. The original legislation was intended to extend federal government protection to civil rights workers, many of whom had been injured or killed in the struggle to obtain basic civil rights. But it was later amended to provide fair housing throughout the United States, regardless of race, color, religion, or national origin. It stands as one of the last major civil rights statutes passed in America during the 60s. The act came in the wake of other key civil rights legislation, the most widely known of which is the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Of many provisions, this act created an Equal Employment Commission. required businesses that wanted federal business to have a civil rights charter, enforced the constitutional right to vote, barred discrimination in federally assisted programs. It was evident, however, that housing was an issue that had otherwise been insufficiently addressed by prior legislation, despite provisions outlawing discrimination in public places and venues. The segregation existing in many parts of the country, the failure of the banks to provide loans to African Americans, and the refusal of the landlords to rent to individuals and families on the basis of race helped create a hostile housing climate that severely limited most African Americans' fair access to housing. Yeah. Y'all hear it? Yep. So let's go. It was argued the Civil Rights Act of 1968 had its roots in President Kennedy's Executive Order 11063. Y'all remember this? Y'all remember this? 11063. So let me pause for a second. Station identification. Yo, Honey Clark, I don't know if you're in the chat. I don't know if you're in the chat. But anybody remember the document that I put back there in the back chat? Anybody remember the document that I put back there? Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. The same document that I had. Anybody remember? What was the number on that document? Teddy, you back there, you in that chat. What was the number on that document, bro? I know there's a delay, so you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to give people an opportunity. Up. If you're still there, all right. So you remember when we were discussing, everybody had this big old deal about Trump and DE&I, right? His executive order. Do you remember? The whole thing about DE&I. You remember the executive order number? The executive order number was 11246. But we're going to come back to that. But I want you to listen to what I'm about to say about 11063. And then we're going to skip ahead a little bit. Okay. This order, 11063, directed all departments and agencies of the U.S. government to take necessary action to prevent discrimination on the basis of one's race, creed, or national origin in the sale, rental, or leasing of federally owned or operated residential property. It also prohibited racial discrimination in public housing built with federal funds and in new housing built with loans from federal agencies. Kennedy's order notwithstanding, it remained clear that the legislation needed to be strengthened and broadened in its chief aims if it was to substantially alter the lack of parity among African Americans faced when trying to purchase real estate, securing housing. Clarence Mitchell Jr. was a Washington director of the NAACP, is credited with spearheading the effort to secure the 1968 bill. Mitchell, dubbed by some as the 101st senator, was a leading force in the battle to obtain civil rights legislation, and his efforts to ensure that this particular bill would become law were critical. A conservative legislation branch used several procedural tactics to delay the passing of the bill for a number of years, but it gained increasing support when Senate Republican Minority Leader Everett Dirksen strongly backed this enactment. Senator Dirksen generally had a conservative position on the domestic legislation and held weekly broadcast news conferences to voice Republican oppositions to Kennedy's administration. Yet he had previously been a designer and supporter of the Civil Rights Bill and firmly backed it in 1968 Fair Housing Bill. After Dirksen announced his support, the Senate voted past the bill by a tight 65-32 margin March 4th, 1968, but it was thought to be impassable in the House unless it was amended and likely weakened in committee. So the bill passes March 4th, 1968 in the Senate. The assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was April 4th, 1968, a month after the bill was voted on in the Senate. It contributed to mounting pressure to pass the bill in its entirety. The riots, burning, looting occurring in the wake of his assassination in more than 100 cities across the United States marked 1968 as particularly tumultuous year and served as a powerful indication that advocates of racial justice would continue to resist social, judicial, economic, and political inequalities under law. The House Rules Committee voted to send the Fair Housing Bill straight to the House floor, permitted only 1 hour of debate without any amendments, and the bill went on to pass swiftly the day after Dr. King's funeral. President Johnson signed the law the next day as the nation continued to mourn the loss of a renowned civil rights leader. The act was amended in '74 to include sex as a protected class in fair housing, and in 1988, disability and familial status were added to make it more comprehensive in its aims as a scope. So every time the bill was amended or a bill in the civil rights was amended, it was to include something that we're working for. Think about that. We can come back to a bit in a minute, but just kind of think about that. All right. I want to skip ahead just a little bit. Let me see. Yeah, I want to skip ahead to the next. Yeah, because all the NAACP. Well, no, I'm gonna stop right there. So let me unshare, because that's all the acts right there. Each act built on the previous acts to include everything was about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Right? Sound like the DNI stuff, but in every facet of reality of our day-to-day lives. So in the workforce area, in housing, in education, you know what I'm saying? Things implemented to include in various cases people with disabilities. We even heard Buddy talk about somebody with disabilities. But hold on, let me go back to this video real quick. We're gonna get into it. But my point is this: all these civil rights acts, and none of them are talking about FBA or the Abos. It's like they're irrelevant when it comes to real history. Real efforts to fight for freedom. They are obsolete. They are obsolete. And that is wild.
Penn said, I march for jobs and freedom. Everyone who marched wore one. The 200,000 people who were to march that day were held together by the strength of that pen.
This morning, Father, we ask the Lord, hear the prayers of thy children everywhere. Those who are burdened down because of conditions here in America, and those who are confused about how they should treat fellow men. Oh God, we ask for those who have hatred in their heart to touch their heart right now, Father, and somehow fill their heart with love. You know, God, make this land in which we live be a land of plenty and a land of righteousness. Oh, may we recognize this land, a land of freedom for every race. Oh, Father.
When you daily, we shall overcome someday.
Let me help y'all out. I can hear you, right? Cause he going home for a little bit. They on their way to Washington. Just so y'all know. That look.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Testing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
So they in Washington now, so you hear dude doing all of that. Y'all know what's about to happen. Cause this one we get the whole, you know what I'm saying, the march on Washington, and then we get everybody showing up and we get the speech and you get all these people talking. So this whole video leads up to that march. But everybody that marched, this image that you see on the screen too, everybody that's marching, there's not one person that is representing the Aboriginal community. Pure Black said that's true story and humming. Yo, Pure Black is wild. Not one person is holding up a sign talking about the Aboriginal community, the so-called indigenous, autochthonous Black people. Ain't none of them associated with any of that. Not one. They ain't even recognized. They wasn't recognized in 1960s. They wasn't recognized in 1970s. They wasn't recognized in the 80s, 90s. They wasn't recognized until 2017. It became relevant during the pandemic of 2020. My point is, where the hell is the so-called FBA? Where in the hell is the Abos, the engine, the Black people that's supposed to be indigenous to the Americas? What up, Thurman? You late? What? I'm curious. Help me out. I'm looking for them. Anybody know where they are? Right. We demand equal rights now. We demand decent housing now. We demand an end to bias now. We demand decent housing now. We march for jobs. The Baptist Ministries Conference, IUE. We march for effective civil rights. Ain't none of these signs talking about we march for the Aboriginal community. We march for the FBA. We march for the black people that was here before Native American. Ain't none of that shit on any of these signs, and ain't none of them being represented. Yes, sir. Decent housing, Ogun. We still ain't got that. Shit, they done raised the price so high on certain housing, man, I can't even get another house. That shit wrong. It's wrong, bro. Wrong the mud, bro. Crazy. But where they at? Hold on, let me try to get to something. Hold on. Let's see if it'll play for us.
We would like to do for you a Negro church, which has been the favorite of many audiences through the United States. As the piano is, we would like to do for you, he's got the whole world in his hands.
Hey, I want to show y'all something real quick. That was Mary Anderson that was talking. I want to show y'all something real quick. Let me take this off the screen. Look at my boy represent on the screen, bro. Right here in the left-hand corner at the bottom. Man, the little people was representing that thing, bro. Representing. She do the Negro hymn. The Negroes get to sing. And look, there's a better view of hold on, where you go? Man, the camera was discriminating on bruh, man. There you go. The camera was discriminating on bruh. They were discriminating on him. But he was representing though. And then we have the moment, right? I hope they don't strike me for this. Ain't none of the Abos in attendance. And I didn't mute this, by the way. They redacted the audio due to a copyright restriction by Dr. Martin Luther King's family. So the National Archives in this video doesn't have his speech because from that point that he speaks and then ends his speech, they can't play. So they muted about 10 minutes of his speech. And then the video transitions out. But not one representative of the Aboriginal community was in this. Nah, no signs of white integration. Not one sign. Not one person represented the so-called Black Indians, Aboriginals, Indians, wild Indians, the so-called Americans. They had zero representation during this march in any of the civil rights acts. At all. I just wanted to show that the audio has been redacted due to a copyright restriction by Dr. King's family. They ain't messing with the National Archive. They want all the money. If you ain't gonna pay us, don't play us. I feel y'all though, King's family. Get your coin. Cause they getting this video. How many views this video got? This video got 200,000 views. It's an old video. But it would have had more. Had you had that speech on there. They cock blocked all that. So if there's anyone in the Aboriginal community today, I see that the numbers are up. I would like for you to share with me where you are in the Civil Rights Act. I want to know where you are. I want to know where were you during these marches. We got everybody else around here, but we ain't got no representation of who you are, where you are, and why you're there. We confused. We are definitely confused. So, let me show y'all something real quick. So I'm on the whole civil rights thing right now. So I just want to heat it up a little bit. So recent current events have prompted many organizations to take a closer look at the diversity, equity, and inclusion planning. However, D&I is not necessarily a new concept, as it has always been and should be an integral part of human resource planning and initiatives. Large and small organizations that foster diverse and inclusive work cultures and environments benefit in a plethora of ways, ranging from an overall positive and encouraging work atmosphere, increased creativity, productivity, and employee retention. We cannot operate our organizations in a bubble. The issue, conflicts, and tension which ostensibly exist on the outside of our working environment are integrated into every element within the workplace. Leaders at all levels of the organization must recognize the importance of events, issues, and conflicts outside the work environment, since they will necessarily affect relationships between employees and with customers. Your unique role in HR as both an advocate and a strategic partner places you in position to facilitate diversity initiatives within your organization. So, diversity is a range of human differences, including but not limited to race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, age, social class, physical ability or attributes, religion, ethical values, and national origin. Inclusion is the involvement in the empowerment where the inherent worth and the dignity of all people are recognized. An inclusive workplace promotes and sustains the sense of belonging. It values, practices, respects the talents, beliefs, backgrounds, and ways of living of its members. Equity is treating people fairly, taking into consideration, respecting, and embracing their differences. However, equity is not equality, where all individuals are treated the same. Instead, it denotes an environment where individuals share the belief that they are getting what they need so they can contribute equally. Intersectionality is a term introduced in 1989 by Kimberly Crenshaw, law professor, attorney, and civil rights advocate. Merriam-Webster defines it as a complex, cumulative way in which the effects of multiple forms of discrimination, such as racism, sexism, and classism, combine, overlap, or intersect, especially in the experiences of marginalized individuals or groups. This describes the reality that individuals possess multiple characteristics, and the nature of those overlapping characteristics may make them subject to higher levels of discrimination depending on and the norms are defined by the most powerful people in society. Let me skip ahead to something else. What other source? Let me go to the source. Oh, can y'all even see that? I don't think I can see this. Hold on. Oh, there, yeah, I can see it. Can y'all see that? Let me know in the chat. He said FBA means fresh baked appetizers. Oh man, what I just do? Can y'all still see the screen? Bruh, hold on 1 second. Let me reshare this joke. Bro. Oh, that's why. Hold on, I'm on the wrong screen. Well, I had it up, but bro, they want me to join now. I had a whole little thing up, bro. I ain't have to join nothing. All right, so let me get this back on the screen real quick. I gave y'all a general idea what DNI is, but what I really want to know from y'all, real quick, while I'm doing this, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the executive order signed by Trump. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree with the executive order signed by Trump. So put a 1 in the chat with Trump. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree with Trump and his whole issue. Based on what we read, according to the Civil Rights Acts and the purpose of the Civil Rights Acts, do you agree or do you disagree? Which one? So which one? The executive order that revokes 11246, which is dealing with DE&I, and Trump claims to be protecting people's civil rights. That one only, as it is tied to this conversation. I'm gonna put the White House source on the screen. so you will know. And then, so let me give you some insight if you're just unfamiliar with it, so you can't provide a just answer if you don't know. So President Trump signed a historic executive order that protects the civil rights of all Americans and expands individual opportunity by terminating radical DE&I preferencing in federal contracting and directing federal agencies to relentlessly combat private sector discrimination. It enforces a long-standing federal statutes and faithful advances the Constitution's promise of colorblind equality before the law. This comprehensive order is the most important federal civil rights measure in decades. So this is what it does. It terminates diversity, equity, inclusion discrimination in the federal workforce and in federal contracting and spending. Federal hiring, promotion, performance reviews will reward individual initiative, skills, performance, and hard work, and not under any circumstance DE&I related factors, goals, policies, and mandates or requirements. The order requires OMB streamline the federal contracting process, enhance the speed and efficiency, reduce costs, and require federal contractors and subcontractors to comply with listen what he says, our civil rights laws. So it revokes Executive Order 11246, contracting criteria mandating affirmative action. It bars the official of federal contract compliance programs from pushing contractors to balance their workforce based on race, sex, gender identity, sexual preference, or religion. It requires simple and unmistakably affirmation that contractors will not engage in illegal discrimination, including illegal DE&I. So now DE&I is illegal. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with what I just read, or put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. We just simply read the intent and purpose of each Civil Rights Act. Each one of them. And now we have a new law that's saying, scratch, we ain't dealing with no DE&I. We don't care if you discriminate on a person's race, sex, gender, identity, religion. We don't care about none of that. You can discriminate against all that. You ain't got to have, if you want all men working, you can hire all men. You ain't got to have no women. You ain't got to have no black people in management positions, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, the disabled. So people with disabilities can't even work with you no more. How would you label someone with a disability? What if they have a mental disability of some sort, like PTSD or some shit? I mean, you agree with it. I would like to know why. You agree with it? If you disagree with it, I mean, I think I know why. Because it is based on the intent and purpose of the Civil Rights Acts from its early inception all the way up into the 60s and a little further. It all had to do with inclusion and equality and diversity, period. In the housing market, in the workforce, in the school systems, etc. Yeah, disabilities. That's a thing. It's because, you know, some people look like you look, just regular normal people, but inside they might be behind a disability, something that you can't really recognize or see because you know nothing about that. But there may be some trauma that they're dealing with psychologically that may expose them one day, but the next days they fine. But just this one occasion or this one situation out of all these other ones. Like one of my ex coworkers, their child would have these episodes. I forgot what they called it, but they would have these episodes at school, and the coworker would fly up out of the building, and everybody knew. You know what I'm saying? Like when they run out of the building, their son just had an episode or whatever. But if the son never had an episode, you wouldn't even know that he had any type of disability. But the mere fact that he had an episode is very random. Like he could drive a car, he can do all the things that he doing, but yo, if he had one of those episodes, somebody in trouble. Yeah, high blood pressure, and you're right. That's what I mean by that. So if you're discriminating against somebody with a disability, if somebody has high blood pressure, right? That's a great point, Khalil. They got high blood pressure. If they got diabetes, you know what I'm saying? You be like, nah, you know what? We're just gonna go in another direction. You know what I mean? We gotta let you go. For what? I mean, we're learning that you have a disability. So now the employer can look at your health bill, see where you're weak at, let you go. So these people then spill blood, then walk miles, sweat, then endured harsh realities, cried. So sweat equity, tears, and blood shed, all for Buddy to pencil whip an executive order together to say, yeah, but we don't care nothing about that DNI stuff. We don't care if you hire a black head coach in football. Now, what the hell this got to do with the Abos or FBA? Remember, they were very adamant about President Orange. They argued on Facebook with everybody about President Orange. They did shows. They did so many shows about President Orange. They did all these shows about President Orange. Over and over, proponents of President Orange. And now these mofos is quiet about a lot of this stuff that he's doing because they're stupid. However, there was a comment that was made or a post that was made and about ICE and, deporting people. And one of them stupid people said, why they ain't sending us back to Africa if that's where we come from? Mother sucker, because they came from Europe. And they brought our black asses here. And they ain't sending their own back. So that's where we at on that. That's where we at on that. But Abos, I am very interested in learning about where you are during the civil rights movement. We can't find you in the civil rights movement. We can't find no laws that protect you in Congress. We can't find any evidence that you ever existed. All your sources leads me back to Africa. How the hell he doing that? Oh, he's fighting. Yeah, you're right. You're right. He's fighting anti-white racism. What is anti-white race? Bro, you are the majority, motherfucker. You own people. How the hell you gonna get reparations? Aboriginal community. I'm asking, where were you during the civil rights movement? Where were you during the civil rights acts being passed? Where is the amendments that that were amended on your behalf? Where were you? I dropped a link in. By the way, while I'm waiting, I did an interview today. Probably will be aired on 95.5 in Cleveland, Ohio next Monday. I don't know if it'll be this Monday or next Monday. I know. I think it's next Monday. Should be next Monday. There'll also be a video link for like you to listen to the interview on the YouTube channel. I had that available for y'all as well. I was on Brother Vince's show again, the elder in Cleveland, Ohio, doing his thing on 95.5. He asked me about the old Max. He asked me about Black History Month. He asked me about any of our existence being here. He asked me a multitude of things. He asked me about the importance of Black History Month. So I'll make sure that y'all get that information, man. So y'all can air in, tap in. You know what I'm saying? Rock with your boy one time for the one time, two times, maybe even three. But I dropped a link to the chat. Now, listen to this. I know that they watch the shows, but they'll never comment. I know that they'll take their little opinions and bring them up elsewhere on other people's platforms, but they'll never bring their opinions right here. Never. So who's really ducking the smoke? I just want to know. You got people talking to yin yang, and they talking it. And when I listen, man, I don't get to other people's platforms. I don't try to engage them in conversations. They just ain't with the business. Coach J, Atun Ya. What the hell? Bro, what's up with your name, bro? What's going on? But why you got the Ya at the end of your name? And then Atun, what's that about? Educate me, dear brother. Atun Ya. What's your affiliation, dear brother? Coach J with the fadeaway three-pointer. Who was that for? Question. What about Lucas Hollywood? Yeah, that's crazy. Question. What about the 1968 Civil Rights Act? What about it? We brought it up. What you mean? What about that? I know it's a delay, so I'm kind of trying to, you know what I'm saying, read and see what people are. It's going to be the Luke 3:16 show. Yeah, it's true. Who was it for? The 1968 civil rights. That's when it became more inclusive. Prior to the 1968 civil rights, it was all about us. In 1968's rights, it expanded. It became about women, sex, gender. You know what I'm saying? You had all of that stuff that went on inside of the 68 Act, and it was more inclusive. So there was no discrimination against sex, gender, yada yada, sex, creed, national origin, etc. But it was an expansion of that, of things that built on. Each Civil Rights Act just built on more, but it was more inclusive because you got the Voting Rights Act and all of those things that transpired prior. So, it wasn't the Civil Rights Act of 1968. If this is better, wasn't for Abos or engines. It wasn't for the so-called indigenous black man in North America or the autochthonous black man in North America or the American black man in America. What up, man?
Yo, what up? What up?
You a Dallas Cowboys fan?
I was gonna be a long ass delay us texting back and forth. So yep, Cowboys. Yep. So I'm in Cali. But question: when I asked you who the 1968 Civil Rights Act, you said it was more inclusive.
Yeah, each one of them became to be more inclusive because they started expanding it to race, disability, etc.
Right. Did you ever see Lyndon B. Johnson's speech?
Yeah, but which part of the speech you want to refer to?
He was talking about Negroes. He wasn't talking about women or any of those things you were talking about. He was still talking about Negroes. Right. It was about discrimination in public facilities. It wasn't nothing about women. It was about Negroes being discriminated in public facilities. You haven't read?
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Have you read the Civil Rights Act? It's called the Civil Rights Act of 1968 is called.
You're breaking up, bro.
I said
I didn't hear that. You broke up.
No, good. What was the 1968 Civil Rights Act called?
The Indian Civil Rights Act.
No. It's called the Fair Housing. It's called the Fair Housing Act.
How much you want to bet?
How much? Whatever you want to bet. Call your number.
You'll get to know me. You'll get to know me. I do this for a living, though. But what I'm
Call your
saying
number.
is call it. Go ahead. Put it up in there.
No, I'm asking you to call your number. Well, how much you want to bet? Call your number.
$1.
Okay, that's fine. For fun.
Exactly.
Okay, let's have fun. So, what was the 1968 Civil Rights Act called?
You pulling it up?
No. I don't.
It's called.
I already. You
Oh,
came
my
late,
bad.
so you didn't see it. I already showed it.
Yeah, I
I'm
didn't
trying to.
check though.
Yeah. You missed it, so that's why I'm asking if you have something different, so we could dialogue about what you have. So
Yeah,
what do you
yeah,
want me to pull?
yeah. I mean, you're right in a sense, but these were like subcategories of the 1968 Civil Rights Act, where you had the Fair Housing Act, you had the Ku Klux Klan Act, you had the the Stoke. What was the other one? I don't know. Well, not Stokely Carmichael, but it was the HRAP Brown something as well. But it was actually the 1968 Indian Civil Rights Act. Now, the same people that were actually fighting for that Civil Rights Act are the same people that were fighting for the civil rights back in the late 50s, 60s, and so on and so forth. So
There was nothing in
no Africans, though.
1968. There was nothing in 1968 that purported a Indian Act. There was no. There was nothing in regard. Basically, everything that you're saying is not there. So you said that there was no African in there. The
That's a
whole act was
Wikipedia.
about Africans, huh?
That's a simple Wikipedia.
Okay, so let's go to Wikipedia. That's where you want to go.
Just start, it's simple. Let's keep it elementary. We don't need to get too advanced on this. It ain't that serious. But the 1968, all you gotta do is put in 1968 Indian Civil Rights Act. It's gonna pop right
I
up.
don't need to put Indian rights in there, bro. You want me to do bias? I'm going to the Civil Rights Act of 1968.
That's fine. And then when you go to the right, when you go in there, it's gonna give you some other names that was called once you scroll down.
I am very familiar with how the game goes.
Yeah.
We
You know, I'm just a helpful guy.
Yeah. So tell me where you're trying to propose that this was an Indian's act.
Right there, it says nicknames. In the Civil Rights Act, Indian Bill of Rights, Fair Housing Act,
Says
Housing Rights
nicknames.
Act. Oh, it says nicknames.
Yeah, right here where you are.
Right. Yeah, it says nicknames.
And you're proposing that these nicknames is the name of the act.
Yeah, all those acts are within what you call the umbrella of the Civil Rights Act under Title 42, United States Code.
Okay, so the Civil Rights Act of 1968 is a landmark law in the United States signed into law by the United States President Lyndon B. Johnson during the King's assassination riots. Titles 2 and 7, not the act, but titles 2 and 7 comprise the Indian Civil Rights Act, which implies to the Native American tribes of the United States and makes many, but not all, of the guarantees of the U.S. Bill of Rights applicable within the tribes. The act appears today in Title 25, Section 1301 and 1303 of the United States Code. So, are you professing to be an Indian? He on mute. You was pulling in the back and in.
Yeah. My bad. I was on mute. I didn't want to disturb your reading. But yeah, I am an American Indian. But I still, I accept these other names that they use outside of African American.
All right. So, what makes you a quote unquote, and I'm saying that because I know it's a mislabel of a term, but what makes you an Indian?
My great grandparents were born on Indian land in Oklahoma.
Okay.
That's one.
Were they freedmen?
No.
So they were born. Well, okay, where were their parents born?
Alabama.
So their parents was born in Alabama. So how did they get to Oklahoma? What forced them to Oklahoma?
I don't know about that story, but they just decided to just move to Oklahoma. I
So
don't
they
know if
just
they was being ran out, or I don't know the whole complete story yet. That's yet to be told. But they were well to do though. There wasn't no slouches. They had oil
Okay.
fields. They had acres. They had relationships with the chiefs, the Seminole chiefs, all that. So who knows?
Okay, so they definitely were freedmen then. They come from the south of Alabama into Oklahoma, which would be foreign territory, because those are not the same type of tribal people that would be in Alabama that are in Oklahoma, but yet they had relationships. So what form of a relationship do they have? Do you mind providing a name to these different relatives of yours, sir?
Not at this point in time, but what I would say is that people that they went to, they already had relationships. They were relatives. So there were people already there that had left prior.
So you're saying that they come behind those people that ended up in Oklahoma, right?
Yep.
So, but as far back as we can substantiate, your grandparents that were in Oklahoma come from Alabama, but they weren't born in Alabama. They were in they weren't born in Oklahoma. They were in Alabama.
No, my grandfather was. He was born in Oklahoma, but my greats, they were born either in Texas or they was in Oklahoma. Mostly they was in Alabama, came through Texas to Oklahoma. So they was moving around.
And how did you
come in those areas too?
How did you come to that understanding of who your peoples was?
My mother's still. I'm in my mid-50s, so my mom's still living. You know, most of my peoples is in their late 70s, 80s, so they got good recollection of what was going on at that time. And I've done my research, ancestry, and stuff like that. And I got documents from the family.
What kind of ancestry did you?
Mic check. You broke up again.
Yeah, what type of ancestry did you do?
Talking to people, and I went through the ancestry.com amongst other things.
Went through ancestry.com. Were your people owned by another people?
No. My
And
cousin, my mom's cousin is the one that has all the records, keeps all the records. One of my grandfather's cousins just passed. She had all the books. So I was able to talk to her before she passed. And my cousin, my mom's cousin, I talk to him often too. So he's the one that got me started on it because he'd been doing it forever.
So what records do your auntie possess?
Deeds.
Deeds to what in particular? There's that land deeds.
Yeah, land deeds.
Bank.
Certain things like that.
What year are these deeds from?
Late 1800s into the early 1900s.
And you're saying that your people who originally come up, your greats that we're referring to, come from Alabama into Oklahoma, and it's just so transpires around these 1800s. You're saying that these are your relatives. Okay, so where did they come from before they got to Alabama?
Shit. Kind of spread out from there. Mostly pretty much started in Virginia with the
You can stop right there, brother. You can stop right there. If Cujo hear you right now,
what are you
he gonna go crazy on you, because we know already, just based on your story, Virginia into Alabama to Texas into Oklahoma, that's a slave traveling.
No, not mine.
That's a slave traveling.
We had slaves.
I'm not being disrespectful when I say that, but those
you good. I don't get personal. I ain't like these other cats. So for sure.
Those are people of African descent moving. You're aware of that, right?
I get you. I know the story very well, but no, not mine. I was looking for them too. I was trying to find them. They wasn't there.
Bro, it don't even take It doesn't take all of that to find it. The moment that you said Virginia, you just compromised yourself.
You didn't let me finish. I said with the
Okay.
Powhatan people, the Powhatans.
You ain't related to the Powhatan, bro. They ain't.
In my
Oh, okay. Let's say you are. Let's say you are. Let's say you are. So you are mixed. So you're mixed. You got mixed ancestry.
No, not mixed. I'm not mixed.
You're not mixed. Then you ain't Powhatan. Because you would be, your story would be different. There's no reason for you to be in Oklahoma if you're Powhatan.
Let me show you something real quick. I'm gonna change this avatar so you can see a picture of my great grandfather.
That ain't gonna help me, bro.
Yeah,
I don't
it
do
is.
I don't do look.
Is that mixed?
I don't do
All right.
You can put the picture back if you want to put the picture back, bro. But that don't do me no good, bro.
No, I just wanted to snap it at you real quick. We ain't gotta do all that. But yeah, I mean, I just want to talk to you about the Civil Rights Act. That is the Indian Civil Rights Act. You know, I obliged you. You the host, so I answered your questions. No problem.
Okay,
Now,
so I want to get back. I want to get back to that. I want to, yeah, but hold on. Before you do, I want to get back to that. The Civil Rights Act of 1968 about signaling out Indian civil rights, because they clearly apply this to Native American tribes. You're not Native American.
Well, that's where Wikipedia they try to throw their conjecture in there. Because
I'm just going to your source, because even in that act, right? Even in this act, it goes on to say other things, right? There's a Title X in here known as the Anti-Riot Act, but we all know that these other small pieces aren't the bigger thing for this, because it says the first shift to equality for African Americans occurred when President Abraham Lincoln passed the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, which declared that all persons held slaves shall be thenceforward and forever free. Then the Civil Rights Act of 1866 declared all people born in the United States are legal citizens. That means that they could rent, hold, sell, and buy property. Then as it continued to grow, this relevance of the Africanness in every one of these civil rights acts stems from the body of the 1866 that is directly about the Africanness of this Negro. You also said in this act was the Negro Act, and it don't say anything in any of this about the Negro Act, because Title I
about Negro Act.
If you rewind back,
Lyndon B. Johnson's speech,
right? He talked about the Negro.
He mentioned Negro.
Who do you think is the Negro he's referring to?
I mean, it's obvious.
No, I'm asking. No. It's not obvious anymore, based on where you are today in your studies that you said you come to the conclusion on. So you're not the Negro. You remember, you're an Indian.
Right.
You can't be the Negro unless you're a Negro and an Indian. You already made a distinction based on what you said about.
Was they not classifying anybody of a darker hue Negro? Historically. No, you can't. No. We're talking about the Civil Rights Acts. We're talking Lyndon B. Johnson. We ain't talking about everything. Everything from that point forward is irrelevant in our discussion. It has no merit on Lyndon B. Johnson and how he views and labels this group of people as Negro. You already said that you Indian. You said it's based on the Indian Civil Rights Act. So you can't be the Negro that Lyndon Johnson's talking about. You got to be the Indian. So now, when we look at it, did your family participate in the Red Man's March? The Red Man's March?
Yes, sir. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with that.
Okay, so in the Red Man's movement, right? In their march, were your people there?
I don't know if my people were there. My people was in Oklahoma.
Okay. Everybody that was in that march and in that crowd for justice in that movement looked nothing like your people. So I'm trying to understand, who are you? Because the Indians that are referred to were clearly the Native Americans who were all a part of that Red Man's March. That was similar.
Right. So you're saying that those were the Indians? Is that what you're saying?
That's what the act is. The act is speaking directly to those people that were deemed the Red Man, who called themselves the Red Man in their march and movement.
Right. Well, that was an infiltration, but they were not Indians. They
Oh,
were native.
so how,
they were native.
So how did they infiltrate?
At best, they were native. At best, they were native.
How did they infiltrate?
How did every other species or any other group infiltrate the civil rights?
Okay. How did they infiltrate is my question. It can't be reversed back. Playing Uno. So how did they infiltrate? What was the steps and procedures taken, and what evidence do we have to say that there's infiltration? Because I can show and argue if this infiltration on your end on these people real easy.
I mean, I don't know the depth of your knowledge of America and everything that was going on with the Civil War and how government infiltrated certain things and changed things up. I don't know how deep your knowledge is on that. That's why I'm just trying to keep it surface.
Okay, so on the surface, when you say that the government switched up and did this, that, and the third, how did you come to the conclusion that that is what the government did? According to what evidence?
Well, if you look at that right there, what the civil rights of 1968 dealt with, right? Had the H. Rap Brown. We knew that was a brother. Fair Housing Act. You knew we were the main beneficiaries of that. The Ku Klux Klan Act. All those things that deal with that. No, hold on. You keep cutting me off, bro.
I'm letting you talk.
You cut me off, man. I'm out.
No, I'm trying to get you to slow down. I'm trying to keep up. It ain't what you're saying. I have no problem with it. I want to let you talk, but what I'm just trying to get you to slow down so I can catch each point. So therefore I can comprehend what your argument is instead of it being jumbled at me. So you said what was the brother name that you mentioned, so that everybody in the listening audience can get you
that whole list that we just read off, the nicknames that they had for it, right? All of those were dealing with us. H. Rap Brown, we know who he was. The KKK Act, we had fair housing. All those things were to benefit and for the protection of what was going on at that time with all these riots and all these militias that was coming against us.
All right, who is us?
The people I'm talking about, the Indians that they reclassified and put in suspect classifications as Negro, Black, Colored, so on and so forth.
How is that the case when we have the acts and the acts and the order of this act and law is primarily telling us about no discrimination against A, B, C, D, E. It doesn't say what you're saying. So when you say us, where were you in American history and when were you discriminated against? Because there's not 4 classifications or 6 classifications of people in the Americas, or even during this act that's being related to. There is the African American, and then there is 2 provisions or parts of an act that relates to Indians. So I'm trying to, you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to get down to the nitty gritty of where are you in this act? You're not mentioned. You said that you're the Negro, but you can't be the Negro because that's what Lyndon B. Johnson did, and he was talking about African Americans. And then you said that you were the Indian, so you segregate. You simply cut yourself off from being a Negro to being Indian. Now you're back to being a Negro. So I'm asking, are you mixed? Are you mixed? You could be mixed.
No. The civil rights, the whole Civil War and the civil rights thing was a transfer of wealth that was taken from the indigenous people of this land, and they eventually incorporate us in full into the United States government, which we was not. We did not vote. We wasn't even allowed to vote. We couldn't hold office.
When were you not allowed to vote? When were you not allowed to vote?
I'm not talking about me. I wasn't there.
No. Come on, bro. I'm generalizing. I'm saying when do you think that the Indians were not allowed to vote? That's what you was, an Indian. So when were you not allowed to vote?
It's in the Constitution. It's in the Constitution. It's in legislature. All that stuff.
What part of the Constitution can I find that you were not allowed to vote?
You go to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, and then in the 14th Amendment, you could go to subsection 2 that talks about American Indians not taxed, meaning that if you're not taxed, you're not a part of the United States government. Only people that can be taxed are the people in the United States government.
It's Indians not being taxed today, so you saying they're not a part? It's Indians not being taxed today.
Well, they're fraudulent. They're not Indians.
But they're recognized by the federal government, the same people that you're calling fraudulent. So what I'm asking, right?
Yeah, the same federal government that has done a whole lot of things to our people and changed our classification multiple times. You don't ever think anything crazy about that? And then you keep using this African American term that did not exist until 1987.
No, that is
American. You don't see those words in the dictionary. African American, you don't see it in the dictionary. Native American didn't come into the Webster dictionary until 1988.
You said 1987, brother. Are you freaking aware? We have documents that are older than that. Okay, which dictionary, bro?
The Webster's Dictionary 1988. I pulled it up and sourced that up plenty of times. I went and looked for African Americans. I went and looked for it. It wasn't there.
Okay, so are you aware that there is a damn document in the late 1800s that even refers to the word African American way before 1987? This is what I meant, like early, nothing against you, but this is what I meant earlier, that there's a recyclement of ignorance that goes on where we've already proved the evidence of what was being said with this word. And even back then, I'm just only saying when written. What's
the name of the book?
I'm gonna pull it up right now, bro. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do you a favor, bro. I'm gonna do you a favor.
Well, actually, Sean P., you can go back to 1782 with this sermon by the African American.
That's why I was going.
Okay.
I was going to the sermon. I was going to the sermon. I actually was going to make up not a coincidence video and just let him get a little piece of that. But go ahead, old dog.
Yeah, you can go through so many of the Afro-American newspapers. Even though it didn't say African American, we all know that Afro meant African. So we got newspapers in the 1800s. I forget the guy name who actually coined the term way before this whole Jesse Jackson thing that you guys like to pull, which is a bunch of rhetoric, indoctrination that you guys don't even realize that y'all have been indoctrinated by this BS history that you trying to make up for yourself. This is ridiculous. Go ahead, Sean.
I have not found any freedmen information in my people's shit, and they had oil, like
brother. Brother,
you right now, you are definitely a freedman. You're definitely a freedman. You are definitely a person of African descent, bro. You came on the camera. You are definitely a person of African descent, bro.
Look, brother.
I mean,
if I can find it, no problem. I'm not even going to fight it, but I have not found it.
Okay, well, have you found black, Negro, colored on your census reports when you're doing your genealogy?
Yeah.
Okay, so all of those, if you look at the definitions according to each of those particular census, gonna let you know that a black person is considered an African descendant, a colored person is considered an African descendant, Negro is considered an African descendant, sir. So, irregardless if you haven't found what's his name, Kunta Kinte name on your genealogy, does not mean that Negro, black, and colored, and mulatto, all of those words describe people of African descendancy per each of the United States censuses. So, period, from when they started putting black people on the censuses, all of the definitions for the categories of the races were described. White mean European, black mean people of African descent. Period. So Indians didn't even get on the censuses until what, Sean? The 1850s, 1860s.
Yeah, that's why I
Okay.
was telling you guys. That's why I mentioned suspect classification. It's a
But
political
that's
term where they.
it's
Yeah,
not even
it's a
that, bro.
political term.
I understand where the confusion come in. I understand where confusion come in. And the confusion comes in for you in 2017 because prior to 2017, you never knew nothing else. And I'm telling you that you never knew nothing else. You can say that these people are doing these studies and this, that, and the third. It's because people do biased research to try to justify their beliefs. They do it in religion. They do it every day. But that sermon stems from 1782. It is the first sermon that appears and provides evidence for the use of the term. And then it goes on before that. So we can continue, and we can go into the word Afro as well. We can go into Africo, 1788. We can continue Black American. We can do that. That's 1818. We can continue to go through that. We don't have to play that game. But what I am referring to right now is that that's not Lyndon B. Johnson's position at the time that he's making this conversation. He's having this conversation about who he's talking to as he's declaring this document for the Negro. He's talking about people of African descent. Primarily, he ain't talking about no damn Indians. He ain't talking about no damn cowboys. He ain't talking about no chiefs. He ain't talking about no commanders. He ain't talking about none of that. He is specifically talking to the Negro in America, the person of African descent. So we can't turn around and then try to justify it and say, well, there are classifications X, Y, and Z. That's a poor argument because that's not based on evidence. That's based on a belief of a cult that continues to regurgitate this ignorance. So what I'm trying to get out of you and extract out of you, which I know I'm not going to get any sources, and that's absolutely fine. I mean, we got the wiki, and that's cool because when we got the wiki, you separated yourself from the Negro claimed Indian. But then now your argument ain't gonna be with me because I don't give two shits about that argument. You got to go argue with the Indians, and they gonna be in the chat. If they want to come up here, they can. And then you got to prove that that act is is talking about you when they gonna have the evidence that is about them. My evidence for it talking about. I'm only worried about Black people in America. I don't care nothing about no Indian business. That's not my business. That's their business. I only study parts of that, and elements of that is to run Black people who claim and hold a position that you claim out of that corner. Like, you got to come out of that corner. I'm flashing a light over there. Like, old dog is coming up with a flash of light over there because the evidence don't equal up to what's being said. So again, where are you in America's history?
Yeah, it's confusing because it was done intentionally, right? And it's going to take a minute for us to shake up out of that. But I know what you're saying. But I go to dictionary, I go to books and definitions. Some of these books have been rewritten, might be second volumes or second whatever they're doing with that, amendments to what they're doing. But those names did not exist at that time. African American did not exist at that time.
It did, man. It did.
No,
I mean,
this
is the thing. This is
you got to get to the language, brother. You got to understand the language.
Hold on. We gotta understand the time period. At what time, Coach, you referring to? Because the only way that we could articulate a proper answer to what it is that you're pushing back on is to deal with that calendar period. So what year are you referring to? Or years?
I came all the way to 1988. I ain't talking about no 1700s, no 1800s.
So if I show you,
you can go through Bouvier's, Black's Law dictionaries, the old Webster's dictionaries. Those words were not in the dictionary at that time. They were not to be included a part of any type of language that was indigenous to this land. They didn't exist.
So if I show you the document, which is a primary source in a sermon, and even in a news clipping, right, of the word African American, okay, would that end would that end the conversation?
Nope.
Why? It's primary.
It wouldn't end because the white man put it in there, according to these clowns. They are so anti-white, but then he want to go to the encyclopedias, which are written by white folk, the dictionaries, which are written by white folk. But we can't use white people's sources.
That's irrelevant. That's denialism. So we're going to deny the evidence, and that's fine. If that's what you're going to do, that's fine. But this was written May 4th, 1782, in this news ad. Down here it says 2 sermons written by the African American, one on the capture of Lord Cornwallis, to be sold by W. Woodhouse A. Smith and S. Seville in Front Street. That's one article from May 4th, 1782. I didn't even go to the sermon. I went to a newspaper clipping from 1782 talking about 2 sermons written by an African American. I didn't even go to the African American sermon where he mentions it in the sermon.
Well, it says the African American. It doesn't say a African American or
it is written by the African American. It's written by the African. The African American.
Does that make sense?
I mean, look at the semantics, bro. This is crazy, bro.
Well, you gotta understand.
Come on, man. No, you don't have to understand. What you're doing is just like Sean said. You full of denialism, and honestly, you're a coward because you're afraid to be a black man.
The African American. That's a thing.
Ain't nothing wrong with the African American.
That's not a person, place, or thing. Not even a thing. It's an abstract of something. It might be a book or somewhere, or some type of newspaper called the African American, like the New York Post or the New York Times. There'll be something like that. What they was doing that, but at that time was no African Americans based on history. Africans was not Americans. They wasn't allowed to be Americans.
In 1782.
They were slaves.
Why were they calling themselves African American in 1782?
They weren't calling themselves. There's no evidence of that in that. Right?
Why did they call themselves African American in 1782 during a sermon?
Now that's another thing. What is a sermon? What is a sermon?
This is so weird.
We gotta break it down. Look.
I ain't know we gotta break it down. Stop with this jailhouse bullshit. How many years you spent in prison, sir?
Ain't that a bitch?
How many?
Bro, we know you've been.
Yeah. So again, this is what you learn this shit from. You learn this shit from some gutter, uneducated people, and you're running with it. Nothing that you're saying. Listen, brother. Nothing that you're saying. Excuse me. I'm not 30 either. I'm 51. So again, you are in denial. You're running from true history, and you have no authority. Excuse me. You have no authority to revise history. You have no authority. You don't have any of the qualifications needed to push back against a Malcolm X who always referred to himself as an African American. You can't push back against W.E.B. Du Bois. You can't push back against Booker T. Washington. You can't push back against none of those prolific historical figures. They never said anything the way that you crazy folk are talking today.
So,
Ridiculous.
so is a Negro a people, or is
Hey,
Negro
hold on,
some type of
hold on.
political term
Don't
describing a
answer it.
people?
Don't answer it yet. Don't answer it yet.
All right.
So, all right. You see this right here? You see this? This is the primary right here, bro. By an African American. You said you had a problem with the, so it's by an African American. This was printed in April 1782. I showed you something that said in a news article that was May 1782. So there was back-to-back months of evidence, a newspaper article, and then the sermon. So right here, it clearly says, right here, bro, people with this argument, it was invented in the 1980s by Jesse Jackson. I don't know how the hell you come up with that. Then the Oxford Dictionary traces occurrences of African American back as far as 1835. Oh, there's your argument right there. And then there's an 1831 citation. But lo and behold, April, I did a routine search on the phrase America's historical newspapers, the Red X Company's very powerful database of the early U.S. papers, and was surprised to be led to a 1882 sermon published in Philadelphia. The sermon, whose only known surviving copy is at Harvard's Houghton Library, was titled A Sermon of a Capture of Lord Cornwallis. The title of the pamphlet includes the byline by an African American. The sermon gives few clues about the idea of the preacher, but I conclude that it was written by someone who was black, had some ties to South Carolina, and by his own admission did not have the benefit of a liberal education. Beyond that, I have no clue as to the background of what kind of person this was. When this was printed, it sent people elsewhere to the tune that we ended up getting the sermon and reading it aloud to people. Readers can view the sermon right here. So you click on the link right here, go to the next page. This is the beautiful thing about sources, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go. All you got to do is click on it, and it's going to take you right there. Look, boom. There go the page that we were just talking about, by an African American. Boom. Here we go. Page after page after page. It goes right on into everything that we were just sitting here talking about. We don't have to play these games, y'all. We don't.
Okay, so question. All right, so did that African American have a name, or did they just say an African American? Do they have a picture?
Okay, yeah. So again, real quick, Sean, you have if you're going back into that time, 1782. Just like you said, we were enslaved. Our ancestors were enslaved. Although there were some who had the ability to read and write, and he just so happened to be one, but he wasn't this highly educated person. If he would have came out and said, "Okay, my name is John Smith. I'm the black African American who wrote this," what do you think would have happened to him?
Are you serious?
No, are you serious?
That an
Are
African
you
American
serious?
that was supposed to be enslaved based on the doctrine that we have been told and sold, you telling me that he actually wrote a book that extensive?
Listen. What you
And
fail to
speak
realize?
in
Wait. What you
so-called
fa- what,
in
what you fail to
so-called
realize?
speaking the King's English.
Wait. What you fail to realize? See, this is what I'm saying about you
Y'all
people.
gonna let me finish my question?
No, but
He
you
wrote a
interrupted me.
sermon.
You
A sermon
interrupted
is
me.
not a book.
Right. It's
Man,
not a book.
that
It's
thing
a
looked like a
speech.
book.
It's a speech. Right. It's a
It's in a book.
speech. But at the same time, what you also have to understand, you got to go back to the early 1600s when before the 13 colonies were actually established. You did have Africans that came over here as indentured servants. So by the time the 1700s kicked off, when more and more Africans were being enslaved and forcefully kidnapped and brought over here, were already a couple of hundred different black or African established settlements. So those people were free by the time that the advent or the increase in slaves coming to the Americas. So by that time, these people could read and write. They were a part of the society, the communities. But as slavery took hold in antebellum South, then that's when we had that increase from 1750 all the way up to 1808 when the importation of slaves from the actual continent of Africa became banned. So no longer were they able to ship people in. So this is a part of the history that y'all don't know. You don't know. You made a comment earlier like you will go deep, but you don't think you gonna keep it surface because you don't think Sean is deep like that, man.
No, no,
This is
no.
this
I'm
is
not.
crazy.
I'm
That's
not
what you
doing that.
said earlier. That's what
No,
you
I'm
said
not doing that.
earlier. But that's what you
No,
said earlier.
I just said I just didn't want to go deep on it at this point. I just wanted to kind of surface talk about it because I can't source up right now. I didn't want to do all that because then I got to
Well, you
source
should
that
have
up.
this stuff on top of your head. I'm
It
not in
is
front of
on
a
top of my
computer.
head.
No, it's not, because
I'm
everything
spitting
you
it.
said
I'm
was
spitting it right now.
conjecture. Everything you said is conjecture. It's your opinion. It's your belief. You can't give us like me when you said that African Americans wasn't used until Jesse Jackson. I immediately said 1782. You know why? Because I know it off the top of my head, and you don't know information like that. All you're doing is regurgitating what you've heard somebody else say. Get your game
I
up.
don't
Get
have a
your game
problem
up,
saying
homie.
I didn't know nothing about this right here. I never noticed anything African American until you just showed me that. That doesn't change the fact that there's no name attached to it.
Oh,
And in in
yo,
the late
you be on YouTube.
1700s, that
You
was
be on
Paul
YouTube, right?
Cuffey. In the late 1700s, that was Paul Cuffey and all these people
And Paul
promoting this
say he
Back to Africa movement at this time. At that
no,
time, 1782,
no,
Paul
no,
Cuffey, amongst other people,
no,
was taking trips back and forth to Africa
no,
and
no.
to
In
Europe.
the 1780s, bro, they getting on boats
1780s.
and taking trips back and forth to Africa. The
This dude.
1780s,
1780s, bro.
This
The
dude.
1780s, all the way up to the early
do you,
1800s, bro.
bro? Do you not know when the Back to Africa? One more, let me bring it up again, bro.
This is so
That was in the
shameful.
1800s. That was early
Right. Well, you just
1800s.
said the 1700s,
I
bro.
said in the 1780s they was doing traveling
No,
back
no,
and
they
forth.
weren't. The Paul Cuffey didn't
Okay.
do no traveling back and forth to Africa
All
in
right.
those 1700s,
All
in the
right.
1780s. So again, this is what I'm saying.
We can run it back on the
You're
next
not
one, brothers.
qualified to
We can run
have
it
this
back on the
real
next one,
discussion.
brothers. I'll be willing to
Period.
The
source up.
This
Free
is
African
shame.
Society, the Free African Society wasn't even established until around the 1811, bro. That's what you're talking about. So when you're referring to things, no, we talking 1790s though. How did you go up 20 years? You advanced the conversation 20 years out when that was a mistake. So this is what I mean by chronology with all you people. You get confused. We're talking 1792 when the term African American was used, and you don't get people departing to Liberia until 1896.
No.
Look at the
Liberia,
distance.
1830s, bro.
No, listen.
1830s.
No, the
Listen to what I said.
1830s. The 1830s was the start of the
1830s was
Indian
Liberia,
removal. Excuse
but
me.
Paul
The 18.
Cuffey had made that trip to
This boy right here.
he created Sierra Leone. He created
When did
Sierra Leone before Liberia.
all Cuffey created Sierra Leone?
Wow.
Yeah.
Where does that history come from?
He was setting up the colonies. He was taking people from America
No.
to Sierra Leone.
All Cuffey created Sierra Leone, bro.
Whoa. Whoa.
Let me get his great grandson on here. And let's hear what his great grandson got to say. What you think his own relative children is going to say when they hear you said that he said this, that, or the third, bro? Like, are you playing with us right
we
now?
Can run it. We can run it back.
Man,
We'll run it back on the next one.
He trolling. You got to be trolling.
Absolutely not. I'm not trolling. I'm too
You ain't
old to be
prepared.
trolling, man. I ain't got nothing better to do. I want to come up and build. That's it. On the Indian
Nah,
civil rights. We'll see if we can come to a conclusion.
You ain't prepared.
I'm not here to change y'all mind. That's what I'm not here to do.
You can't. It's not about
Nah.
changing nobody's mind. It's about telling the truth, sir. If you're a person that cannot find it within your person to tell the truth when it comes down to history, and if you don't really know it, go back and put some effort in studying. So when you are making your claims that you have a leg to stand on, if you're a person that's going to continue to deny this, you're going to continue to deny history, you're going to continue to deny science, you have no integrity. And you need to learn what integrity means, because if you're trying to build with people like Sean P, myself, and anybody else that really understand and do the work when it comes down to this history, that will never happen because you're being laughed at right now. You're actually being laughed at, and you should be
I'm not even
ashamed.
looking at the chat, brother.
I
I'm
know
not
it,
worried
but
about the
you
chat.
should. But I'm just telling you, you should be ashamed of yourself for the lack of
Why?
information that you have, bro.
Why?
That's it.
Why should I be ashamed of myself?
Because you are out here spreading false misinformation, reinterpreting history, trying to revise it, and you're not qualified to really have a conversation with a fifth grader.
Right.
Period.
No
This
problem.
this is embarrassing, man.
I hear you. I hear you. But yeah, I subscribe to the brother's channel, and I'll be back. All right. I'll bring the sources next time.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
All right, y'all be easy.
You too, man. God damn, old dog.
Man, I'm
Paul
just
Cuffy.
that
Paul
nigga
Cuffy.
said.
Paul Cuffy. That's the one. That's boy. The gift that
I
he was
didn't.
getting. And I
I
was
never
cool. I
heard that
wasn't
one.
nothing. There people that I ain't in war mode, man. I mean, if you're
Yeah.
trying to get up there and get your words in, bro, today's your day. Because I could have went off, but I didn't.
Yeah, I couldn't. I tried to do it in a professional manner, man. But look, I got to run. I'm going back in the chat, listen to you from the chat.
All right, yeah, you was rude, bro. Oh, you already did. Yo, yeah, he was rude. Hey, Paul, listen, Paul Cuffy, right? I said 1811. We were talking 1792. He sailed to Sierra Leone, right? He sailed to Sierra Leone. I only mentioned I didn't say I said Liberia, departure of Liberia. There's an image of departure of Liberia in 1806, but that's far from the thing. We know Paul Cuffy, went to Africa. And we know it wasn't in no 1890s, but we know a trip did happen in 1890s. We also know that Paul Cuffy was, making those trips in the 1811s. But remember that chronology is key. 1792. 1792 is what we're referring to right here. Look, I mean, I said 70. My apologies. Goddamn, I'm sitting here confusing myself. 1782. I don't know why I said 1790s, but 1782 is what we're talking about. People ain't even going to Africa till 20-something, 30 years later. 30 years later, bro. Facts. His descendants are still around. So when he said that Paul Cuffy created Sierra Leone, bro, that kind of took me back right there. But we don't know where he's getting that information, so you don't want to jump. I'm trying to be better. I'm not trying to just jump on people, bro. I'm not. I'm trying to just beat their source up. That's it. I'm just trying to beat their source up. I ain't even tripping on them no more. What they source say. And if I can have that information, that's more important to me than anything else. Because it is what it is. But bro said what he said, and I'm like, yo, whoa, wait a minute. Like real life, like, wait a minute. But shit, he can source up, he be back, you know what I'm saying? He just subscribed to the channel. I didn't even get to ask you, bro. How the hell did you find the channel? I'm curious as to who sent you. Jojo crazy. What did he say? Your homie don't agree with none of that? Man, I don't even listen. I don't even know what's going on with half the shit some of these people say. JoJo said, dude, smoke said, dude, start yelling and cussing. I don't get it. No, listen, the bro said, he said he was an Indian. He came up and said the Civil Rights Act, based on the Civil Rights Act, he was an Indian. And then I asked the other questions, and then he said his people was in Oklahoma, from Oklahoma. His people before his people was in Alabama. Then his people before his people was in Virginia. Look at that route to get to Oklahoma. From Virginia to Alabama, from Alabama to Texas into Oklahoma. What is that? Like, literally, what is it that's telling you? And this is the way people think. So, yeah, we have to go backwards because that is, and I'm finna show y'all what I mean by that. Let me do this right here. Hold on 1 second. Let me close this out. Let me close. I got way too many damn screens up. Damn. When people get to talking, boy, I be trying to understand what they saying. Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up and put it on the screen when I get it up. Share. Put y'all up on game real quick, man. Just real quick. I ain't even gotta do none of the, none of the work right. I ain't gotta do the work right. Since my boy don't want to go live no more and teach, right? Look at this. 4 years ago. This brother just came over here with something that was discussed 4 years ago and even later prior to that. Right? So, I don't even know, 4 years ago.
So yeah, I tried to share this post about Sankofa and the meaning of how important it is to know your history. And you get these class clowns who get on Facebook and they just know nothing. They just look at memes. They say anything. So his whole thing is Jesse Jackson made up the word African American. Bottom line, that's it. No such thing as African American.
I'm from Africa. I'm from Crenshaw Mafia. Like it or not, you from Africa. I'm from Africa. You from Africa. You African booty scratcher.
So I basically tell the clown, if you think Jesse made up that term, you have no clue about history and what we call ourselves and what we called ourselves. So he finally commits to Jesse in the 1980s. So I tell him, I can show you us being called African American, or the term being thrown out there from basically every century, 1600s, 1800s, 1900s, to now, hundreds of years before Jesse was even born. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put a couple sources up there and then show y'all. The first one I'm going to show you is from 1782. It's from Harvard Library. You can find it there. The Sermon on the Capture of Long Cornwallis by an African American. Now, we don't know who wrote it, but we see the term African American used in 1782. This one's from a newspaper called The Liberator.
It was printed in Boston, Massachusetts, September 26, 1835. It's an abolition newspaper. But I'm going to bring you down to the column down here. Let's see what it says. It says there is one thing very essential, a concert of prayer. Let Christian abolition praying societies be formed of Americans and African Americans everywhere. So 1835, American. This one is from the Times-Picayune, New Orleans, Louisiana, November 29th, 1885. They're preparing for African American Day on the following year. It says, the Colored Auxiliary Society are actively engaged preparing for the celebration of African American and Emancipation Day on January 1st, 1886. Next up is the Los Angeles Times, Wednesday, January 6, 1890. Let's go down, scroll down. We're going to read from African American League. At a mass meeting under the auspices of African American League tonight, Thomas Fortune, the founder of the league, made a conservative address in which he urged his race to get down to business and stop wishing for what they could never obtain. Prince Williams, a colored agitator, advocated the use of the musket and torch and said the colored race would be respected only when the white men were knifed indiscriminately. The address did not please his hearers, who ridiculed his assertions. You see, African American League, 1890. So who was this founder of the African American League? Timothy Thomas Fortune, born October 3rd, 1856, died June 2nd, 1928, was an American orator, civil rights leader, journalist, writer, editor, publisher. Mind you, Thomas was born into slavery. Right? So we're going to look at one of Thomas' writings. This is The Voice of the Negro, March 1906. So now we're in the 1900s, Volume 3, number 111. So let's go to what Thomas wrote. Who are we? Afro-Americans, colored people, or Negroes? You see, Afro and African, it gets used interchangeably. So in this article, he's talking about why he chooses the word Afro or African American should be applied to the people, the colored people, or the Negroes that they call in America. So he goes on, right, ask an African newly arrived in the United States where he came from. He will unhesitatingly answer Africa. Ask him further what part of Africa. He will name one of its geographical subdivisions. If you are still unsatisfied and want to know what race he belongs to, he will tell you to one of the tribal subdivisions. As he knows no political subdivision, a Ve, a Zulu, a Dahomey race, in short, he will tell you that he is an African from this or that tribe. It is the same way with the European, the Asian, Asiatic, and the American as with the African. They all have geographical and political relations to the country of their origin. And outside of their country, they are referred to by the geographical rather than their political relation. This rule is universally applied to the inhabitants of all of the continents except that of Africa. My contention is that it should also apply to them when they are racially classified, because there is no reason I have seen in advance why they should not be. It is by this process of the reason that I have come to adopt the term Afro-American as the only proper race designation of the people of African origin in the United States. The term has found an abiding place in all dictionaries and much of later literature of the United States. Basically, he's saying that's where we came from. That's why we should use this term. Simple. So I'm going to read one more thing from Thomas. There is no reason why the people of African origin in the United States should be termed Negroes or colored people, the one being a misnomer, the other being indefinite, and both being diversive as the physical characteristics of the people after 280 years of residence in the United States have undergone a radical change as to the great mass of them outside of the states bordering the Gulf of Mexico and the Mississippi Valley states. where the bulk of the genuine black people are to be found. It is difficult to come upon a congregation of Afro-Americans in whom the physical qualities ascribed to and defined by the Negro have not so far been modified or destroyed, as to make the application of the term to them not only a misnomer but a rank absurdity. The time, habit, and blood mixture have produced a new race, approximating much nearer the American than the African type. As the years come and go, this will appear even more pronouncedly as the logical outcome of climate and the blood mixture, forced upon the slave women by the brute lust of the white masters. So he's saying basically we're all mixed up anyway, with different tribes. We're even mixed with European and possibly even Native American in certain instances. I know I am. So it's not about not being Native American. Back to the original question. Was the phrase African American used before the 1980s and Jesse Jackson? The honest answer is, yeah. As I described and showed, yes. African American is not a made-up word. It's been used for centuries. That's just it. I can't fight the facts.
So that's how the settlers survived that long, hard winter that took so many of their lives, is by eating all those special foods that were given to them, like the turkey and the squash and all the foods that we think of as our traditional holiday meal. And that's why we celebrate Thanksgiving, in order to commemorate the unity between the Indians, the Native Americans, and the early English settlers, who were called, class? Pilgrims. That's right. What are you going to talk about?
Tell you if you let me talk, sure. Okay. All right, does anybody know what the name of this place is?
That's Africa. I know that.
That's right, that's Africa. But did you know that Africa is the place where the body of the first man was found? My daddy says that's the place where all people originated from. That means everybody's really from Africa. Everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all. Everybody.
And it's just that simple. We don't have to play this game. We've been on the information. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to play semantics. We don't have to duck and dodge, right? This conversation started out basically about identifying and classifying something inside of an act. And the brother professed to say that he's in the Rights Act. And notice, he's in the 1968 Civil Rights Act, as his claim was, but that is Indian. But inside of that Indian Act, it said Native American. He's not Native American, so he can't be the Indian, because these people are spoken for. They have their own movements, own agenda. There was a whole red movement. It was a movement of Native American people against the onslaught shit that was going on for their civil rights movement and era. And therefore, he can't be the red man. So who is he? He ain't the Negro. He brought up Lyndon B. Johnson. And I'm over here like, yo, why you want to bring up him? Why you want to bring up Lyndon? You know what I'm saying? You putting yourself in harm's way, brother. So I'm going to bring up Lyndon B. Johnson. Hold on 1 second. Chilly Willy heard. Hey, you know I'm live right now, right? Yeah. I'm live. I'll call you back. Yes, sir. My Cleveland brother. I need to get back up to Cleveland, man. We got work to do. All right, so let me pull this up real quick. And I'm trying to pull up the complexity. Here you go. It's a 28-minute video. Okay. Now listen, I ain't trying to get copywritten, so I'm going to cover up the video so that we could listen to this speech. I think I got the right one up because there's some other little bit of speeches, but this is Lyndon's remarks on signing the Civil Rights Bill.
My fellow Americans, I'm about to sign into law the Civil Rights Act of 1964. I want to take this occasion to talk to you about what that law means to every American. 188 years ago this week, a small band of valiant men began a long struggle for freedom. They pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor, not only to found a nation, but to forge an ideal of freedom, not only for political independence, but for personal liberty, not only to eliminate foreign rule, but to establish the rule of justice in the affairs of men. That struggle was a turning point in our history. Today, in far corners of distant continents, the ideals of those American patriots still shape the struggles of men who hunger for freedom. This is a proud triumph. Yet those who founded our country knew that freedom would be secure only if each generation fought to renew and enlarge its meaning. The men at Concord to the soldiers in Vietnam, each generation has been equal to that trust. Americans of every race and color have died in battle to protect our freedom. Americans of every race and color have worked to build a nation, widening opportunities. Now, our generation of Americans has been called on to continue the unending search for justice within our own borders. We believe all men are created equal, yet many are denied equal treatment. We believe that all men have certain unalienable rights, yet many Americans do not enjoy those rights. We believe that all men are entitled to the blessings of liberty, yet millions are deprived of those blessings, not because of their own failures, but because of their skin. The reasons are deeply embedded in history and tradition and the nature of man. We can understand without rancor or hatred how this all happened. but it cannot continue. Our Constitution, the foundation of our republic, forbids it. The principles of our freedom forbid it. Morality forbids it. And the law I will sign tonight forbids it. That law is the product of months of the most careful debate and discussion. It was proposed more than 1 year ago by our late and beloved President, John F. Kennedy. It received the bipartisan support of more than 2/3 of the members of both the House and the Senate. An overwhelming majority of Republicans, as well as Democrats, voted for it. It has received the thoughtful support of tens of thousands of civic and religious leaders in all parts of this nation. And it is supported by the great majority of the American people. The purpose of this law is simple. It does not restrict the freedom of any American so long as he respects the rights of others. It does not give special treatment to any citizen. It does say the only limit to a man's hope for happiness and for the future of his children shall be his own ability. It does say that there are those who are equal before God shall now also be equal in the polls, in the classrooms, in the factories, and in hotels and restaurants, movie theaters, and other places that provide service to the. I am taking steps to implement the law under my constitutional obligation to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. First, I will send to the Senate my nomination of Leroy Collins to be Director of the Community Relations Service. Governor Collins will bring the experience of a long career of distinguished public service to the task of helping communities solve problems of human relations through reason and common sense. Second, I shall appoint an advisory committee of distinguished Americans to assist Governor Collins in his assignment. Third, I am sending Congress a request for supplemental appropriations to pay for necessary costs of implementing the law and asking for immediate action. Fourth, already today, in a meeting of my cabinet this afternoon, I directed the agencies of this government to fully discharge the new responsibilities imposed upon them by the law, and to do it without delay and to keep me personally informed of their progress. Fifth, I am asking appropriate officials to meet with representative groups to promote greater understanding of the law and to achieve a spirit of compliance. We must not approach the observance and enforcement of this law in a vengeful spirit. Its purpose is not to punish. Its purpose is not to divide, but to end divisions, divisions which have lasted all too long. Its purpose is national, not regional. Its purpose is to promote a more abiding commitment to freedom, a more constant pursuit of justice, and a deeper respect for human dignity. We will achieve these goals because most Americans are law-abiding citizens who want to do what is right. This is why the Civil Rights Act relies first on voluntary compliance, then on the efforts of local communities and states to secure the rights of citizens. It provides for the national authority to step in only when others cannot or will not do the job. This Civil Rights Act is a challenge to all of us to go to work in our communities and our states, in our homes and in our hearts, to eliminate the last vestiges of injustice in our beloved country. So tonight I urge every public official, every religious leader, every business and professional man, every working man, every housewife, I urge every American to join in this effort to bring justice and hope to all our people and to bring peace to our land. My fellow citizens, we have come now to a time we must not fail. Let us close the springs of racial poison. Let us pray for wise and understanding hearts. Let us lay aside irrelevant differences and make our nation whole. Let us hasten that day when our unmeasured strength and our unbounded spirit will be free to do the great work ordained for this nation by the just and wise God, who is the Father of us all. Thank you and good night.
It's more. It's more.
Speaker first.
So right now, all he doing is signing up all of this shit, shaking hands. But he gave a document to MLK, of course. All right, so I'm gonna end it right there. But hold on, let me go to this other one. Peep this one.
Mr. Middleton, esteemed former Chief Justice and Ms. Warren, and all of you wonderful people who have come here to try to make life better for your fellow men. I sat in an adjoining room and watched the panel this morning, and got great satisfaction, compensation in my own way, and feeling that all is not lost, all has not been in vain, and all we have to do is kind of reorganize.
Now, I'm going to stop it. These are the remarks after the civil rights, because he's the former president at the time, but he talks about the civil rights thing. So I may just come back to that. But I want my question answered, and I ain't seen the chat in the chat. I asked y'all, let me know when he concludes who he was talking about in that speech you just heard. Help me out. Was he talking about Indians? Was he talking about white people? Who was he talking about? In your honest opinion, who was he talking about? Remember, we just had the brother up here on the panel and he said what he said. He wanted to bring up Lyndon B. Johnson, right? And I told y'all, man, everything is about, it's nothing against him, but everything is about the rehashing of older information. And it continues to be true. Everything that I told y'all, listen, is just like that. Like these people have no chronology, no methodology, nothing. Exactly. He was talking about all Americans for sure. He definitely was talking about all Americans for sure. Bro tried to make it seem like his words were for someone else. He can't use the term Negro. He said he couldn't find, right? He said he couldn't find something in any dictionary. So watch this. Show y'all something. Let me pull it up first. I don't want the downloaded version of this. I used to have this up. That's the version that I want. I don't want this one. Where the PDF at? Just pull the PDF up, bro. All right, so that's down. This ain't the version that I want either. When is this? Yeah, this ain't what I want. It's 1990. I don't want this one. Nope. I know y'all can't see my screen yet. It's because I'm trying to pull up this thing. When I pull it up, I'm going to take it off. Black's Law Dictionary, 1870. Robert Lee in the play to be. What up, dog? We can't hear you. We can't hear you at all. You sound like far away or something. You on the headset? Still can't hear you. You trying to come in? Say something.
Keish.
Here we go.
You hear me?
We hear you a little bit. Yeah, we hear you a little bit now.
Man, I want you. You don't know who that guy was, Anton? He come from the Smoke Show. That's one of the Smoke flunkies.
Nah, bro. I don't know who that is. You know I don't be knowing, bro.
Yeah, all them cats weirdo. He a sovereign citizen. or should I call them by their new term? What it is, state nationalists or some mess, the new sovereign citizen term. One of them goofy ass terms.
Oh,
but the guy about 50 something years old.
Mm-hmm.
So talking all that crazy talk, man.
They all like that though. It's a shame that you're in your 50s and you know what I mean. You lack reading comprehension. You have no methodology. You just kind of messed up.
Look, this guy told me if you sign the back of a title where the lien holder selection is, you won't have to pay taxes or register the vehicle. I said, fool. I'm like, what? Like, do you seriously believe that? And he was dead serious.
Now remember, dude said that he couldn't find no mentioning in any dictionary of the word African American in any other dictionaries that he looked at. You remember him saying that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said. What dictionaries was he looking at?
Most likely the ones they created, like the Smoke Center created. Because Smoke Center be pulling up some definitions that I ain't never seen before either, and I can't find them in dictionary. But I mean,
Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Can you tell me what a Negro is?
Yes.
What's a Negro?
Okay. That says, let me make sure I'm looking at a noun. I don't know why it's blurry on my end.
Can you see it a little bit better though?
Now I can. It's a
All
remarkable that our common peoples retain the exact Latin pronunciation of this word, nigger. A native or a descent of a black race of men in Africa, the word is never applied to the tawny or olive colored inhabitants of the northern coast of Africa, but to the more southern race, the southern race men who are quite black.
That's just using the word Negro, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's from 1828 Webster's Dictionary, which they love to use. So just using the 1828 dictionary, that's way before 1988.
Correct.
It is telling you what Negro means in North America. It is for people descending from Africa. And it's telling you. But we ain't gonna call the North Africans that. No, you see how they do the Berbers? We're not gonna call the Berbers that, right? Because the Berbers don't look like the people below the Sahara. It's every bit of racist, bro. It's 1828, and they still telling you your black ass is from Africa. That's how they define Negro in America. That's why I said, if y'all weren't paying attention, I was singling him out, right? I was singling him out because he came on talking about the Civil Rights Act of 1968 and he proclaimed to be Indian. Ain't that what when he initially came on, that's what he said. So when he initially comes on and classify himself, I didn't classify him. When he classified himself, he now made himself non-Negro. So when he said Lyndon B. Johnson was talking about Negroes,
He just
he ain't
classified himself as African.
right. So he can't use that to be able to articulate himself or come up with his argument because it's not sensible. It's not based on methodology because he told us at the beginning when he came on, he couldn't find no definition of African American in anywhere. Why would you be looking for African American in a dictionary post any other term when we have the use of the word being implied in places? They had the word African and Negro. You want to see something else? You want to see where else they do that shit at? Let's look up black.
Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with them, bro.
Look, Negro. So soon as you get this notion of Negro, you go back to the word Negro and it puts your ass in Africa. So you cannot use black.
Yeah.
What else? Let's use your boy favorite word. Here go Aboriginal Power's favorite word.
American.
Mm-hmm. You see what it say Americans are?
Mm-hmm. And now
A native
go ahead.
No, you got it. You got it. Go ahead.
I was saying a noun, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of the Europeans born in America. The name American must always exert the pride of the patriotism, Washington. So even that don't even say, that ain't even talking about black people. Like American don't even define, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are they talking about? I don't get them, man. Why they hate to be black so bad is sad.
No, my point in showing y'all this is he's using this argument as this right here.
Yeah.
Not the rest of it, but this first part right here, which is crucial. So you have to read it and comprehend what it's saying. A native of America. That's what he's claiming to be. Yeah. And then it says apply to the Aboriginals or copper color races, right? Their claim is to be the Aboriginals and the copper color races. But here's the other point. Found here by Europeans. The Europeans did not find they black asses here. So they're trying to enlist themselves as being copper colored and Aboriginal. That's why he don't call himself Aboriginal or indigenous, because it now is murky as hell because it requires more information that he won't be able to have to present because he ain't that. He definitely ain't that.
And so you mean American?
Mm-hmm. Look at old dog in the chat, because I brought that shit up before, and I think old dog used that in the TikTok.
Yo, I heard that. I heard AP say that the Algonquin or whatever the Indians call, or the Romans and the original Americans or the Atlanteans. Man, I'm like, yo, these niggas be smoking some good shit. I don't even want none of that shit. They can have that type of it.
For real? He said, hold on, you playing with me, bro.
I swear to God, he said that matter of fact, he said the original, the so-called Americans here, this was Rome, something like that right there. And They they also are the original Atlanteans. So not only are they the Native Americans, they the original Romans, the original Atlanteans. Who else? He said another name. It's another cat that was up there today. I was listening to them because I had time to listen to him today. But he
Are they
killed it.
live today?
Man, AP
There was
was
on Smoke
live.
Signal or something?
No, it was on AP channel.
Oh, when he was mad about hip hop.
Yeah,
I guess that's what the title says. I don't know. I didn't listen to the show.
yeah. When I caught it, they was talking about Indian lies, they American lies. They love to claim they the mound builders and all this crap.
Right. But look at what Indian says. This is why AP ain't really fond of the word Indian.
Yeah, he definitely don't like to be called the Indian.
A noun, a general name of native of the Indies, as an East Indian or West Indian, it is particularly applied to any native of the American continent. You don't want that.
I called him. I called Smoke Show one night talking about because they gonna say, they like to try to say everything came from here and went everywhere else. So I said, well, where y'all boats at? Where's the evidence? I said, okay, you know what? Bump that. I don't want to know where the boat's at. Name the person that designed the boat. Who was the person that designed this ship that y'all use to travel the globe? Just tell me his name. We ain't got to find no boat. I don't need no piece of wood saying this was a piece of boat from that time. Just give me the Native American name who designed the boat. The man brought up somebody from Peru, but he never said the name. He just said something about the people in Peru. And I'm like, them ain't your peoples, man. You can't claim them. Tell me the mainland Native Americans that left here and went in, traveled to Africa. Oh no, this was the funniest thing I ever heard. You remember the other night you was on there and Cujo was on there? And
Yeah.
Cujo got to arguing with them and letting them know,
I left.
ain't none of you hadn't left. None of these animals really native here. The cow, the pig, hell, even the chicken. He asked them where was they getting their milk from before the cow. This dummy wild savage and a tauntiness 101, whatever I call him the Lion King because all he do is lie. Mufasa himself. But he say they was milking buffaloes. No, bison. He said bison. I say, I want to know who was the first Native American to milk a bison. Because I never known anybody to be able to milk a bison. He said it out his own mouth.
He said they milked
bison. Yeah. That's how they was getting their milk before cows were introduced to the Americas.
Boys be lying.
Yo, they was dead serious. Start bringing up goats, sheep, and I'm like, yo, that's all was introduced here too. But I want to see this bad motherfucker who was milking this bison though.
A bison.
A bison.
Yo, you won't even, man, I ain't getting close. Listen, I don't even think we got them being, they're hunted, ladies and gentlemen, and by packs.
Yeah.
It ain't no one person. So it's got to be a group of people associated with this situation. Yo, that's wild, bro. It's like wild, crazy. I can't. Oh no, milk the bison.
Milking a bison, bro. That was the most like to me. That take the cake. That take the cake of everything.
Yeah, I don't know though. I don't. They some crazy stuff altogether. I don't know if that's the wildest. It's wild. That's wild. Man, ain't no doubt about that. That shit's wild. It's super wild. For sure. I don't know.
I mean, he said it with such confidence. What are you talking about? You ever heard of a bison? What? Yo, I couldn't let it go. That's why every time I type in the chat when I know he in there, I ask him, man, I want to know the name of the tribe that was milking the bison. That's all I want to know.
Milking bison. Pause. He's a milking bison. He said that with a straight face?
With a straight face. Dead serious. The Wild Savage was backing him up.
And that was the dude who just left?
No, why? That was Anton that just left. He a sovereign citizen. I might be saying it wrong. I think he's a new kind of sovereign citizen. It's a national, something nationalist, something like that. I don't know. Weird ass.
Some crazy.
Yeah. But he an Indian too. So I mean, like, I don't know, man. I think they on fentanyl. That's what I think.
Yeah. You know, Smoke's a junkie.
Oh yeah, I definitely would believe that. I definitely believe. I mean, you can look at him and tell, he's an alky, a druggie, a flunky.
He a thief too.
I believe that too.
He went to jail for stealing.
Well, I believe. He like the one to jail the other night because he ain't had that license. He act like he go through it every couple weeks. Don't nothing happen. You either paying that fine or you doing your time on the weekends in jail. Like one or the other. They ain't just letting it go. They'll keep charging you over and over, but I mean, little petty cases, they may not lock you up for it. They might let you go.
Look. This is the Abos argument when they say they native. Produced by nature. Original. Born with the being. Natural. Not acquired. Produced by nature.
Or artificially.
They come from the ground. Nah, bro. They're touching us. Let's see if that word ain't in the dictionary, but the motherfuckers use it.
Every damn time.
I'm spelling right. They don't come up. Word don't exist, bro. Look, this the closest one you get. One who rises or grows out of the earth. This is why they profess that.
Oh my God.
That's one, bro.
So if these fools grew out the ground, when they die, can we cut off one of their fingers and plant that, and another one of them will grow? Like I'm trying to understand this.
Bro, I think you gotta go. I think you gotta dig a hole in the ground and plant your seeds in the ground, bro, and then cover it up with dirt and water it, and then wait 9 months and see if they birth a baby up out of there, bro.
Oh man. Oh man.
My point is showing these are the ways that they try to use these dictionaries to argue their beliefs. This is exactly what they do. And that word is, has European origins, and it comes from a mythology. So how you love that?
Okay.
I didn't ask you any of that. You missed it when dude was up on the panel, bro. And then you come back in the chat because you're busy doing something else. Then asking who up here today. It's me and Lee right now. We had Smoke Signal Buddy up here earlier.
Yeah, one Smoke Signal flunkies. Now he ain't go to Smoke Signal don't believe nothing that guy said. So I ain't gonna even call him a Smoke Signal flunky. Anton. But Smoke Signal a flunky too. But Smoke Signal don't follow that sovereign citizen shit. I won't put that on Smoke Signal. He's just the dumbest damn, but he ain't no sovereign citizen. I don't know why out of all of them he think he a Native American. But that is what it is.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, it's crazy wild. I don't get that.
No.
Yeah, I don't get that at all. Hey, hit that link. What up, Willie?
Willie D.
That motherfucker put me on here before I could even get on here from my phone. What's happening, Sean? What up, Robert? What's happening?
What's going on, man?
Hey, man, I've been sitting on the couch in fucking tears. Bison milk. Bison milk.
Bison milk, bro.
That shit had me laughing so hard.
Yeah, bro. Like, yo, he said you can go buy it out of the store.
Dude, do you know how hard bison milk? Do you know how hard it is to get close to a bison?
Bro, biggest them shits is you ain't got to explain to me how hard it is to get to them.
That's like you ain't walking up to no bison and the bison baby around trying to milk it.
No.
That ain't happening. I don't know if you guys ever been over in that side of the country where you see them at. Them jokers ain't to be played with.
I believe it. I've been in North Dakota.
Dude, they make a cow look like a cat.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's crazy.
And for one of them knuckleheads to even make the claim that they were drinking bison milk before cows, that's probably the craziest thing I ever heard. And I think I was doing it that night. I was half asleep when they said that, Robert. But I think it was what's his name?
Tontonist or history or whatever his name.
Ain't that Bap? Ain't that Denzel?
No. That ain't Denzel. That's the one that got family in Sacramento, Louisiana, North Carolina, South Carolina, Kentucky, Florida, Georgia, Canada, Asia. He got Jamaican homeboys. He got Chinese friends. He got Samoan homeboys. He a blood. He a Crip. He like he everything. He got family in everything.
But he ain't
Like
African.
no, he ain't African though. He
Yeah.
even got white family, but he ain't African.
Yes.
And Wild Savage was down with it too.
Yeah, that's they be making up some of the most extraordinary claims, Sean. Every night, if you go in there and write down some of the crazy stuff you hear, you'll have a 3,000-page book in about a week.
I want to know who sell bison milk too. Did he tell you who sell the bison milk?
Nah, bro, he might have did, but I was laughing so hard till I didn't even hear it. And he never responded back to it, so he know he sounds stupid.
Listen, I was sitting here with my mother when you said it, and she said, my mother, she 82 or 83. She looked at me, she said, "What did he just say?" I said, "Mom, you
Oh
heard it
man,
correct." She said, "Bison milk?"
bison.
I said, "Yeah, you can pretty much bank on hearing some of the craziest stuff you ever heard in your life." Because I was talking to her about Paul Cuffey earlier. She had never heard of Paul Cuffey. So while Sean was playing, we was listening to you talk about Paul Cuffey. She said, "I'd never heard that name in my life." So she was educated tonight. So you're teaching your elders today, Sean. Bison milk. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to know what tribe was milking bison. He gonna have to produce some. Make me want to almost go over on smoke and get on their head right now, but they over there probably talking about who knows.
Yeah, it get exhausting fussing with them for no and like they don't really want to keep it 100.
Well, I had been on their ass about Ling Ling. They don't even want to talk about Ling Ling.
Oh, Ling Ling ain't been up there since he proved he 135% human.
They don't even want to. They don't even want to talk about Ling Ling. I've been on their butt, dog. Pause. I've been on their case the last week. Like when is the funeral arrangement? Somebody always kick me out.
Yo, I was like, this fool said I forgot how all the numbers he said.
86%. And then he
Then he
said
said
something like
11.
30% or 35%. I said, wait a minute.
No, he
So
said
you
11. Then that put him
Yeah,
at
Ling
97.
Ling.
He only had 3% left. So then he was, I think, 18% something else. And I'm like, hold up. You 115? Oh, you 15 over. Then he went to 4% something else. Like, man, hold up, bro. How you 125%?
Yeah, just the fact that he 86% African. And for the longest, he was telling people he was Chinese and he was this and he was that. I was like, bro, you more African than the Africans. You need to shut up for real.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've been trying to get them to, they don't even smoke. He tried to divert the conversation immediately when I go in there. I'm like, when is the funeral, man? When is the
Yeah.
repast?
I don't think he been back. He ain't been back since.
Yeah, we need to get this man some fried chicken, some collard greens, some okra, and the whole family so they can.
Y'all crazy.
Yeah, I'm glad. Not a coincidence chopped that up because that video off smoke page. Like you
Oh
can't
yeah.
find it on smoke page, but you
No,
gonna
I
see page,
chopped it
you gonna
up.
find it. You did?
I
Okay,
chopped
yeah. Yeah, I knew one of y'all
I don't
did.
think
Yeah,
Nick got it.
yeah,
Oh,
I
no.
saw.
Nick got the whole video. He got the whole video.
Yeah, I saw it over here because that night I was confused. Not a coincidence was live, but I'm like, how are we on Smoke Channel? So he confused the shit out of me that night. But
yeah, he didn't do a live. He just shared the show on his platform, so you don't have to create a show with StreamYard. When you in it, you can hit a button and it'll do the show from there. So that's why when that video starts, it don't start from the beginning of Smoke Signal show. It starts right when, you know, a coincidence gets on the panel and shit get ugly.
Yeah.
I was confused that night. I was like, how the fuck?
That night, that's the same night with the Bison. That's the same night.
Real?
Cause Cujo on there. Cujo was on there.
Yeah, but I was on there when Cujo came on there. I was on there.
Was later on that night. This was later on early in the morning. When that
Hold on, Robert.
About the Bison.
Hold on, Robert Lee. Hold on. Let's just end this shit right now. Hold on.
Sean going to get that shit.
You think that somewhere in the conversation I had already come and gone?
Yeah, because I was on there when you was on there, Sean, because you was wilding on somebody. Then you dipped out.
On that Jamaican guy?
Yeah, then Cujo was, you know, Cujo be on their head immediately. Like he don't even he like instant popcorn, Jiffy Pop, you know, that Jiffy Pop. He right on your case.
So Robert Lee, how long was it before I left?
It was after you left, because you remember when you left when Nadi gave you that fake book talking about the 1300s and all that mess.
Yeah, I got the
that.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me see if y'all can y'all hear this?
Okay, well look, let's talk about that book.
Yeah.
It was
He first got me a lot. Now I gave him something to bust his head, and he's still over there crying.
Hey, the Aboriginals ain't supposed to handle
Say what, Robert?
NAC were gone.
Skip ahead.
Yeah, skip ahead. Go ahead. The only person that was up there was Cujo. I think Truth was up there, and Wild Savage.
Was that dumbass nigga Vino? Don't know.
I can't remember. Vino might have been up there at that time either, but it's closer to the end of the show. Play a little bit of it now.
Okay, hold on.
Smoke is right, bro. Look it up.
Bro,
almond milk is not a liquid, bro. Just
show
drink
me the
that
Native
shit.
American milk.
Stupid
One
fuck.
Native American country around milk.
But like you said already,
though.
We had to bring down
where did they get the milk?
We had
Bingo, he right on it.
Yeah, you right.
Yeah, hold up.
Think that's like a 1-0 because I'm at work.
Yeah, it's a big one up.
Okay, good.
I also got to tell your ass when you can go outside and play.
Hey, do you know?
Big one, bro.
Hey,
we
do
free
you know?
in the territory.
Hey, do you know?
Self-employed, bro.
Do you know that
Cujo, you be
that your
self-employed, bro.
ancestors didn't pronounce the word massa? Massa? They said massa. You get this from television.
Did you know?
Did you know that? No. Did you know that?
Your ancestors came
Did you know
over
that?
here, we beat the hell out of them.
Did you know that?
Did you know we put them motherfuckers on the cotton field?
Did you know that? Nah, come on, now you see here and talking no goddamn teenager like here, man.
Did you know that we gave your ancestors motherfucking rice?
What
we
rice?
gave them rice and shit.
What rice? What rice?
To keep your culture.
What rice? What rice?
Wild Indian rice.
Wild Indian rice. You see the word wild in the word, right?
Where you
Where
get
was
rice
that from? Where was the rice from?
America.
Where in America? It wasn't in Virginia.
Indigenous to America.
Where
we
was
grew
it
all
in
over
America? America's 3,000 miles from
We grew it all over America, sir.
Not in Virginia.
What crops did y'all have in Africa? Oh,
it ain't no y'all, and it ain't no no y'all.
You didn't really have none, did you?
They didn't have crops.
Y'all eat mosquito burgers.
They didn't have crops.
We wasn't eating mosquito burgers.
Hey, bro. Hey, look. Are you gonna lie to answer your question?
Y'all got milk and honey.
That's how you milk.
You see them bees?
Milk.
You see them? You see them cows?
Milk.
Hey,
where did they get milk from in America?
Bees pollinate.
What animal did they get milk from in America? What animal did they get milk from in America? What animal did they get milk?
Cow.
Where did they get milk in America?
Cow, nigga. Don't you see
There
that
weren't no
cow
damn
today?
cows over here, little boy.
What you mean it wasn't? Where they come
It
from
wasn't
then?
damn cows over
They
there.
wasn't in Africa?
There were cows in Africa.
They wasn't in Africa?
You're dumb for
What
saying
does
that.
that
We
have to
always
do
have
with there
both
being
You
cows
slow
here?
motherfucker.
I
always
said, where
have
Wasn't
did
both
no
they get the
animals
milk?
over there at
bro.
I
first.
We
said,
always
where
have
did they
both
get
We
the
had
milk?
to bring the
I
animals over
said,
there.
where did the milk?
We had to ship the
Where did
animals
they
over
get the
there,
milk?
nigga.
Where did they get the milk?
Y'all just had
Where did they get the milk? Where
mud.
did they get the milk?
You mud hut
Where
nigga,
did they get the
motherfucker.
milk?
You get back
White
on
boy.
your reservation.
Hey, white boy. Tell me where they got the milk from. Tell me, white boy.
African.
Tell me where they got
You
it from,
lost
white boy.
African. You're in Indian territory.
Where did they get the milk?
From America.
Where was the land of milk and honey? When you had no animal, there was no animal husbandry here. They got milk at all.
Land of milk and honey.
There was no milk though.
The
Where was
land of milk and honey.
Where was the milk?
They could have got it from bison, nigga.
They won't get the goddamn milk from the goddamn
America.
Hold on, you saying bison don't have milk?
They're mammals, asshole.
Yeah,
go. Mice got milk. So where they get it from?
Goats got milk. It's all got milk.
Motherfuckers
got milk. What you talking about?
All mammals have milk. What a mammal is.
So what the fuck? You stupid fuck, then they could have been had milk. That nigga just debunked himself. You stupid fuck. A goat, a goat, nigga, a goat, no milk, nigga, goat milk, nigga, bison, nigga, cow. Fuck, nigga, bring all
It was right now.
Here, bro.
What no fruit in that?
And give him this one.
He said, who was milking bison?
Who was milking bison?
Hey, listen, and for the cows.
Did y'all forget that y'all can make milk?
Yeah, that was wild, truth.
Did y'all forget y'all can
Bro,
they sell bison milk right now, you dumb fuck. They sell bison milk right now.
Did y'all forget y'all can make milk out of almonds and shit?
Yeah. This motherfucker said they sell bison milk right now. And then smoke almond milk. Motherfucker, we know how to make almond milk. But even still, they ain't making almond milk back then. Motherfuckers just now start making almond milk.
Yeah, they wasn't making no fucking almond milk in no 1500s. Come on, man. And the dude that said that, he the dumbest motherfucker.
This is the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, man. That live right there was so hilarious, bro. Like that show right there, that night, it got a lot of gems in it to be chopped up. Even Truth said milking the bison is wild. Like he couldn't co-sign that.
Now there's some stuff he won't co-sign.
Yeah.
But it ain't be some.
Oh, he flipped on the tossing this history on what's the name channel the other day. He called him the same thing I called him. Nigga, you lie all the time. We know you be lying, nigga. You got family every way. So we know you cap. I been put his card on that. Like, come on, bro.
Listen, you can't find a regular over there that's truthful.
That's why you can't.
When we go over there, we the ones beat them in the head. If we don't go over there, they'll have a whole kumbaya of pseudo information every night.
They love it.
That's wild.
Nah, they be praying on somebody to come over there and argue with them, but
I get tired, bro.
I
be exhausted. I be going late, be getting up, leaving out late, going to pick up. I can't do it at night.
I ain't gonna lie, I be mad. I can't do it because I be too mad. To hear other black people talk this crazy about black people and to sound this dumb and they blacker than me, I be pissed off. I ain't gonna lie.
Well,
This is crazy.
It just lets you know that we got a serious issue in our community, and it's been around for a while. You know,
I ain't never heard people talk this retarded in my life. Not where I'm from.
You know what's crazy? I remember when I was younger, like in middle school, and the little girls would be like, I ain't African. I'm Indian because of my hair. And they used to run with that back in in the 80s. Run hard with that. That identity crisis shit.
Yeah, I heard them say they mixed with Indian. I ain't never heard none of them say they were Indian.
Nah, shit. I heard them say I got Indian in my family.
I got
That's why
Indian in
I
my
got good
family.
hair. I got good hair. But they ain't telling you that they got that shit. They
From
got
that
that,
white ancestor.
or they getting that shit, that hot ass comb ring through their shit that burn their ear, burn that corner of their ear every morning.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They
That
ain't
hot
telling you
comb.
that. That
Oh yeah,
hot comb.
yeah. I already know. You know what I'm saying? I didn't shoot. I didn't witness them put that hot comb to their head.
Oh yeah, you smell that shit at 6 a.m, mama
Oh yeah.
doing my
Mhm.
sister hair
Ooh,
and nicked her ear.
sitting on the floor.
Yeah, got
Watch,
her head
watch
between her
the hair.
legs, and she done nicked her ear and got all that grease on the side of her neck. We know what time it is.
And see, they
Damn,
start complaining about
look
that.
what damn Hebrew said. Look what a Hebrew said. Look at this Hebrew dude. If you was to tell me that people were this ignorant, I wouldn't believe you.
He a Hebrew?
And he a Hebrew?
He's a Hebrew.
Oh, self-proclaimed
Look,
Hebrew.
and look. I told people about Alabama. They do not condone that shit Sachi was talking about. Every last one of them know they motherfucking people of African descent, bro. They ain't rocking with that.
Man, it's impossible to even have a conversation with that dude.
Yeah, Sati. Oh no, man.
Cause he
I
gonna
ain't gonna lie.
start yelling.
That nigga yelled so loud. That shit be so funny. You can't do nothing but laugh.
Yeah, but I aired his ass out one night. I aired his ass out because he pissed me off. And I don't even do debates. You know that, Shine. You won't even get me to do the debate because it ain't worth. Not with none of them. It ain't worth my time. I told him, motherfucker, you come with some evidence, I'll debate your ass tomorrow night.
Yeah, he pissed you off.
And he ain't said shit since. I told him I'll stop what the fuck I'm doing. Put the babies to bed at 8 o'clock to debate your ass. But you got to come with some evidence. And I clearly said on there, we're going to have fact checkers. Y'all got 2 fact checkers from y'all Aboriginal group. And I'm going to have Sean P. and not a coincidence or somebody over here that I trust on the information, going to fact check y'all information. And that's how we're going to determine who win the debate. But it's going to be some money put up.
That ain't how you. That's why you ain't get to debate.
Yeah, I ain't playing with that.
So you said my name and not a coincidence. So.
Well, I mean, I know y'all ain't gonna be on no bullshit with the information.
Yeah, but they, you know what I'm saying?
Listen, Sean. This is maybe I have a different perspective on debates because that's why I used to stop watching them on the other channel with with old boy and them because the information has to be backed up with facts.
Yeah.
We just pushing a well-dressed lie. Then what we doing right now? I just watched a 3-hour debate and the lie won the debate. I don't want to watch this stuff no more. That's just how I just got a bad. The entertainment part of it don't move me.
Yeah, it don't. It's about the information. That's what led me to Sean P. And a lot of the brothers in y'all crew, Sean. I mean, I don't know if y'all crew all together anymore, but that's how I found y'all.
Man, to be honest with you, Robert, when I first started watching Sean and them, I didn't like Sean. They was kicking me out because I was caught in the pseudo era, and I couldn't determine what was real information and what was fake. And then I started really buckling down because I was in that, I was stuck on that that Jabari. I was bent backwards on that one.
Now,
But then I
City
started
was my
really,
man. I like the City.
No Diddy.
Yeah, oh yeah, that part too.
But when he went against when Aunt pulled his card, because the first person I ever seen was the Real Black Atheist Show, and like that whole thing right there
made me start, you know what I'm saying, questioning a lot of stuff. And when I first heard that line of a well-organized lie defeat a disorganized truth,
yeah,
like that shit stuck in my head. And I started listening to a lot of stuff. And like I said, that's how I found Sean. And with the way Sean was beating up pseudos, shit, I gave him the crown. I ain't questioning nothing he said. I said to myself that he ain't finna lie about it. I could tell he ain't got a reason to lie about it.
Nah, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I ain't gonna do that. It's about the truth. And if something wrong, I don't mind correcting myself, bro, and providing like I was wrong about this, or this part was wrong. You know what I mean? Like you gotta have integrity when you're talking to people, bro, because people's hearts and minds and beliefs, and it's in this. Like, people are counting on you to get it right because they don't have the capacity to be able to invest certain time into that shit, bro. Like, and they don't know how to do that shit.
Yeah, Sean, that's where I gave you a different level of respect when I
exactly,
watched one of your
bro.
videos where you actually came back. You actually did a show about the information and pointed out where you had misunderstood the information. And that's when I was like, you know what? Ain't nobody doing that. I ain't seen nobody yet come back and say they was wrong about some information or they misunderstood the information and here's the correct information. I ain't seen nobody do that yet.
Well, it takes integrity, but it also takes a team, because your flaw. What people don't realize is that when the team, your flaws stand out, and they're able to check you on it. Like, well, how do you come to the conclusion? What data? They ask things that other people that's listening in on the show ain't thinking about. They just listening to the information, and if it feels good, they rock with it. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, really, that's all people do in the listening audience. If the shit sound good and move their spirit, they fucking with it. That's when I found out that ain't what the truth is.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is in the discomfort. It's in that moment that you feel like everything is being tested that you stood on. It's what make you uneasy, unsettled, and your stomach get to churning, and your emotions get to churning, and you ready to like rage out. You ready to crash out in a sense, verbally, because you can't believe what the fuck you hearing. Right? That's challenging where you are. Think about it. Everybody that we challenge the information on, we have had an altercation, a verbal altercation with these people.
That's right.
And ain't none of them went back to review any other shit that we provided to them that refutes the position that they take. But if we're battling each other, as an example, if we're battling each other and we might be wrong on a point and that information comes up, watch how quickly we would step back and then correct ourselves and accept this information. Well, I didn't have that. You know what I'm saying? Because we'll drop the ego because it's about the truth. Fuck who is telling the truth. We don't care if they white, Japanese, Chinese, Indian, blue, black, purple, or green. If it's the truth and it's backed by evidence, we're going to adhere to the evidence based on that being the best evidence we have for the conversation. And they don't want to do that. Like, motherfucker talking about they was milking bison. Easily, bro. If that's the case, if that's the case, pull up Native Americans milking bison. Just pull this shit up. Search for it.
I ain't waste my time doing it. Because I know it's some bullshit with that.
Bro, listen. How the fuck did they get the bison milk without the bison fucking their ass up?
That's what I'm saying. Bison ain't gonna let you get up on it, especially if it's a
They
young
gonna
bison around. The whole pack gonna run up on y'all.
exactly.
Them
You gotta
bison
shoot that. You gotta shoot that motherfucker.
Yeah, you ain't using no AR with it either.
You gotta bust that motherfucker down, bro. You gotta stab that motherfucker to death, and it's gotta be a group. So y'all held down a bison. Everybody grabbed the leg. Everybody got people on the head. The bison outnumbered. So you singled out the bison, got him outnumbered and trapped, and then you sit there and start squeezing her titties for me, and then you let her go on back going.
That's why I said I want to know that Native American name, because he the one went down the history.
He better than Tarzan.
We'll show y'all something.
Like they say, an extraordinary claim deserves what, Robert?
That's right.
That's a hell of an extraordinary claim right there.
Look what it say right here. Bisons are sacred to Native Americans, but each tribe has its own special relationship to them. So if they sacred, they ain't going to go get no milk from them. They're not. We can go look for it. Look, indigenous people use bison meat and fat for food, hides for clothing, footwear, and covering of lodges, bones for stone tools, and other parts of the bison for rope, thread, glue, or dyes. Along with the long-time use of bison for practical purposes, religious rituals and ceremonies also emerged. We hear milk come out of that shit.
Now, I was just about to say, where hold up? Where's the milking?
Yeah, because they basically saying they got to kill that bison to use the stuff that they need for that bison. They ain't talking about no live bison.
Correct.
They got to kill it.
Environmental historian Robert Morrissey writes in The People of the Ecotone that indigenous peoples in what is now Illinois ritualized running, a skill necessary for hunting bison. They developed coming-of-age ceremonies that tested the ability of the young people to run long distances as well as fast to prepare for bison hunting. Indigenous peoples in what we know Alberta, Canada, constructed shrines out of rocks to offer prayers to divine entities connected to bison hunting. They left offerings of tobacco or other items at the shrines during their seasonal hunts. Some of these rock shrines still exist and are viewed as sacred places. Man, they ain't talking about no drinking bison milk. Who drinking the bison milk?
Wild Savage. That's why his name Wild Savage.
I'm trying to figure out how to listen. For one, at some point, common sense got to kick in. You ain't holding no bison still and milking it.
No. Hell no.
It ain't domesticated like no cow. Look how big that motherfucker is.
Too big, bro.
Exactly. Just show a domesticated bison.
Yeah, show me somebody milking a bison today. Better yet. But I mean, listen, when you're on a panel and probably majority of the people on the panel ain't even make it out of middle school, and then Anton the one giving out all the information, what you expect out of that?
Yeah, he got from the Universal Commercial Code 207 number 395 UCC code.
This nigga crazy.
Then he gonna be your CPA with your taxes? Man, get out of here.
And then he gonna sign that lien holder spot, and now you good. Once you sign that lien holder spot, you good.
Yeah, Anton, you ain't You ain't gonna have me in jail for tax evasion, and I don't even know how you
Exactly.
get me fucked up. That ain't happening. Your social security number is when you sign your birth certificate, you get $100,000 back on your social. Man, shut up. Who you think you're talking to, man? You got that much money. Why you won't hear?
That's crazy.
But then the Jamaican get up here.
What's Jamaican? Naughty?
Like Super calling Naughty Dread.
The fake Jamaican.
He gives Sean, trying to give Sean some homework, right? Saying this book came dealing with the 1300s to the 1500s, which
1100s. 1100s.
Wait, he said what?
Yeah, 11.
About the Indian, about Africa
Yeah.
not being.
He's saying that they were trading along the West Indies since the 1100s, a documented trade, and it says it in the book that his people been here and been doing business. That's what he said.
He said this was Africa. The Americas was Africa. Didn't he say it in reverse or something like that, Sean?
Oh man, that nigga so much.
He tried to say it in reverse. So I was I'm waiting on the source to come up because I want to copy the link and look at it myself.
Nah, he gave me a book and said read the book.
Man, that man also said the CDC own the rights to everything.
What's the
he
CDC?
said the CDC got the patent. They own the patent rights to everything, or something like that. He said he pulled up some paperwork.
What's the CDC? Let's get to that. What is that?
The CDC.
CD or CV?
No, the CDC.
No, CDC. The CDC. Fauci now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they say he got Darvis going along with him, talking about the CDC. The CDC was out in the damn 1600s. They own the patents to everything.
In the 1600s?
In the 1600s.
Oh, yeah, he bugging.
Like I tell them, man, y'all make our people look so bad. Like, damn, don't do this shit this month.
Wait, in the 1600s?
In the 1600s.
He said they were getting pat. Oh, wow. Man, drugs is a terrible thing to the mind.
And then, they don't never offer no explanation or give you no clue. They go look it up. Look it up. Look it up.
But they find see what they're doing, Robert. They scour the internet looking for any source that goes against, the tons of source to back up a claim.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep telling them, anybody can post that don't make that a valid source.
Yeah, a lot of times they didn't put it together and post it. That's why the only person that can find the link be them.
Yeah, but even if they find a link and they put it in there, right? Anybody can make up any claim and post it on the internet. Anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Sean can go tomorrow and say chickens came from the moon and do a whole write-up on that and post it somewhere online. That don't make it true. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what's up? Who is Cyber? What's up?
What's happening? What up, bro? How you living, man?
Well, good. I'm cool, bro. What's good with you?
What up, though?
Man,
peace, fam.
Hope everybody doing all right, man. I know I've been gone for a little minute, but I'm hearing some
Yeah, Gully,
claims I ain't
tripping.
heard in a while.
Yeah, man. Thugging.
Yeah,
Paul Cuffy created Sierra Leone.
Paul Cuffy created Sierra Leone.
When he clearly said he went to Sierra Leone.
Right. And then I just heard the city has the patents for everything. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Gullas.
CDC owns all the patents
And
Yeah.
bison
and
milk is what they was drinking
Bison.
with Frosted Flakes in the 1600s.
wow, they were putting bison milk in the frosted flakes. Oh man. That probably where that two spirit shit come from. And to milk a bison, bro. I ain't that's they don't even sell bison milk commercially. I know y'all was going over a little bit. I caught a little bit of that, but yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh man, they
Now I
putting this
did
stuff out of their hand now.
I did have a bison burger when I was in South Dakota. They ain't no joke, but
Yeah, you gotta keep the bison.
you said
They
what?
ain't milking it. They killing it. They ain't milking it. They killing it.
Yeah, they
Yeah, they
killing it.
killing it.
They ain't milking it because it's gonna kill you at that point.
Facts. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Crazy wild.
Wow, man.
I'm really curious on why they haven't had this ceremony for Ling Ling yet. I went and bought me a mask at the dollar store for Ling Ling.
Yeah.
What happened with Ling Ling? What happened? He had a debate or
What
something?
you mean?
He
What you
DOA?
mean?
What happened?
He told us what his DNA said.
Listen, I was at the dollar store with my daughter getting some stuff for her school project. I said, I know that's not a red mask I see over there, 3 in the pack for 89 cents. I
Not
said,
three the tech phase. He got the black man mask.
so my
Word, the handyman one, like
listen,
word.
and my
That's
daughter like, Dad,
crazy.
what you doing? I said, baby, listen, just get your supplies for your project. I got to buy this dollar
He
pack.
wore that shit. He came on there. He was on the live with that shit on his face. I like, look at this motherfucking crazy ass.
Yeah.
God, I
Real
couldn't help
quick,
myself, dog.
so I can get caught up. What was the DNA results? I think I caught a glimpse of it or
80,
something. I did a
86% African.
Oh yeah, the nigga couldn't do no math because not a
Yeah.
coincidence was like, bro, that's over 100%.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
remember that. I remember that. I remember that. Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
the funniest shit was coming to my mind when Nada kept asking him to add it up. I wanted to say 21 so bad. I wanted to come in and be like 21, 21. You, but but I was around some people I couldn't get on there right away.
Yo, that's
It was
wild.
some like real basic math too, like just count to 11 in your head type. It was something real. It wasn't nothing
Yeah, it
hard.
was
So it wasn't no
86
rock.
plus 11. He started
Yeah, it was
talking
something
about
like that. I
80,
was like, yo,
87, 88, 89. I was like,
he
oh
over there
my
on his
God.
fingers. Yeah, bro. He over there using his fingers.
But
I said, oh
think
man.
about how long Ling Ling was pushing that he wasn't African. He
Word.
been pushing it
For a long time, bro.
at least 3 years since I first saw him.
He ain't
He
Yeah.
been doing
nothing African.
Yeah, when I first saw him with that mask on that other channel, I'm like, oh, hold, who, what's going on right now? And he never said he was African. I think he said he was some like Vietnamese and some other stuff. And I'm like, oh,
Niggas done found his sister and everything, bro. Yeah, he done had a bad couple years, man. He just go ahead and hang up his jersey, bro.
Yeah.
Just
he
go ahead
more
and put the
African.
moccasins up on the damn telephone pole, man. It's a wrap.
And then,
I'm quite sure Sam Kufa didn't kick him out the tribe now. They didn't
and
took his
then he
property.
did the debate.
There's an Abo named Sankofa.
Yeah. The
Get the fuck
Yamasi
out of here.
chief.
this shit getting crazier and crazier.
Hold on. The Yamasee from South Carolina or something. Where he
I think
claiming?
they from Yamasi. They Yamasi. I don't think they Yamasi. Well, they claim they the same, but I'm from South
Oh
Carolina, and I'm
shit.
here to tell you they ain't what they say they is. But to go
What
along
part
with
of
the
South you from, Bo?
conversation, what part?
Yeah, what part of South Carolina you from, Bo?
Marlboro.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. I'm from Georgetown.
Okay, that's what's up, fam. I got family down there.
Already, yes, sir, man.
You know any Panos?
Not.
Say it again.
Your mic messed up.
Oh, my fault. I said, yeah, I can't recall on top of my head right now.
Okay.
Man, the only time I go to South Carolina is to Black Bike Week, and I stopped going a while ago.
Yeah, it been watered
Yeah,
down
that
since
shit
I've
ain't
been in high
nothing like
school,
how
bro.
it was back in 2000 of it, back in the
Yeah, you
like the
got the
90s and
motherfucking
shit.
well buffaloes coming through there trying to get down.
Not the
Yeah.
whale buffalo, yo. I'm done.
I'm telling you, you be riding down the street, your tire look like it's on a flat. Like, nah, I'm not doing that.
Buddy said a whale, but I'm done, bro. Oh man.
Man, I'll never forget. Not to change the subject. One Myrtle Beach, man, I pull up on my brother about 4 in the morning. Me and this girl, we laughing. We like, damn, who on the back of that motorcycle? Look at that. Look at that heavyweight on the back of that bike. And I'm looking like, this bike got Michigan tags on it. Who is this? Man, I creep up on this, my oldest brother, man. We fell out laughing. I said, bro, you can't ever tell me nothing crazy ever again. You done. Like,
You had one
man,
of them back there.
bro,
It was one of them.
listen, he was on a booster. You know how big a high booster is.
Yeah.
The chick swallowing the bike. You can't even see the tail section. I'm like, yo, baby girl, this a
All you
heavy.
see is thighs.
This a super heavyweight on the back of this. This the ideal big back on the back of a bike.
Stop, bro.
As I got close, I'm like, this motherfucker got Michigan tags on it. Who is this? I pull up on my brother. He put his head down like, bruh, just keep it between me and you. I'm like, bro, the homeboys pulling up. They right behind us. So you done.
Oh man.
That was the funniest shit ever.
Yeah.
It was at
Hey.
Big Bag Mountain.
With no man down here, man, we got one of the only black beaches that exists.
Yeah, you
Atlantic
got.
Beach.
Yeah,
Atlantic Beach, you got McKenzie. Shit, yeah, man. Mosquito. People don't know about Mosquito.
I ain't never even heard of Mosquito or Mackenzie.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and then the crazy part about it, I didn't realize how iconic Atlantic. I didn't, you don't even realize. You think the beach is, the party is on the south side where all the hotels at. And then one guy was like, "Hell no,
That shit Atlantic Beach.
the party
Yeah,
is
Atlantic Beach
Atlantic
where it
Beach."
at. Yeah, that North Myrtle,
Yeah,
North
North.
Myrtle is straight tourist shit, bro. Whole bunch of
Good.
yeah,
Well,
yeah, that
we
shit.
coming from Detroit. We don't know. The first year we
Yeah,
went,
I
we didn't
feel
know.
you.
And then it was
Mm-hmm.
an old guy on a raggedy ass gold wing. He was like, "Man, follow me."
Take you to
He
the
took us.
promised land, ain't it?
He took us down there, and I lost my motherfucking mind.
Whole bunch of bonky. Hell yeah, a whole bunch of bonky. I already know. Mm-hmm.
Dude, I lost my rapid ass mind down there. I was like, "Yo, fuck that other side.
There
This
you
where the
go.
shit is."
Yeah, Myrtle
Mm-hmm.
Beach, you going to jail. But shit.
Man, don't even say that, bro. You know how much money I spent getting out of jail?
Yeah, I'm telling you, yo, Myrtle Beach, hell, man. You going to
Yeah, it's
jail
one of
down that
them.
bitch.
Yeah, you get go down there slipping on some, not paying attention, and yeah, you
Man,
get
Yeah.
fucked around.
the first year was straight, but that second year, man, I probably spent about $12,000 getting out of jail
I
that week.
believe.
That whole week, they was locking you up for everything. Simple shit.
Oh
Taking off,
yeah,
taking off from the light, you rev your shit. The next light, they got your ass around.
they be on bike, horseback, pickup truck. Yeah,
Golf carts,
yep,
and then
them
they
too.
handcuff you and take you behind the building. You go behind the building, it's 100 motherfuckers sitting back there. Handcuffed.
Like dang.
Go to jail. They wait on you to come in there. Bond 2,500.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
After a couple summers of that, I told them I ain't giving them my money no more. I ain't going.
Yeah, I used to just, after it got so crazy, I quit staying down there during Black Week. Because it ain't nothing like I live an hour away. Shit. I stay up all night or crash somewhere else and or drive back home.
Mm-hmm.
Just one worth spending all the money.
Man, listen, they got me to the point one year. I told them I ain't stopping no more. They're going to have to come on with it to get me. I took them down through the Conway Loop one night.
You took her
Oh,
down the Conway.
dog, they was on me. They was on them BMWs. And I was on my Booster. And I didn't realize how fast them BMWs was. I'm like, damn, I've been cranking on this joker. He's still with me. So I got something for him. I jump on this Conway Loop. He gonna have to be a big dog to keep up with me down through here. That was my last year going.
Yeah, you were right there with you.
I can't go to jail. Cost too much. That was my last year. Then my homeboy went the next year. He said, "Man, the big girls done took over."
They did.
Not too much of the big girls, man. They gonna fuck around, cancel your ass, bro.
It damn sure is, bro.
Hell yeah, bro. Don't be. Yeah, man.
I can't do it.
They holding it down, bro.
Oh yeah, they holding it down all right.
Cause lately it's the goddamn little. Never mind. But there's a lot of ones that's goddamn on that pseudo shit. The big girls holding it down for the real ones. For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them ain't going for that bullshit.
Yeah, I'm straight.
The one that
If your draw is bigger than mine, I'm not interested.
this nigga.
You look at a drawer, her shit
This
at
nigga
48.
here.
You open the drawer, her shit at 48. You still in the 30s. No, I'm straight.
Bro.
I'm straight.
I fuck with you, Willie. Willie, you some hell,
She damn
bro.
near 50. She damn near 50 in the waist. You a 30. You a 36. No, I'm straight. I'm good.
What up,
I'm
brother?
good. No disrespect to anybody got a big girl. Listen, I ain't disrespect this none of y'all. Just my preference.
And then we see his woman, and she 250.
Shit, you a motherfucking lie. Shit.
Come on, bro.
She better be 250 with twins up in her.
Look at this right here. Look who show up.
Man,
4 hours.
I text Sean.
5 hours. I done pulled up for him. What's up, man?
I text now.
What's good? What's good?
Well over 2 hours.
What's going on, y'all?
Listen,
I
Hey,
text
yo. Hey, Nat, guess what?
What happened?
Nigga said Paul Cuffey created Sierra Leone, nigga.
I caught the end of that. I was watching for a little bit. That's A-Town.
I
They
knew
always be saying crazy shit like that. I had to show them that Sierra
I
Leone
never
been
heard
around. I showed them a map in the 1400s with Sierra Leone. Like,
I never heard a nigga say that before, bro.
man, them niggas is crazy. I'm surprised you got A-Town over here, though. I know you beat him up. I caught the end of it when he was leaving, though.
I wasn't trying to be too mean.
Man, Sean was being a sucker tonight. Talking about he caught him on a good night. I was
I was
texting
trying
the
to
fuck out of you. Now, Quincy, I was texting the fuck out of you. Get your ass on Sean page.
I know, yeah. Willie told me. I didn't even know you was live.
Yeah, I
Whoa.
was nice, bro. I was being nice.
He in a good mood tonight. I'm like, dog, what the fuck wrong with? And I'm sitting at the dinner table with my in-laws. I'm like, dog, I got my earpods and I'm like, he lucky I can't hit this motherfucking link to get on here.
I was being nice, bro.
He brought up the because I did go back a little bit. He brought up the Civil Rights Act too.
I'm tired.
Yeah, he brought up
How you
the
do
civil.
that?
Look at myself.
Ah, shit.
Hold on, I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'm listening. I'll be right back. But he brought up the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah. It's 1968. Trying to say he the Indians.
Wait, I didn't hear that part, Sean. What was that about?
Yeah, he brought up the civil rights, bro.
That was that Lyndon B. Johnson joint, right?
Yeah, he tried to.
That one up.
Yep. That's why you sent. Yeah, I played that because basically when he said that he was the Indians, then I said it don't matter what Lyndon says. If he says the Negro, he ain't talking about you. You just gave up your right to be who Lyndon was talking about because he didn't even say the natives. He'll say all Americans before he say Native Americans. So yeah, he fulfilled that shit. His right to being able to do that was out the window at that point.
You did have a question that you ain't get a chance to ask him though, which I am curious as far as the how that came about too. You was gonna ask him how'd he come across your page. You figure them niggas
Yeah, I
probably
was trying. Yeah, I was trying.
you were trying to get some stripes. They sent him on a dummy mission, bro. They sent him to try to go get some stripes, man. He come back all beat it up, bandaged and shit on a damn stretcher. That shit wild.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
no. But Sean, Anton know about your page because we was over on Smoke Channel beefing about. He had heard me say something on here, and he tried to try to call me out on Smoke. I'm like, dog, hold up. You can't never question nothing I'm saying because I ain't on the pseudo bullshit. And he was like, yeah, I heard you over on Shine say this. So he been knowed about your page. This ain't no. He ain't slide
but
over here by mistake.
he
I
ain't
would
got
have
no
called him
integrity.
some coke nuke, bro. Why he ain't addressed it when he was on the page instead of waiting to go to somewhere else and then bring it up? That shit wild. Go step to it right then and there. That's how I feel anyway. But
Yeah, he done said something to me a couple times. He done heard me over on like Q Butter's page and tried to say something slick to me about because I was on Lance Head one day about Earth being a pyramid. I'm like, dog,
well,
what
yeah, you
y'all?
know, Lance a weirdo. That pyramid Earth
Man,
shit.
he beyond a weirdo. But he just unfortunately he from Detroit. So
Oh yeah, yeah. I feel you.
so I'm like, bro. And then he went to the high school that my high school rival. He was trying to say, oh, I'm like, yeah, we used to come there and beat y'all heads off y'all shoulders and take y'all varsities. Get up out of here with that.
Yeah, ain't nobody believe what Lance say. He a pseudo ass nurse. Ain't nobody
Man, we
for
used to take their varsities and wear them back up to the school the next day.
him.
Like, y'all get up out of here with that. But me and him was going at it on Q channel one night. And then I went over to Smokes because I just, at some point I gotta say it's I ain't gaining no traction with this. And I went over to Smokes and Anton called us. I'll challenge you on this. I'm like, bro, you just heard me argue with this dude for 2 hours, and you want to argue for 2 hours? I ain't got the energy. It ain't gonna happen.
Shit, wow. Hey, yo, next, Sean played a video you did about the African American sermon, bro. I missed that one, bro. Good shit, man. That thing was tough.
Yeah, that John old, bro.
Now he need to play that Ling Ling part. Sean, you playing right now?
Like, bro, that
Trying to
just the
spell
Oh
voice
yeah,
it.
alone, you got to be in a certain head mindset.
yo,
Man,
Gunna, good looking. I did that video a while ago.
Sean
4
need to
years
put
or
that
something like that.
video.
He said, yeah, 4 years,
Yeah.
3, something
Sean need
like
to put
that.
that video in a loop with 21 in there, man. And
Oh, the one with Ling Ling, right?
that shit would be
Yeah,
so fucking
depending on
funny.
what month, probably 5 years. Depending on what month it dropped, it's
Yeah, that
about
shit was a
going on
minute
5
ago.
now. Mm-hmm.
You put that with that little dude to
Put
my
that bitch on loop.
21. That shit'll be
Bro,
fuck.
yeah, Ling
Nigga was
is
80 something percent African. He had that Asian shit, right? And the
Hella.
Orient or whatever the fuck it is.
And Chinese. He got Chinese.
Hey, I was on the fucking floor and not a coincidence asked
still
that
want
shit.
to see a breakdown though.
He said,
I still think he's lying, about some of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even gonna lie. I was on the fucking floor and not a coincidence. Say, hey man,
I
do the
mean,
fucking math, man. How you
Yeah,
over
and
100?
he say
that
he
part.
gullible
That
though.
shit had me done.
That
Said he
shit
was
had
gullible.
the floor.
Nah, he
He
said
said
he
he was
gullible.
gullible. Oh yeah, he did give he said he was PD, low country. It was something like that in his early African American
Yeah,
civilization shit.
cause
I
uh,
remember that.
cause 23 and Me attacked into like
A
genetic
community.
groups. Yeah,
Yeah.
genetic groups and community. Yeah, they attached him to that. Like, which I
Yeah,
seen like
I
for me,
remember that shit.
bonds. They put me in like actually where my peoples is from, like Hancock, Macon, Georgia. It's crazy, like how accurate they is. You know what I'm saying?
That shit wild, right?
Yeah. So that nigga African,
Yeah,
and
from
Oh,
a
they,
they
they
little
even
nigga like
matched him
me.
up. They even matched him up with the Igbo.
Mm.
So yeah,
he
Ling
try to
Ling
avoid
need to stop playing. Yeah, they try to read it different than what it actually say. Like,
But you know the
that's
Igbo
why
be doing that.
I wanted
My fault. Go ahead.
I wanted him to show it.
Yeah, 'cause he probably was just goddamn bullshit with the numbers too, for sure.
If if he show it, that's a death wish.
He did something to admit he was that percentage of African though. Like
Yeah, but 87 is crazy. Just you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's high percentage. That's a real high percentage.
That got me curious as far as the when the what it was the Chinese you said came into play. Was that like his
That's
grandparents
his,
or
but
something?
no, but that's his grandparents, so it would add up. Like
Yeah.
it would definitely add up.
He said his grandparents Chinese.
I think like he had a grandparent that's like half Chinese or something. So a great grand, like he probably got two whole great grandparents that's Chinese or something like that. But it's only 11%, and I think it comes from his great grandparents. So it goes right with what he be saying.
Mm-hmm. I'm a
That's
fucking
wild.
nigga like everybody else. Probably had a military parent or son that got there, smashed on the little chick where he was over in Korea, wherever the fuck he was at, China, whatever the fuck. But everybody got a cousin like that.
Yeah, well, it ain't Bruce Lee. It's Bruce Leroy now.
That part. Bruce Lingroy. Bruce Lingroy. God damn.
Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee, boy. Yo, that's crazy. We can't hide from that shit. I want to see his shit though, bro, because if we see his shit, we can kind of weed out his confusion and kind of help
Nah,
him understand it.
yeah, because I feel like Willie now. He said, he got a certain spot for land because of Detroit shit. And he claiming something now. Ling talking about some PD shit. I'm like, God damn, you right in my backyard. God damn, you little weird ass. Fuck.
My motherfucking mask at. What the? Where's that motherfucker?
You got two kind of mess. You got the shiesty, then you got the ling ling.
The Ling was crazy.
Word, Rich got his own mask and everything. That's wild. He done took Blank Man shit, bro. Niggas don't even know about Damon Wayans and shit. Mm.
Oh yeah, here this motherfucker go. Hold on.
You got him from where? The dollar store?
From the Dollar General.
Yeah, $1.25, whatever the fuck.
Fucking Ling up when I catch his ass.
Same place he got his shit from too, probably.
We beefing.
that nigga ran up on them shits one day and said, "Oh yeah, this a rap. This gonna give him my persona. I'm about to fuck him up on YouTube."
Man, my daughter was bugging in the store like, "What you need that for, Daddy?" I'm like, "You have no idea."
Even a kid, no, that's a damn fool.
Word, like what would make somebody like? I wonder what made him convince him to do that.
That nigga was watching fucking DJ Vlad or the Breakfast Club and saw fucking one of them rappers or whatever the fuck called that black.
Man, when I first saw that motherfucker, I said, "This motherfucker got a map. It ain't even a legit. It's like he cut a sock up
Had
and
that
put
blank
that shit on
man.
his
That
face."
motherfucker had his grandma's sweater and cut that bit right on out.
Man, that shit had me. I said, "This motherfucker on a big platform," because I think it was him, Big Juicy, Big Juicy, and Smoke was all had their cameras on.
Big Juicy.
I was on the fucking floor laughing, darling. This motherfucker got a
I don't
mask on. Big Juicy is a code name. Sean didn't know who I'm talking
I
about.
remember.
Yeah, I was in
I've
remember
been
I was in
gone
the
for a little minute, but I remember.
Gullah.
I said that name.
We was in the chat rolling one day when I
I
told you who Big
remember.
Juicy was.
I remember.
Smoke
I remember
signal,
that one
baby.
video. That bitch got them on the damn couch. I mean, I ain't mean to call it
You
that, my
say what,
fault.
Sean?
Smoke signal, old lady.
No,
Seemed
Big
like
Juicy.
it.
No, Big Juicy comes straight out of Connecticut.
She got that low key. She kind of like community. Never
She
mind.
got she got. I don't know if y'all ever seen the first Venom with the first Venom movie with what's the black guy do the martial arts? His name is
Oh,
Jaleel White.
Michael J. White.
John
Yeah, Michael
White.
J.
Yeah, Michael
Yeah,
J.
I know
White.
what you're talking about. It
Have
wasn't
y'all ever
called Venom. It
have
was
y'all ever
called
seen that first Venom?
yeah.
It's a character in there, a little fat, roly poly looking motherfucker. His voice is fucked up. Y'all ever heard him talk? He be like,
Yeah, I know you're talking about. I remember the movie.
Venom, you gotta go over there.
Yeah,
Sister
she
Bethy,
always reminded me of like a female Jada Kiss.
when I first heard Sister Bethy, I said she got to smoke at least 2 packs of Newports or
Yeah,
some Winston's or something.
Nah, she smoked Salem's, bro.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say she smoked some Salem's or some Winston Longs or something, some Viceroys or some strong shit. Ain't no way this her
Cools. She smoked Cools or some shit.
some Viceroys. You ain't
Cause
never seen.
she wanted her money back for that from that debate for a pack of cigarettes, and they went up about $10 or something like that. So yeah, she
Yeah,
she
she
went
was
right back
clown.
to Selma Lamb.
She smoked the cigarettes that ain't got no filter on the back of the motherfucker. You straight tobacco going out of
Her butts looked like joint roaches in the goddamn ashtray.
there.
Yeah, that's wild. But
I
yeah,
heard her talking. I was like, yo, y'all hear her voice? She might be the next female raspy rapper.
that's what I'm saying, bro. She gonna get signed to the locks.
Jadakiss.
That's what I'm saying.
You see, Shauna got quiet.
Nah, bro. Nah. I'm listening to y'all because I'm trying to find out who Big Juicy is. I don't know who this
You
is.
know,
I
Big
bet I
Juicy, man.
I'm
don't mean
telling you,
business.
listen, me and Gullah for like 2 weeks straight, we was clowning.
Cause ain't no way in hell you sound like that, look like that, and be trying to come off like that. But at the same time, in they little Abo community, motherfucker, she very active.
Oh yeah, she
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 was them Abo cougar.
nah,
What they be saying.
she was over on Ali channel for like 4 months straight every day. Every time he went live, she was in there. And I
Ali,
just
who the nigga from Philly?
brother
Muhammad Ali, Ali Muhammad, whatever the
Ali
fuck.
Muhammad.
Yeah.
And listen, don't get it twisted. I used to be dead, following the information until this whole Aboriginal shit jumped up.
Man, when that
And
nigga told you he had some goddamn medical equipment, it's a wrap.
it-
The damn pills, the web page, man, bro.
that
He
motherfucker
got right
said
up out of Philly.
he can cure. I'm like, what, man? Come on, bro. But when him and Not a Coincidence was going at it about the slave ship records, and he
Yeah.
didn't show the whole page of the. I unsubscribed, blocked him, everything. I'm like, Doug, I'm
Oh,
not gonna.
word. That was recent too, bro. Yeah,
Yeah,
man. Not a see, not to my
Who was you
friend.
talking about? Who was you talking about?
Remember when
I,
Ali Muhammad was talking about the was it
Oh
the White
yeah,
Lion, the 1619
yeah.
ship, the White Lion,
The
and
white
he had
line.
right.
yeah.
And Not a Coincidence was like, bro, you didn't even show the whole thing. You showed the part of it. And if you scroll down two more sections, it showed the ship, it showed the cargo, it showed everything. And I'm like, bro, when you do shit like that, that's like high level disingenuous shit to me. I threw with
Yeah,
him.
they hide it
Yeah.
in plain sight. Oh no, you talking about the John Hawkins? I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I was
The John
through with him.
Hawkins when he pulled out the book, he went to the book and everything. He just never kept reading. They give
Yeah, I
you all
was
the details of how many Africans they got, where they went, how long it took to get there, how long it took to get to America. They gave all the details. He's talking about it. Don't say nothing.
yeah, I was through with him. And I remember when he started going into that Aboriginal for president and all, and I wasn't paying all that shit that much attention. But
He
when
made
the
a
shit
whole
hit the
little
fan,
fake tribe.
yeah, when the shit hit the fan, I'm like, dog, you just as pseudo as all them other
Everybody
cats.
else. Hell yeah.
And I still want to know who took one of his DNA tests. He says he did DNA tests.
But he only got
He
one
got
person.
his. I don't know whoever. I never found the person who took it.
Yeah, that's he on the same level as that dude Mike TV that say he doing it. I'm like, what man? Who would give y'all they money like that? I'm not giving y'all $250 of my money for you to make some shit up on me. I'm the kind of
Oh no, Mike just want 50. You get him 50, he
Oh
got
no,
you.
he doing genealogy. Yeah,
man. Listen,
He just want 50.
man,
50.
Yeah, he
He
running
gonna link you
special.
to a tribe for
man,
fifty
that
dollars.
that 50
Yo,
bucks
that,
gonna
Yo, that's some crackhead shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
$50 gonna be like $5 million to me when you pull some bullshit on me like that. I'm gonna be trying to get over there where you at.
Yo, give me $50. Look at you, man. Yeah, bro. You trying to pay rent? Fuck out of here, nigga.
Yeah, I can't do that, bro.
That the hustle though, man. Do somebody genealogy. Don't know no proper methodology or nothing. They slow as fuck. Don't know no better. So
But
using the
somebody on
receipts.
Smoke Channel say they do genealogy. They just said it the other night. I was on there, and he was like, "I do your real
Everybody,
genealogy."
bro. Everybody and their grandmama do genealogy since like COVID. Everybody and their mama is a self-proclaimed genealogist.
Who the fuck told me they do genealogy?
Except OTK. OTK
And when
ain't.
you
He
talk to
done
them,
with
don't got
genealogy.
no grounding in history or no proper methodology. So it's like, how the fuck is you doing genealogy if you don't even got methodology?
OTK hate the word genealogy. What you
He
talking
hate
about?
it.
I can't wait to meet him. Cause he in South Cac, I think, Mount Pleasant or somewhere. Somebody told me.
He
You
in
where?
Ghost Creek.
Ghost. Oh, see, okay, bet right off 17. See, that's what I'm saying.
Yep, it definitely is.
Yeah, ain't no Africans come to South Carolina.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But at the yo,
Hey,
the International African American Museum, bro. Everybody, fucking all y'all, man, go to that motherfucker,
go you
bro.
for real.
Go, please, bro. And make it a whole weekend type thing, bro. It's not 3-4 day weekend or whatever the fuck, you know. Like,
Man,
check out some maritime museums, the Avery Research Center, bro. Like, you can make this thing a one-stop shop and get your issue on any kind of talking point. That ass, bro. But yeah, them slave ships and everything is down there for
man,
sure.
we got a serious museum over in Detroit, the Charles H. Wright Museum. Thought they got so much African American and African information in there. You can't
Yeah,
go just one day.
cause
You
some
got to
of the
make it.
early founders, you know, y'all got a deep, y'all got a deep black history, bro. For as far as free blacks too.
Oh,
I
man,
mean,
listen,
them outro.
we got like three museums right across the street from each other. We got the Detroit Institute of Arts. I had sent Sean some photos of me in there because they got the world's largest African mask museum in there. It's the
Mm-hmm.
largest African mask museum in the world
Oh, that's dope.
in the Detroit Institute of Art. But then right across the street, you got the Charles H. Wright African American Museum. Oh, they got so much shit in there. There's like 5 floors of shit. Like
Mm.
it's like being in a mall.
Mm.
And I took my daughter there because we get in for free because she's a student, in a school here. If you're a student in any school district, you get in for free.
Oh, you gotta show your school ID? That's dope.
She ain't even got to do that. They know she in school. She 9 years old, so they ain't even question,
Okay.
what school she in. So we walk in and she like, Dad, we gonna be here all day.
Nah, yeah. Yeah.
So
And then you gotta go make multiple trips, like the museum in DC, the National African American History Museum. I done been a good 7 times and I still find new shit, bro. You know? Like you can't microwave it. And at the same time, there's so much little nuances and details that you might just overlook. Like I probably got the whole damn thing on my phone, just in different videos and pictures and shit. You feel me? Like, but
yeah, they
yeah.
got a museum in Chicago. I think it's called the Asian American Museum. You go in there, and there's more African stuff in it than it is Asian.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my homeboy, he live over there. He told me, he said, man, you come over here and go to this Joker. You can't go home till Monday.
So much stuff. Yeah, man.
He said
And then you come.
they got it hid as an Asian American museum.
Hey, I'm gonna drop down right quick, fellas. I need to make a phone call.
All right,
All right,
man.
all right.
Cool, Brody.
I think not a coincidence. And might have another grandbaby because he ain't been alive in a minute, man. I gave up hope.
Grandbaby, now you got another one cooking.
Yeah,
Nah,
he like a double. he like
nah. I only got one. I bet I only got one right now. That's all I know, bro. But nah, bro, just
You got
between
another one
working
cooking.
and nah, I don't. She better not. They said you might be pregnant because I don't go live no more. No, we didn't just say that. Get out of here. You is not pregnant. See, y'all trying to jinx me.
I mean, no, bro, it's that gullah shit, man. You gotta
Man,
get that
listen,
big, bro.
have as many grandbabies as you can, bro. That's that's you. I ain't a
Nah, I
grandbaby.
just by the time I be getting home from work and dealing with the family and my girl, I just don't even be having the energy. I mean, I gotta force myself to do it. Word, because
I
in
feel
one
you,
day
bro.
turn into a
I know
month
how
after
that
a
shit
while.
is.
But I'm coming back though. I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah,
Word.
my
He coming back.
yeah, cause Sean roasted you a couple times when he went
He
like he was
coming.
like, man, not a coincidence, dead, man. He ain't going
Yo,
live.
Sean, don't be doing that shit, Sean. Sean will turn on you quick. I'll tell you, he'll turn on you quick.
You see how what's her name? Melanated did you, bro? Called you the Abo apologist.
Oh yeah, I
That
was in
they
the chat.
blur some shit,
Mm.
yeah.
Hey Sean, I was in the chat. I was in the chat laughing so hard. Dog, you had me. Oh,
Not a
What he said?
what she say? Cash App Hot Boys not a secret.
She said $10.
You heard it on the replay. Say everybody cash app 10.
Y'all heard he said everybody cash that
Yeah.
$10.
Everybody cash app 10.
What?
The hustle.
Don't listen to her. What? Yeah, I put some in
yeah, that shit
She
was
know how
funny
it
when
go
you
though. That's what
said
the elbow do. The pay-per-view lives and shit.
when you
Word.
said Melody Goddess was the Abba apologist, and she went straight to Nautica and said, "No, he be the one over on Smoke Channel." I was like,
Yeah, she stay.
"Oh."
They straight trying to come at me.
Hey, she did not want to take the responsibility for that shit. She said,
Man,
"Go,
she
fuck
Sean.
you.
Coincidence, Sean.
she
Gotta
You're
wasn't
trying
protect
to
trying
the
to
make
hear
me
protect
that
the
shit.
elbows and shit, man.
you're trying to make me come out of character." He was
It
pissed,
just
boy.
seemed
I had,
like with them, it just be harder to even have a conversation with them. Like, 'cause they just deny everything. They don't give a fuck
yeah.
about what type of evidence, where it come from. They,
That's why since day one, that's how I tip my hat off to you. I ain't got the patience, bro. I ain't got the fucking patience. Fuck them niggas.
Gullah, they done motherfucking knocked not a coincidence off his square a couple times. It's been a
Oh, I
couple
already know. But he
couple
got that
nights
never
long
that.
ass fuse.
I
Pause
done
like
had
that.
the
That
shit on
motherfucker
listening. I
goddamn
hear
got some
motherfucking
patience.
not a coincidence calling motherfucker out his name, call him a bitch and a hoe.
Yeah.
I'm like, they got my
Yeah.
dog off
Show,
Cause
the
they
show.
so
me
damn
the, show me
disrespectful.
the
It'll have
Indians.
you fucked up
Show me the.
sometimes.
Can y'all show me the Indians in this picture?
You know what?
Indians. Oh.
Yeah, show me. Y'all show me.
That's the signing of the 1968?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And
Yeah.
back there, right there, is Dr. King. He comes forward when Lyndon B. Johnson looks back and asks for him because he
Negro.
gives him a pin during the signing, and they take the picture and all of that. Right? It's all on video. So I'm trying to figure out, right, what is the representation of the Native American people?
Nah, brother, this
Maybe
1968. Gotta
dude
show me a
right there
color
to the left
photo.
with the glasses on. He black though. His name is I know his name too. I'm trying to think of his.
Yeah, and for them to even try to use that, they couldn't have ever read it because it's talking about housing for Native Americans, like
Right.
and shit like that. I'm saying that's what it's about. I think it's like I forget.
You
It's
try
like
to
5
bring up.
sections about it.
He said, "Go to the right side of the wiki page, bro. Come on, bro. You ain't even understanding what this shit talking about, bro."
Yeah, and you never read this shit because it uses Native Americans. So are you saying
Well,
y'all
yeah, the
Native
piece he
Americans
said
now?
that he was like they got African Americans specifically and two subsections referring to Native Americans. So who is you?
Yeah, which one is you?
Who is you?
Yeah, but see,
Son.
here's the confusing part about them guys. You got a couple of them claim they Indian. You got a couple of them claim they not Indian, and then you got a couple of them claim they niggas. That I'm trying to figure out what y'all doing.
Yeah, they ain't decided.
They don't
And
know.
even
On show, they just Americans, like you said. But my bad, Sean. Good.
no. You go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
Nah, like you got like Aboriginal power. He's just an American. He's American. My people's always called American. That's his line.
But that's a lie.
I mean, if he's only done his genealogy up to 1870, then yeah, no, it's the truth, right? They became American citizens after that, right? But he know he can't find no Moors. He can't find no his people be calling Aboriginal. They're all Negro, black, and colored, and those words are defined in law. Like, so we know who those people are. Those are people of African descent. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he just tried to go with American. But you got all types of American. So again, who are you? Like they the only ones who can get away with being vague like that.
He can only get away with it on that panel because ain't nobody over there gonna even. They ain't gonna
Ah,
give.
yeah, that's what I mean. In their little echo chamber, because Bat
Yeah,
don't go nowhere other than smoke signature. He's not respected anywhere.
That nasty work, bro. When smoke is like the number two, bro, that's nasty word,
Man, it's
bro.
bad.
Like he
Y'all
be
forgot
going
to put
live in
some.
between hospital visits and shit. That's crazy. Picking up his uncle.
Right.
And he was owned by Indians.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Lucy Hawk. Yo, that shit. Yo,
Yo,
that should
even
be
with
like a
that,
fucking. What's
he
up?
accepts that of how he knows that he's affiliated with the Chickasaw, right? That's his reason of how he know his family's Chickasaw, that freedom rule. But he doesn't accept that there's a section that says slave of and points to Lucy Hawkins. He doesn't accept that part.
yeah.
Confirmation
Because
bias.
I be on his head every time he
Hmm.
say something to me. I'm like Lucy Hawkins.
But this also look, this is what you got to add to it though. So remember, you have the memorial to the Chickasaw freedmen. I forget that. It was written by King Blue and Isaac Alexander in 1882. They're addressing the House of Representatives, talking about their treatment by the Native Americans in Indian territory. They're not getting their
Right.
rights. They're not getting the shit that they're supposed to be as citizens. And they talk about being of African descent, and they say all of them are African descent.
Right.
So, so his family in 1882 was Chickasaw because we see him on the Freedmen rolls, right? So you have to be part of this group of people who want to appeal to the House of Representatives, saying they was all African descent.
But instead of, which is actually dope as fucking Black History. That's motherfuckers really should
Yeah,
learn their law.
Thank you,
But he
Gullah. Say
wanna
it again.
goddamn wanna run from that shit and be like, not like that shit weird, bro. I don't understand. Like the mentality is fucking
Yeah,
word
it's like
because
crazy.
you skipping past a very iconic moment in history to be somebody else. Like that
And
don't
that
make
ain't
no
gonna
sense.
get taught. That's definitely not gonna get taught in school no time soon. Cause you see how that shit going. So as far as teaching and spreading Black history and information, he actually is a part of it historically.
uh,
1882, and he got
yeah, his family
spit
had to
law.
be a part of that. His family was around the meetings and
Are
things. You know what
in
I'm
those
saying?
people. Like his
He,
family
it,
documented is a part of those people. You feel
yeah,
me? Chickasaw freedmen. They was getting treated done bad. You know that you just went straight to the primary. You know what I'm saying? You could do black slaves, Indian masters. That's just a secondary
yeah.
source that's full of primaries, but you just went straight to it. You feel me? Which is and his people are part of that shit, and he wanna run from it.
That's what I'm saying.
Why?
You
And then
know,
the government had to tell them to goddamn free the goddamn black folk. The government niggas was free. The government had to tell your fucking slave masters that no, okay, let them be good. Like let them go now. Like damn, that shit bad. You had Buckner telling the goddamn Indian.
but
That
you
shit.
know what's crazy is the information that we have available to us. Like my mother, she's really educated, extremely educated on a lot of Black history, and my mother-in-law. But when I asked them about Paul Cuffey tonight, they never heard of him before. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all should know of Paul Cuffey. My mother looking at me like, okay, who was Paul Cuffey? So then I start breaking Paul Cuffey down, but then I turn around and ask them about the Freeman Act. They had never heard of this. It was never taught to them before. So for a guy like Smoke to even have this information in his family, you would think he would honor that.
Shit. Not if you got an agenda to push. Not
I
if you
mean,
got an agenda to push.
bro, ain't none of them gonna luck up and make the money that line ass Dane Calloway made. They ain't gonna never do that. So what they doing?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
over.
that shit ain't. Dane
They
ain't
shooting
even
for
getting
the.
that money.
Hey, that shit over with.
They reaching for the moon, hoping to land with the stars, bro.
And the slick talk a couple people for a few $1,000 is worth that's worth it. Hell no. Come on, man. For a few views, it ain't worth it.
If you a lame, hell yeah. You
Well,
motherfucker ain't got, bro. You see, look how you look, bro. You can see how motherfuckers is living low key in a roundabout way, like, or even just how they present themselves, like, bro. Niggas gotta get fucking GoFundMe's for a fucking laptop type shit, bro. Like, come on, man.
yeah, you wild. What it took him like 4 months to get Ling Ling a laptop.
And then the other one, what his name is? The baiting nigga. I forget.
Dog, a laptop
That,
at Best. You can get a laptop at Best Buy for $99. What are we talking
yeah,
about right
yeah,
now?
you can get you a Chromebook for sure.
You can get a refurbished laptop at Best Buy for $69, I think. Come on, what we talking about right now? I know we ain't talking that type. I know it can't be that rough, Gullah.
But some fuck, bro, they took a rise during COVID. What happened with COVID? Either you had or you did not have, for the most part. Motherfuckers was
Bro,
goddamn out getting it.
listen, it can't be that. You can't get me to believe that we talking about grown men that can't come up with $60, $70 for a laptop.
And you talking to people who ain't graduated.
Bro, they give
Probably,
laptops.
probably some kind of substance abuse or whatever the fuck, and not just weed. So, man, listen, bro.
During COVID, the kids had laptops to go to school at home. The schools was giving laptops away
They ain't in
free.
school. They ain't in school.
I'm
These grown
saying,
ass, they ain't in school.
do you know how many programs they got? You can get. Oh my,
They not into no shit like that. They is on social media with all the goddamn dumb nigga shit, bro. That's why they in the lanes that they in.
girl,
What?
listen. It's really hard for me to process that these
Because you're
grown men
saying
can't
that,
get.
and that makes sense. You saying that makes sense because to actually try to understand insanity is gonna make you insane when you're sane to begin with. So yeah, you ain't. Yeah, I don't get it either, but that's what it is.
It's really hard for me to process that these guys can't even get a laptop.
I'm not tripping. I know for a fact if a motherfucker that had a whole GoFundMe type shit for a fucking laptop, bro. That's the thing.
Yeah, I
That
remember
happened.
that shit, but I thought it was a joke. I thought they was joking. Like y'all can't be serious.
Man, listen, bro.
You can
Pay
get a
per view
job,
lives around the end of the month. These niggas trying to pay rent.
bro.
These
You can
fake
get a
ass
job.
universities and all this whack ass merch and shit, bro. Like, yeah, man. Whack ass children's books. Like the list, it's a hustle, bro. It's a scam.
Bro, if your hustle can't even help you get a laptop, that's the wrong hustle.
That's a part of the hustle. He probably got one or ended up getting one,
I'm
but you
tripping, bro.
you still gotta keep, shit bad. Yeah.
Bro, that's listen. I don't. Maybe I look at it different because if I'm hustling for the feds to come snatch my whole crew up. I ain't about to be trying to get no. I ain't doing it for no laptop.
They don't got no big following. They pay for followers and shit. They probably only really got about 8 9 supporters type shit. That shit ain't enough, bro. That
I
shit ain't
don't.
enough. These niggas is damn bad, bro.
Maybe I can't process it.
I'm not tripping because they be on live damn near at one point in time. They was on live. They have 24-hour lives, bro.
Yeah,
No rotation, no nothing, just straight. Like not nobody. Like these motherfuckers ain't doing nothing.
yeah, bro. I
Ain't
can't
doing nothing.
process it. Maybe I can't process. I don't know. It's hard for me to
You ain't
process.
trying to. You ain't trying to. You can't
I
I
fathom.
feel
mean, It shouldn't make sense because you shouldn't be like that. And so I'm glad you is like that because we grown up here. You feel me? But these niggas is growing and on some goddamn weird shit. We can, man, we could go down a whole list of these Aboriginal motherfuckers that's weird, lame, and goofy than a bit. DoorDash drivers and shit, motherfucker got, man, don't, come on, bro. Come on,
I kicked that nigga out. He tried to join. I kicked his ass out. I let Zeno sit in the back, and he
Like
eventually.
a long list of goofiness when it
Hey
comes to these
Gullo,
Abos and pseudo.
when I first heard Sean P say, "Get your dirty ass driving ass out of here," man, that shit
Y'all
had my stomach hurting so
That
hard.
part, and forever, he's a 1-star rating nigga to me. Cause ain't no way he on fucking YouTube arguing with niggas on some pseudo shit and goddamn dropping motherfuckers food off.
Hey, when Sean said that shit, man, my stomach, I laughed so fucking hard. I said, Sean is a very disrespectful motherfucker, man. He should not kick nobody in the face that's just trying to, put a couple sandwiches on the table. But he
Man,
wouldn't let that shit go.
that ain't his fault. He shouldn't be popping that shit. He be popping that much. They be disrespectful, bro. Again, hats off to my nigga. Not a coincidence, cause I ain't got the patience for that dumb shit. I'm chopping motherfuckers' heads off. I ain't got time.
Oh,
Because they
no.
don't got information, so it's not going to be information. It's apples and oranges when it comes to that. We
Oh,
got
no.
primaries, they just talking. I
They
ain't
done,
got no patience for that.
they done got Donna Coincidence ass up in that bitch yelling one night. About 2 in the morning, he was wilding. I'm like, yo, hold on.
When was this, man? When was this?
Man, somebody called you a bitch ass motherfucker or something. You was
Oh
like, hold
yeah.
the fuck
See?
up.
And that makes sense, because they disrespectful as fuck. Motherfucker can only tolerate for so much.
Gullah, that shit had me. I ain't never heard Dollar Coincidence come unraveled that the way he did that
You
night. It
know,
was like
sometimes you get tired of that shit,
That's
man.
what I'm saying.
Like for
So
real. That's why I stopped trying to kind of going up on BAP channel because that's all niggas want to do is just be
that's all you
disrespectful.
gonna get. You already know the
I
game
ain't there
plan.
for that.
And you know
this
the
was the
talking points already. Like something, shit get come on, man.
hey, this was the first time I had ever heard him say fuck the information. He was wilding. He was wilding
See?
that night.
Because they ain't giving it ain't no even exchange. I
And niggas
feel
caught
him.
me a couple times. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna
that shit
front.
had me like, yo, hold on, my dog over here wilding. Let me get up. Let me see, because I was laying in the bed, had the phone on listening.
And at
I'm
the
like, yo,
same
is that?
time, fuck it,
And
because
I was
motherfuckers
probably
like that
talking
shit
to a bunch of
anyway.
Yeah, it was
to,
like 5 of them little hound dogs on you.
I'm probably
Motherfuckers
talking to
like
people
that
I
shit.
shouldn't be talking to.
Yeah.
That shit was the
These
Sean just
matter of
disrespect.
fact,
I don't even think they let Sean on smoke panel no more. He can't go
now that
on.
I'm
Nah,
thinking about
smoke
it,
scared of
these
Sean.
niggas can't even read. So yeah, you confused about them
Nah,
got
they
that
can't
done.
read.
They can't. I say that every time too. When some people come on, like this nigga can't even read. They be in the goddamn chat. They can't read. Don't know the difference
Dog,
between TOTOOTWOOR or OUR and ARE. Like these motherfuckers they can't read, bro.
hey
So ain't
Gullah,
no way you gonna talk to me about no fucking history when you can't fucking read.
The other day I was on Q Butter channel and they asked Wale to read something he posted. That motherfucker read the table of content like he read the whole book. Dog.
Table of content. It just let you know what information is like the name of the chapters and shit. Like they
Gullah,
be
I was driving
like,
my truck. I was driving somewhere. Dog, I went all off the rumble strip and everything. I was laughing so fucking
no,
hard.
see, you can't let this shit see. That's when you do it. You gotta take a chill pill. So you gotta be
Hey,
like
I was
that with
laughing
me. You gotta
so
fall
fucking
back a
hard.
little bit. That shit start affecting shit, bro. Nah, man, it ain't.
Hey, I was laughing so hard my eyes was blurry. I had tears running down my face.
Oh man,
I said, "This is fucking pathetic right here. This is terrible. They can't read a lick. They like the worst of
that's
them.
what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. Why else would they think this shit they be thinking? Cause they
Like,
can't read. They like these is the fucking back of the class people, man. Like, man, listen, and he the one make it look bad.
and then it was a time. This is where I don't like Wale line ass at. He said that there was a
I don't even respect
law
him.
that said that white Christians
Fucking
can stop any black person and enslave them on the spot. I said, "Where fucking law is that?"
Hold on, say what there now? What do you say?
I
He
went
said there was
right
a law
on.
that did what?
Listen, he was on Q Butter panel, and I'm driving. I'm listening because if I got a long drive, I'll turn on some shit like Q Channel that'll take me where I gotta go. versus, they going for an hour, then they end it, then I gotta find something else to listen to. But Q, this when Mezo run, that shit be on for like 12 hours. So Wale on there one day, and they talking about black history. And he said, yeah, it was a law where white Christians, can enslave Africans on site. Any African they grabbed, they could
You
grab
talking
them.
about the Papal Bull? Is that what he referred to, or what?
Man, he said it was a law. So
Say what?
at that point, I hit the link because I couldn't take it no more. I said, where that law at, Wale? Fuck all that. And he said, oh, you don't know what you're talking about? I'm sick of you coming on here always challenging me, which I was trolling his ass for like a week straight. But that was my limit right there. Put the law
Was he referring to
in
the
the
Papal Bull or
motherfucking batch.
something?
Huh?
Like what time? A law that said? Was he talking about the Papal Bull? I'm trying to
He never
understand what
showed
he's
the law.
talking about.
He never showed the law. He never even mentioned the name of the law. And then he came back and tried to add Indian to it. I said, man, get the fuck out of
Oh,
here.
so yeah, man, that motherfucker. Man, look, that motherfucker, somebody granddaddy age, bro, and he's sort of Oriental, like, Aboriginal shit, bro. I ain't got time for that
I don't
weird
respect
shit,
none of that,
bro.
bro. I
Him
don't
and
I
that
ain't.
respect none.
That's what I'm
him and
saying.
that
I don't respect none of that shit, bro.
him and
He
OG
too
Philly
old
be
for that
making shit
shit.
up, and I don't be liking that shit.
Nah,
Don't just make
bro.
shit up.
If you a grown
67.
man and you be on that weird shit, bro, yeah, I ain't got respect. Like once you in your 30s, bro, when you just weird, I don't respect it, dog. I just really don't. I really don't. I just really don't. Like
I know
he's
one
a
night I
he's
had
a
kicked
waste.
all of OG Philly teeth clean out his mouth when he kept saying he don't agree with science. And I kept saying, motherfucker, you drive a car. A car is the core evidence that science work. And he going back. It's like 10 of the motherfuckers arguing with me.
He on the phone talking about that. Like I don't got see.
Yeah,
I
you on
don't
your
respect
phone
it.
talking about you don't trust science. Like, the fuck is you talking about?
And then you gotta bring up all the black scientists because
And
everybody
then
you just name got a black is got black influence or whatnot. You feel me? So it's like that shit crazy, bro. I
and
ain't got time.
this was a night I was frustrated. Me and the wife had been arguing. I'm like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of all these motherfuckers on Smoke Signal on the channel tonight. I don't give a fuck.
See,
Fucking not a coincidence. Texting the shit out of me to my dog. Stop. You killing them.
see.
Stop. Stop it right now. Stop it. I couldn't take that shit no more.
That was your breaking point.
Yeah, that's the night me and Smoke got into it. I had to call his ass. I try not to call nobody out their name, but this night I was like, dog,
That's all
listen.
you can do with them, bro. It ain't no intellectual nothing. You're not getting that
Right.
from them. It is straight.
Oh, no.
Okay, street fight. Let's go.
These-
You know what time it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
they
was
go over
talking
there.
about
Yeah, you know
we
what time it
we
is.
was
Let's
talking about
go.
the El Hablo group,
See,
and
you
he was
trying to
trying to
talk
go hard
hard.
on me. I'm like, dog, you don't fucking
You
stop.
talking too far over their head, bro.
Huh?
See,
The
You said
El
what?
Hablo group is too far over their head.
Bro,
yeah,
not a
you talking about
coincidence.
science with these niggas? No,
Oh,
like
listen,
no.
not a coincidence was in there one day early, and he brought it up. So when he brought it up, I went and looked it up. So I started looking it up. So a couple days later, I'm on there listening, and they brought it back up. Then I said, "Well, did any of y'all look it up?" And Smoke called me a bitch ass nigga, and I'm like, "Dog, hold the fuck up." At that point,
Listen,
dog,
you had enough.
I went. I was going off for like 30 minutes.
That nigga
I,
unleashed the fucking Lucy Hawkins on his ass.
dog, I called this girl out. Listen, I was wilding out this night. They kicked me off the panel that night.
Yo, Sean.
Yo,
Remember that time when Smoke said, I guess I think it was his girl. Remember that lady that was on
oh yeah,
Sunday with and we kept
that
saying
was
that
her.
was his girl. He got mad. That's when he said that shit about your daughter. You don't got
That's
a
when
daughter, right?
when the camera came on.
It was some. I don't. They both had the camera on. Right? It was on
Oh, did I think
another
she was on the?
channel.
I think she was
She
on the
was on
show,
set.
bro.
Yeah, but That
They
had to
talk
be his
about his
girl
aunt,
because
is
the
you?
way he got upset. Nah, it was. We kept saying it was his girl. Sean started saying that, and he
Oh.
had a fit after that
Sean
shit.
so motherfucking. Sean so
Yeah,
motherfucking disrespectful.
That nigga had a
boy,
fit.
there was a lot of her, boy. I tell you that. A lot. It was a lot of her.
It's a lot of her.
Bro.
It was like the one buddy had, like buddy brother had on the bike, back of the bike.
I
This
look like it
motherfucker.
smoked speed.
Hey, this motherfucker
Yeah,
Sean gonna stay up late in the bed with a 250. Sean so
no,
motherfucking disrespectful. Somebody gonna
I
whoop his
wasn't.
ass and catch him.
No, no. I take the 250 over what that was. That was more like 425.
God,
That was
damn.
yeah. She was
That's like
it was
Yeah, that
yeah.
was nasty
It was
work.
it was a bunch of people with her. I just say
so she built like the girl
It
up, the
was a
rapper over here in
bunch of.
Detroit. They got the lawsuit against Lyft. Y'all seen that?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
Lil
yep,
Back
Nah,
yep.
was on stage the other day when she was performing too.
Something
Nasty
God,
like
work.
she
something
is
like
a
that.
biggins. She's a biggins.
Damn.
She is a
Like
biggins.
that's
Real.
for real, bro. Nah, you exaggerating, bro. I know black folk. You know, we be telling our stories and shit. We, you know, elaborate a little bit. She wasn't that big, was she, Bo?
Yeah, I'm not embellishing anything,
what's
bro.
wrong
I'm
with
telling
this
you.
record?
Listen, Gella, when she got her back is fit, look like an NFL fullback. You
Nah,
know you
bro.
get
Nah, nah, they
Alright, so
nah.
I know everybody's seen this shit, bro. Y'all know they
I
on
ain't seen it.
Facebook.
I ain't been around, bro.
I know
I
they
saw
won't tell me. I'm finna tell you. I'm finna tell you. I know everybody's seen that little meme thing where they be like, check the comments, and then you check the comments, and it was a little bitty skinny dude, and then it looked like he was just trying to fit into a little bitty. He was swallowed by this lady, bro.
You,
She was
you
about the size
hell.
of she was about the size of a queen size bed, bro. I can't even cap you down.
You hell, bro. You
I
hell. He
keep
said, I
telling you,
ain't
that's
been
why they
no
be wanting to
embellishing.
That
whoop.
nigga said a queen size bed.
That's why they want to whoop Sean ass, man. Sean so motherfucking disrespectful, man.
That this nigga said, I ain't
Somebody
been no
go,
embellishing.
He said,
Did
yeah,
you
he
say?
said a
they,
queen size.
they gonna catch Sean at one of them Abo meetings trying to creep in one of them Abo meetings. They gonna
Bruh.
whoop his motherfucking ass.
Man, they ain't gonna have no all they shit virtual, bro. These niggas don't do shit outside.
One
That
of her
shit.
legs was
That's
nah. She was a lot of her at the table. When he cut that camera off, and I know it's because he had to cut the camera off for Sonetta, and she was all in front of that thing, man. She looked like she
oh
can't.
no.
She looked like she can't wash her ass, bro. Don't lie. I
That
don't
shit
think
was
she could wash.
that shit was so
I
fucking
don't
Oh,
think
funny.
so either.
That shit was so fucking funny,
he
Gullah.
said, "Oh,
See,
my husband
look, y'all
washed
heard
his
not a
hands."
no, 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 no. Y'all heard not a coincidence.
What he
I don't
say?
think so
What'd you
neither.
say, Nat?
I agree with
This
Sean. I don't think she could wash her ass.
Is that bad? You ain't see it too, did you?
Nah, yeah.
Yeah.
Think it-
No
This nigga
bullshit.
traumatized. Oh shit.
Cause he damn sure can't reach that motherfucker.
Yeah.
nah,
Oh shit.
Hey, when she
and
turned
smoke.
that camera on, when
I
he
know you
turned that
listening.
camera
Smoke.
on, when he turned that camera on, I was like, yo, I know I'm not tripping right now. I know fucking well I know I'm not tripping. Ain't no way.
Damn.
Nah, you
Nasty
wasn't
word.
you wasn't tripping with it.
For real,
Ain't
queen size bed. God damn. That's a lot. I mean like a Honda Pilot or something.
that's why a lot of them don't go on side letters no more because they gotta turn that camera on.
Yo,
I
And
that's
thought he didn't live
crazy.
no more.
and they know
It's,
motherfucker over here is in the cut waiting.
Damn.
I don't watch his shows, so I don't be knowing,
Yeah,
bro. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna
I
lie.
don't. I would have never seen that shit. I ain't watched him in years.
I ain't watched them in a minute. Once they went into the bullshit, I stopped watching it.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't
yeah,
watch that shit. Only time
I
I
think
do
that
watch it if they got something aboriginal
I
with it.
think the last time I watched it, he
That's
did
it.
some shit with Big Juicy, and she was talking about space and stars. I'm like,
Yo,
man, I'm not This bullshit.
Ain't that when we first seen her? That's when she put the degrees up and shit, ain't it? Wasn't that on
No,
hers?
she did something about a month and a half ago. He did some
Oh, see,
shit.
I'm talking about some shit like last
Yeah,
year or
that shit was
something.
funny though. That was the time when Ali put the degree of science in there. He
Nah,
was
but
said he had.
she had some goddamn. I saw a clip of her. She was going
Oh,
for her
that's when she
degrees
was
or
mad
something.
at
She was on the
Jabari.
couch.
That's
Is
when
that what
Jabari
that
gave
was?
her a problem.
Okay, yeah, that was on. That was on. Sign
And
right?
she's like, "Y'all want me to show y'all my degrees?" And when he yanked that shit off that dusty ass wall, and she
And then when
moved,
she got up, and I was like, "Oh god damn, that's a hot."
and she moved
I
the
said,
picture,
"Damn."
and it was clean behind it. I'm like, "Yo, what's happening?"
You lying, Willie. You really lying. I ain't see that shit, but I know Willie lying.
You hear that, Sean? You hear that? Not a coincidence. That motherfucker, he the Abo apologist.
Yeah, I know.
You hear that shit, right?
Oh, that's crazy.
I gotta
Yeah,
get,
I can't
I
help
gotta
it,
get,
man.
I
I
gotta
can't.
get melanated goddess on here.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
Yeah, dude. I seen Melody. Is she still out there?
Yeah,
I
she
can't
She
did.
see
bouncing
nothing.
around.
Shit.
Let
Yeah, that's
somebody else lie.
Oh, Lucky out there. Lucky
Yeah,
said,
Lucky
"Oh,
Track.
he said I used to crash out for sure."
Yeah, Pure said she built like Gilbert Brown. Yo, I don't know how
Oh,
niggas
she
be
another
knowing.
one. Like she do that fake genealogy. She go in and change the record. She changed the index on the record, but it'll still like she changed her shit. It'll say Indian, but it still says black on the actual primary. But you go to Indian. I mean, if you go to the index, that's basically the page right before you click on the primary, and it just lists everything in black and white typed out. It will say black and then it'll say Indian, but she don't understand it. It tells us when she did it. Like you click on it, tell you who made the change, when they did it, and you're supposed to
Oh,
put a reason why. She don't put no reason why. Like you can actually attack. Like some people do it like to change. Like if the name is spelled messed up, they'll be like, boom, this is, and then they'll attach another record to it. Like this is why, because this is the person's actual name, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But she just, I don't know.
No
that's some out
integrity.
of here, bro.
Yo, Gella, was y'all on there the night that motherfucking OTK was begging for not a coincidence to come on there? And he went on that bitch. Was y'all on there that night?
Nah, I never been to his
That's the
channel
fucking
before. I don't
night.
think.
That's the
I
fucking
think
night.
maybe
Not a
once.
coincidence came unraveled. That's that night.
Matter of fact, I went to his channel like one time, bro, and I lasted for like 10, 15 seconds, and I was blocked immediately.
I ain't never
Ain't
been
know
on this
some.
channel.
Oh yeah, Gullah. He swear he know everything about South Carolina.
That's what I'm
And
saying,
what?
bro. I was blocked in the. I went over there with somebody, bro. It was probably melanated. I don't know. Or either I don't know, man. But we got that damn show pulled up. Motherfuckers
No,
see me over there. I lasted all of goddamn 10, 15 seconds, bro. That shit was
Gullah.
crazy.
Not
I
a
don't
coincidence. No,
even
I'm talking. This
hold
is
you.
about 3 weeks ago. He was clowning on Smoke Channel. Get that whole ass motherfucker on here. And me and Cass on there. He like, fuck y'all, get him on here. So I'm like, man, I ain't calling him for that bullshit. But he wouldn't stop. And I text him. I said, man, get your ass on Smoke. He came in that bitch. Dog, that shit for about 3 hours. You had to be. That shit would have hurt your soul. You would have been laughing so hard.
Yeah, OTK is a clown. Like he just
That's
wanna.
the night. Not a coincidence. Came unglued. I'm like, then he in
Was
this
that
bitch.
the one when Cosmon was on there too? Lying.
Yeah, yep. You was in
He
that
was
motherfucker
lying.
clowning that night. About 1 o'clock in the morning, they done pushed the pressure cooker to the limit.
Mm.
Cause they both just sit there lying.
And they just be talking, bro, and say the most dumbest shit.
Them
And then they be
motherfuckers.
having people to go with they lie. That's just the crazy part. A bunch of
Bro,
grown
it just be
people
a
just
group.
lying.
Yeah, and that's why I ain't got no patience for. So I just gotta cuss everybody out. It ain't gonna be. Like, you could try to present information, but I ain't gonna repeat
Man,
myself for
this
so
night
many
they threatened
times,
to
bro.
listen. This night they threatened to kill. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence.
What? For
Yeah,
real? Like
yeah.
They
literally?
was tripping
I
that night.
took them there a couple times. They've been there.
For real?
Yeah,
They
they was
hate
like,
me
we're gonna
that
come
much. They
fuck
want
you
to
up.
kill
Now the
me.
Clemson's
Well,
like,
Auntie
man, I
K
live
in the
a good
wrong
life.
state for that. But this goddamn this Castle doctor, that's a
Hey,
free
now the
body. Yeah,
Clemson's like,
what?
he said, I live a good life. Y'all come over here fucking with that, it's gonna be bad. I'm telling you. You fuck up my lifestyle, it's gonna be really bad for y'all.
Word, I'm chilling, man.
Man,
Come
see,
fuck my
that's
shit up
see,
over some internet shit.
see, and I will see,
I
like,
think
man,
Smoke. I think that video got took down from the music. They be see Smoke be playing music before he go into his lobby, and all that shit is gonna violate something. And so they get took
Yeah.
down. But that night, that shit was funny as fuck. I was down in the basement laughing like a motherfucker, laid out on the
oh,
couch.
see, motherfucker, what the shit? The nigga disrespectful, bro. They ain't the only one. The nigga V no disrespectful as fuck too. He
He
know.
was in the back.
Word.
He was in the back thinking I was gonna let him
Yeah.
on, but nah,
Thank
I
you, because
wasn't
I
gonna.
just that like I really want to meet. Like I got a list, bro. That shit is bad. That's why, man. I ain't man. Listen.
Nah, the reason I won't let him on is because he made this little video I ain't know about. Somebody sent it to me and was like, he got 3 views on the
Well,
bitch. And he got my, you know what I mean? He got talking about Sweetie, some sugary ass shit that he did, bro.
what the
And
hell?
then the whole time he was on a panel with me and never mentioned the shit to me.
Cause
You
you
never
know he a
mentioned
hoe. You know he a
it.
hoe, bro.
Yeah, bro. I ain't
Wait,
even
say
know
that
I was.
again, Sean. What he do? My bad, I missed it. What he do?
I'm gonna show y'all. I got so somebody sent me this video. It was like, yo, you seen this? And I was like, seen what? And they was like, did you see the video that he did on his channel with you on it? I was like, nah, I ain't seen nothing. What he called himself, the Wild Engine?
Who y'all talking
Who?
about?
Vino.
Vino.
Oh,
What's his page again? What's that shit?
I don't
I
even know.
don't know.
yeah, some type of wild.
Only way I know about it because we try to ask him for a source. He'll make a video on his YouTube and then play the YouTube video.
And then he'll say, go on this channel and look at it.
Yeah, like, you ain't got no view off me, ho.
Right. You only got 1.5 views anyway.
Like
How
you
you get
said, 3.
how you got a half a view? I ain't figured that shit out yet. But okay.
He said a half of you.
I gotta find it, yo. Hold up. Let me see if I can find it. But he made the video, right? And I guess he said he tagged me, but I didn't see it in the notifications at all. And so the whole time, like, you know what I'm saying? When I tag him to the show, I'm still live. You can hop on the panel, we can get right to it. It wasn't a live, he just did an upload.
He probably don't know how to tag you in it. He probably think if he types yo,
Nah, I think he did tag, but we didn't get the notification. I'll tell you that. Because I can't even
So he
find it
spelled it
right
wrong
now.
because the nigga can't read. Niggas' phones be smarter than them, bro. Like, for real.
his channel was Wild Hood in Indian or some shit. Or the
Man.
Ghetto
Yeah,
Indian. Ghetto Indian or some shit. Wild Ghetto Indian or some shit like that.
And like we were talking about earlier, another goddamn dumbass motherfucker with a goddamn problem.
yeah,
Like,
I'll
these
find it.
niggas is
I don't know.
weird.
I'll find this shit.
But he did a video about you, but he be on the damn panel and shit with you and ain't said nothing about
Never
it.
said nothing about the video, bro. And the whole time, this nigga try to say a nigga be whining or some shit. And the shit had like Sweetie on it and wild shit. I'm like, yo, come on, bro.
Yeah, man. Hey, them Abos niggas be doing that sex play shit, bro. That shit weird, bro. Oh. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. That shit beyond me.
I didn't watch it all. And I know for sure that he ain't challenging the information at all, period. I know that for a fact.
He
I'm
can't, because that's the nigga that my
three
fault, go
weeks
ahead.
back on notifications. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if
Sean
I can go.
P. Sean P.
Yeah.
Sean P. See, my uncle is bowlegs and he stole some turtles. Sean P.
Uncle Abraham. And nigga be trying to tie himself to Abraham with some wild shit. Like, yo, come on, bro. You tripping.
Do it again, Sean.
Sean
Sean
P.
P. Sean P. Hold on, Sean P. Hold on, Sean P. What I'm trying to tell you is, Sean P., is that I'm kin to Abraham, Sean P. My peoples come from from the low country, South Carolina, and we went into Florida. We the Seminoles, Sean P. We the Seminoles, Sean P. What are you talking about, Sean P?
All be sounding just like him.
Yo, that's crazy, right?
Yo.
Yeah,
But you
Sean
know
P.
what's crazy?
Yeah, Sean P. My people was the only black people that had guns, Sean P.
Then we
You know what's
left
crazy? The
Florida.
other day.
We left Florida, Sean P. And then we was in Oklahoma. We is them peoples. We is the black natives, Sean P. Now you are not a coincidence. Can show me, Sean P. Where's not a coincidence? Not a coincidence. Can you show me black people in the 16th century that look like us? Y'all niggas is up here bullshitting. You niggas.
Nah, I'm talking about they had clothes and shit. Yo.
Okay, them is not the native people, Sean P. Not a coincidence. Them is not the natives. They are naked. The Africans came over here with clothes on. What are y'all talking about?
Shit, I'm about to die.
Put the blood down. Oh shit.
The Europeans put clothes on the Africans before they brought them over here, Sean P. What are you talking about? Like they came across the river to Panama with clothes on, Sean P. And then they black people. They saw niggas, Sean P. They came from the South with gold tip spears.
Hey, girl, I don't even smoke this motherfucker. I'm trying to drink some juice.
I
This
had to
motherfucker
put
about
the
to make me
blood
choke.
down, bro. Oh my god, this look got me crying, bro.
Motherfucker killing me right now.
It's in the Panama.
Damn.
No, I got a message.
Damn,
I got a message from somebody on Facebook that was listening to the show. And they was like, "You got the patience of Job." Cause a dude that was on the panel earlier.
Oh, anytime, you crazy ass.
I was trying, yo. I ain't.
Hey, Gilla, I don't know if y'all was.
But yo, Vino had got into it with A1 the other day.
No, Vino got into it with True Sorian. Did y'all see that one?
Nah.
Hold on, we gotta go in order. What he got it? Oh yeah. When he was arguing about the American shit.
No, the Native American, because there was some Navajo dude on there, and then Vino was trying to talk to him, and they like, "Yo, you like on some Native American shit?" He said, "I am related to Native American." They're like, "How?" He's like, "Through the Seminoles." So now he's saying that the Seminoles that he's related to is Native American, not Negroes. And they was like, "What are you talking about? Those are Aboriginals." He's like, "Yo, speak." Vino telling them to speak for yourself. That shit was funny as
Man, the Abo versus Abo shit be hilarious, man.
hilarious. But what happened with him in Truth? I missed that.
One day he was on Q channel, and I drug his ass out the chat. I was in the chat going so hard on his ass in the chat, talking about turtles and shit. So I said, hit the link, and he hit the link, and I didn't hit the link because I knew once he hit it, they was gonna get his ass. And he
So you just set him up.
Yeah, he lined his ass up smooth.
He threw them an alley real quick.
And Truth was on them because they was already in the link. They was already looking.
It's some pre-existing.
Oh, you talking about True Story?
Yeah, True Story.
Oh yeah, you lined them up. That was. I know that was a bad one for him.
When he hit the link, they had already seen us in the chat going back and forth. And Truth was on him. And he said some shit to Truth, and Truth was like, "Hold on, you bitch ass." Truth started going ham.
Oh, I remember that. Nah. Danny called the nigga a whole bitch ass nigga in there. Yeah, bro, I remember that.
Yeah, that shit had that shit. I drove for like 6 hours.
I was a class tripping off of that one. Oh yeah, that was a while. Yeah, I remember that.
I had a nice little hike on me, so I was like, "Yo, this is gonna get me where I need to go to drop this load off and get back to the D."
He called the nigga. He told nigga go get a felony. You a waste. You better off in jail. Y'all remember that? Dead ass.
That sound like
you a waste. Go get your felony, bro.
Said you a waste.
That shit was so funny.
Felony, bro. That's what he said.
When that motherfucker said Joe Peoples was a turtle thief, stealing turtles, and reselling them and got caught. That was the hardest line next to Sean saying you a motherfucking DoorDasher. That shit had me fucking laughing.
Yeah.
He said his peoples was a turtle
Motherfucker said his people was a turtle thief and got caught.
Yo, that nigga Vino's dumb, yo. So
That
you
shit was
just gonna you're not gonna add me on the panel, Sean P? You're not gonna let me talk, Sean P? Come on, man. Come on, Sean P.
Please,
Let me
bro. I ain't got time, bro.
finish. Let me finish. Can I talk? Can I talk? Let me finish, Sean P. Let me finish. Damn.
I don't even know
Every
how
time
he
I start talking, you start talking. What are you scared of? Not a coincidence. The source. Look at the source. Not a coincidence. Read the source, page 149. What it say right there? It say black peoples. Not a coincidence. We're gonna read it. We're gonna read
Nigga
it.
is
And then look at
crazy.
we gonna read the rest of the paragraph and the shit say African. That's where the author is wrong, Sean P. That's where I don't agree with the source at right there. I'm not finna agree with everything the source say. I'm gonna only agree with what I agree with the source.
Nah, that nigga, he said he do bias research, so
Yeah.
and he thinks it's okay. Sure,
The
you
nigga
remember that
told you
shit?
don't read the description of that
Hey,
picture, bro.
his heart was in
Yeah,
it. His heart was in it. His
Hey,
heart
what
was in
about
it too.
that time when? What
he
about
really
that
thought it
time?
was okay.
What about
Oh,
that time?
look what Jarrell said. Jarrell says, Sean P. Sean P. They called the real Americans brunette, Sean P. The brunette.
That shit
Not a
was 6
coincidence.
That
Read
was
what
6
the
hours of
definition
that
of
brunette shit.
brunette is. Not a coincidence. Why come not a now black person we know, light skinned, mixed, or whatever the fuck? None of these women that we know of talking about ever said their hair was brunette. Who gets a brunette hairstyle?
Man, that
That's
shit
a
was 6 hours of your
that's a European terminology, man, that they use amongst
right.
themselves. That's the shit that these motherfuckers don't understand, like tawny and swarthy. Those are European
That nigga
terminologies they
said,
use amongst
I just ordered
themselves.
some ice and milk on Amazon.
Hey, what about that time, Sean? You was present, Vino, to show his source, and he posted a picture of a picture of somebody painted of some naked people.
That
Yeah,
what
that's
y'all
the one
talking
me and
about.
Dr. Wilson
Africans.
keep talking about, bro.
Man, y'all drug his ass for like 8 hours.
Is that the
Live.
one you talking about with the Negro boy?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
And
shit
man.
was
everybody
fucking,
else is Indians except for the Negro. He don't get that part. Like,
that shit was fucking hilarious. I like Vito. Just log off, man. Just get the fuck off their panel because they beating the shit out of you. They done beat you. You know how you got that old trash bag that's been hooked to somebody under somebody's car and been dragging for months and shit all shredded to pieces. That's how I felt about him that night. It's like, man,
All them niggas was
they
punching
did him
bags,
dirty.
yo. All them niggas.
they really just be trying to force some fake shit. And they talk about, oh, the white man lied. No, y'all lying to us. The fuck?
Yeah,
Right. Fuck the white
but
man.
And they even use white men.
but I was
And that
about
the
to
crazy
say,
part.
but they call this they complain about the white man source. Okay, well, show me y'all source. Where they come from a black person or where y'all sources come from?
They fuck with old world Florida, bro.
Yeah.
That bitch look like a fucking gay Jesus.
And this is what
That
I
shit
always
wild.
say to them. We could, if you want to just take the white man out, we could tell our history
Which is
through
straight black.
black people. Word. In every century.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. And leaves no stone unturned.
So they can't do that. And I've been trying to. That's the conversation I was trying to have with them for the longest. Like,
Mm-hmm.
well, what did the people say at the time? Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's
Yeah.
talk about that. But then every black person you bring up, oh, that's a coon. He's a CIA agent. before the CIA
Freemason.
would even he's Freemason. Oh look, he's Christian. Nigga, everybody was Christian back then. What are you talking about?
Oh, he's a Quaker.
Including your
Whatever the
grandparents.
fuck.
Yeah, all types
Yeah.
of shit. Right? They come up with every excuse for why they don't have people saying what they say.
And they don't got like you said, no historical person that's saying what they say.
They ain't got
Like
a
who's
lick of
saying
evidence. They just
we the
got
real natives? Like who?
they just got an article that
They got
fucking
Kaba. They got James Smalls and Kaba Me.
yeah, but I can't even put James Smalls in there because James Smalls do come with
He
some.
just to keep it funky with you, cause he from where I'm from, Georgetown. He enabled some weirdo pseudo shit. He did. He
He
definitely
do.
did. But at the same, I'll say this,
Yeah,
he was straddling the fence with some shit because he'll give you some African Gullah shit. He definitely will. But
yeah.
he will enable some pseudo shit.
Well, you got to look at it like this. A lot of them older guys probably got caught up in a lot of pseudo shit because they done had the information.
Here we go. A new apologist.
Mm-hmm.
See,
God damn, live on the air.
You was just talking about me, Willie.
Listen.
Look at you.
I give my elders more credit. You know, they got caught up in some.
I ain't giving them niggas
Bro,
nothing.
I feel you, but look, really, that is, I done met the man
See,
in
Sean,
person about
he
three,
go
four
Sean with that
times. He know my
DoorDash
auntie and
bullshit.
everything. You feel me? I
Say
just
what
gotta
go?
call it what it is. I said I done met the man in person 3, 4 times. You know my great auntie and everything. They around the same age and shit. Just gotta call it what it is, bro. Like he cool, but
Listen,
like he did some good shit, but he also enabled some pseudo ass shit, bro. That I
we
be
know
having
that.
a
I'm never gonna
fucking
disrespect
battle,
him.
and I told him that too.
I'm never gonna disrespect him, but
And we had a conversation and information and everything. He was like, "Oh, okay, I see." He saw where I was coming from and shit. But yeah,
yeah,
man.
I'm not gonna disrespect him. I mean, I think I'm educated enough to know when I hear some shit that ain't right and just tune it out. But Sean and them be with the motherfucking machetes and shit. They be running around this bitch.
Yeah, now they already got to throw. Yeah, they
They
did
just
that.
be
They
on
threw
some.
the baby out with the bathwater with Jay Small.
Yeah, they be on some.
But that's my
Yeah,
bias too, because with but what was his name is Kaba, whatever the fuck, Booker T
Cabo
told me. I said
Abawasi.
fuck him all the way. But
Cabo
like I said,
Abawasi.
but I got a certain, I can't throw James Small out there like that. But yeah, but the other nigga Booker T, fuck out of here, nigga.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
So that's
I'm
just
not.
my own bias too. He
trash,
all
bro.
got him.
Booker T is the worst. I ain't even gonna
Yeah,
tell.
yeah.
Who?
He big trash. Baba, the same nigga. It's the same nigga. It's the
I
same
mean, Booker
dude.
T.
Yeah, same
Dr.
dude. Hey,
Cabo
was he really a
Abawasi.
teacher was he really a part of the board of education in New York? Is that like a thing, or was he just capping with that? Because if that's the case, man, that's bad, bro. That's terrible work.
Dr. Cabo Abawasi. I think that's how you pronounce his name.
Whatever the fuck. But yeah,
But
that shit.
I'm not gonna disrespect him. I'm
I
not
ain't
gonna.
calling him a goddamn doctor. See, that's your problem.
Now see, yeah, that
I
nigga
just
Cabo.
listen, Sean, relax. I'm just telling you what show up on my screen. Relax, man. You can chill out on me.
Just because you old, bro, does not make you an elder, bro.
You can chill out on me, Jack.
He just going by his display name,
Right.
yo.
I'm just
That's
going
Damn,
by
all.
the
Willie.
display,
You was
man. Just
talking about me.
y'all
That
ready
was good for you, man.
listen. This is
You was
shit to
really
be
the apologist, Willie.
this the shit that pissed me off with Sean. He just let Anton come on this motherfucker. He being nice as fuck to Anton. Now he wanna go ham on me. Nah, hold on. Calm down.
I ain't gonna ham on you, really. You gonna ham on yourself. You
Listen,
just
I get the elders enough respect to not disrespect them. I just hear it, and if this shit don't make no sense, I
But
just
check it
move on.
right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
I
get on
can get
YouTube.
that to a
But
certain
Willie,
extent.
oh, my bad. Go ahead, go.
I'm gonna be real quick, my fault. But like, I was gonna say I get it to a certain extent. But if what they kick it is detrimental or like counterproductive or counter
Yeah,
revolutionary, they gotta go in the same pot with the Klan, the fucking Tariq Nasheeds, the whatever the fuck. They ops, bro.
you said 19 keys.
Not or him too, but Tariq Nasheed, whoever, like, yeah, him
So Willie,
too.
you don't think purposely lying is being disrespectful?
Yeah, listen, I do. If you purposely saying some shit that's misinformed, then I'm gonna have a problem with it. I'm definitely gonna have a problem with it.
So
But
you
I'm
can't
not
be mad at the response when You know what I'm saying? If the response is disrespectful, when they leading with the disrespect by lying on purpose, like,
Yeah, if they're lying and they know this shit is pseudo,
they
then
know
yeah,
it.
I have a
They know,
problem with that.
bro. Like if people say they don't know, it's like saying they ain't had an update since like '85.
They had an update.
They still operate with typewriters and shit, bro. Like,
Right.
nah, these niggas
Like
got
one day I was
smartphones and
talking
shit
to
too,
somebody,
and little teams or whatever.
they was going ham on Dr. Ben and no, and I'm
All
like, okay,
right.
we get it. These guys had some information that was fucked up, but I'm not gonna support the shit for the whole world to see it. So that's just me.
Everybody can. Nobody's above critique, but it's a way to critique. Everybody gonna
When
have their
you
biases, and it's gonna be situational and how you do shit and what's
when you
said.
dead and you can't defend yourself or your state of mind ain't there no more, what's the point? You know, you know, sometimes I think they when they get to calling the elders out their name and stuff, I think that's just disrespectful.
F all that, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like when you got a motherfucker intentionally lying to you, and then you finna sit here and get this motherfucker respect, and he keep lying and taking your kindness for a weakness. Ain't no effing way I'm finna sit here and get this dude some respect. He ain't no elder at that point, bro, because you're intentionally being disingenuous and trying to sell bullshit.
I agree. I listen. If he, I agree. But when they dead, like Dr. Ben is dead,
You
he
said
can't.
dead? Nah, I ain't killing the dead people. They already dead.
Yeah, I ain't. There's no point.
We can say shit like use what they had at the time, but since then shit's been updated type
And
shit. You feel me?
you
But
talking about Tariq? I don't even go on Tariq. I won't even waste my time going on Tariq stuff.
nah, you just hear I just hear little talking points and shit. And then he made a little cartoon, little video a lot not too long back. Cause he got some little cheerleader, some little fanboy from down here in the low country named Marcel Dixon. And so I
Yeah, I
be
be seeing
catching
Marcel and
I be kidding. But like another dude that got kicked out of his own town, the black Gullah Geechee people where he was teaching school at kicked him out the school. Like he can't even teach down there. You feel me? Like they don't nobody down there locally fuck with him, which is why he didn't win the last time he ran locally. Them niggas
yeah,
don't fuck
it
with him.
wasn't. Didn't Marcel run like for
Yeah.
political seat?
I want to say mayor or something like that. But yeah, and man, he got his back broke in. Man, that shit was ugly. Not even close. Landslide. No, the niggas don't fuck with him. No, in real life, locally, no. That shit just be social media bullshit. Like, like no. In real life, people that don't fuck with him. He just be following Tariq Nutsack or whatever. But they made a little video, whatever. So little shit be like coming my way and shit like that. But I don't be on that shit either, bro. All them niggas is goofy to me. He definitely COINTELPRO. Like I got a COINTELPRO list. He definitely up in that motherfucker. Yeah, yeah. That shit, wow.
Yeah, that's crazy, motherfucking. Not a coincidence. Sean trying to get sparked up at me. No, y'all chill out.
Yeah, we're gonna be jacking that fucking FBA talking points down here, bro. None
Man,
of that
I don't listen to none of
anti-immigrant
that.
shit. All that shit weird to me. That's like culturally, that shit is weird, bro. Like that's some clan talking points, nigga.
Yeah,
Don't
but what's
fuck with that
funny is
shit.
the Aboriginals tried to latch on to the FBA movement with the Israelites, and that's what I.
Yeah, the pan pseudos. Yeah, niggas been calling that shit that.
Yeah, Pan Pseudos.
The hidden color shit. Cause niggas like Tariq, he's a fucking FBA shit, but he was on some Abo talking points too with that hidden color shit.
Yeah, then when they,
That's where Kaba come in at.
yeah, but see
Yeah,
what
they kill me
happened.
with the black people was here already. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
how you get reparations if he was already here? You killing your own argument. Like I'm confused here. This shit
yeah, but
just a
see, the
fucking
Apple
hustle.
started trying to gravitate to that. Till he started hammering their, till he started blasting their ass. That shit was funny when there was a bunch of them on his live, and he got to going ham on their ass. About an hour later, they back over the smoke channel. I said,
Nah,
yeah,
he
y'all.
definitely said. He
I said,
said
y'all.
Abos. He said Abos came over here on boats too.
Yeah, that shit was
Word.
funny as fuck. Then Ling
I
Ling
got
took his dumb
message
ass
too.
over there. He beat the shit out of Ling Ling.
No, he
I'm like,
didn't. He went over there to Tariq.
Yeah, he did.
hell
Oh,
yeah.
Tariq dragged his ass already. No, cause just cause the
No,
voice. He
the
called him a beta,
funniest.
all kind of shit probably.
Gullah, the funniest shit was when what's his name? Jeremiah. What's his name? Not a
Jeremiah.
Judah.
No, just Jeremiah.
Oh,
Jeremiah Myers. I think that's his name.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Some tribe in Maryland that ain't nobody never heard of.
Piscataway.
Yeah, Piscataways. He took his ass over there. And when I say Tariq beat the dog shit out of him for like 2 hours, dog.
It was bad.
It was that long? I gotta see that shit.
It was horrible.
Send me the link, yo.
Yo, Willie, you remember where that shit at? You gotta send me that. Yeah, I gotta see that.
I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it tomorrow because I gotta
find that shit because I'm gonna be at work, man. I need to watch it.
It's on Tariq page or where it at?
Yeah, it's on Tariq shit. I'll find it and send it to you.
Yeah, because
I know that shit is
title would be
hilarious.
or nothing. Yeah, I want to know.
That shit was.
Oh, hold on. Tariq said this. Who said this, Pure Black? Who said that Montezuma and Mansa Musa is the same person?
Who said that? That new to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if y'all talking about the same people. Hey, y'all see what's on the screen? I just been leaving this on the screen for a reason. So this from the source. That dude that told me to go look it up on Smoke Channel. This be left. Nah, not the Anton nigga, the other nigga. The what's his name? Not a coincidence.
Who, Naughty?
I guess Naughty. Yeah.
Who you talking about? This is Jamaican?
No, I don't know what he is
Not
though.
a dread.
No, what he
sound like? Accent.
The one that told me that he ain't gonna get. Yeah, I think he sounded a little Jamaican. Told me that he wasn't gonna give me the page number. I need to read the shit myself.
I think that's who. Yeah, all right. It might have been Naughty. Yeah.
Okay, so listen, look at this. Just read that right there. It has been strongly asserted by the enemies of the slave trade and never denied by its betters that from 1680 and 1700, no less than 300,000 Africans were reduced to slavery by the British merchants. From the latter period till 1786, they were taken from Africa in all of 610,000 into a single island of Jamaica. During that period alone, 610,000?
And that's the shit he told you to go read.
And that's from the 1700s to 1736. That's only 36 years. They took took over 500,000 Africans up out of there.
No, 1680 to 1700s.
Oh,
to the latter part of 1786. Yeah. So the point is they telling you where they even got them from, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It says a proper estimation may be formed in the reader's mind of the number exported during the same period to the southern provinces of North America, as well as the Windward Islands. They are not playing. They telling us where they getting these motherfucking people from, bro. So when we sitting over here with these dudes and they having these conversations, they ain't reading this. They ain't reading this, bro. They're not reading this at all.
They can't read it. What you mean?
Look. Reckoning of these grounds, we may safely fix the whole number of Negroes. Look what they said. Negroes imported from 1686 to 1786, 100 years, at 2,130,000.
Do you know how many people that is, dog? How many trips they was making?
It happened in reverse.
Bro, they was burning that water up. But the part that Sean don't get is it would take them a week to read this, Sean.
They can't get past the first sentence, bro.
Longer than a week, bro. It take longer than a week. This book like 3 minutes.
The third word or fourth word asserted. They don't even know that the S was S's. They can't get past the first sentence, bro. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. DOA. They dead on arrival. You hit them with that. That's above they pay grade right there. At a primary, they don't deal with that shit.
These fools said, listen, look, it seems that before the period of the American War, the slave trade had come to the highest pitch. The following has been given to the public as an accurate account of the ships which sailed. Look at me fucking it up. Sailed from England to the coast of Africa in 1771, and of the slaves for which they were provided. Its authenticity, I believe, unimpeachable. To Senegambia, the Windward Coast, Gulf Coast, Bight of Benin, Angola, ships 40, 56, 29, 64, 192 ships dealing with Negroes, 47,146. Of the above 192 ships, 107 sailed from Liverpool for Negroes, 58 ships from London, 23 from Bristol, 4 from Lancaster. In the year, that was just 1 year. That was 1771 numbers. 1772, they upped the ante. In the year of 1772, sailed from Great Britain for the African coast, 175 vessels, so more, having goods on board, value that, then it gives you the numbers. They ain't playing no games, bro. They ain't playing no games. Look, there you go right there. Number of ships, 1783, 38, 84, 93, 85, 73, 86, 67, 87, 85. Tons weighed. Negroes imported, 16,000, 28,000, 21,000, 19,000, 21,000. Negroes exported, Negroes retained. They ain't give a flying fuck, bro. And he wanted me to read his source. This is what he wanted me to read.
That's why
how they were bringing. Right. He wanted me to read how they were importing fucking Africans to this island, bro.
But Sean, that's why when you asked him for the source, he wouldn't give it to you because he know you was gonna go straight to the point. He wanted to give you some bogus shit to read to try to validate his point, and then you don't get a source to go back and dig into it.
Bro, he literally gave me this shit, bro. And this whole shit is justifying the slave trade in which they denounced. And then turn around and said the slave trade happened, but they don't believe it in those proportions. This is just the island of Jamaica alone, bro. They talking 2 million.
Island of Jamaica.
Yeah, because wasn't Jamaica the spot where they took the African slaves to season them,
yeah.
and then bring them to the Americas.
Yep.
So it's like, how do you argue that? How do you say that's fake?
Confirmation bias,
Denial.
yeah.
Or just
sometimes it's identity issues, self-hate. Shit.
Look,
Or they be like, "Oh, that's not evidence. That's just somebody saying something. That's smoke signals."
You got niggas like that say, "Don't read the description. Don't worry about the primary. The primary is wrong." Right.
Right. Look at where they was getting this from, bro. They telling you where they was getting this from, bro. Sierra Leone, Cape Mount, Gold Coast, Quinta and Popo, Ouida, but they spell Ouida, Port Novo, Lagos and Benin, Bonny and New Calabar, Old Calabar and Cameroons, Gabon, Cape Lopez, Luango, Malimba, and Cape Rinda. This book even goes back to your source, not a coincidence. When you brought up the whole 1750 shit, motherfuckers coming from Angola.
Yeah.
Bro, man, this shit telling motherfuckers this Angola in there.
Mm-hmm.
And talking about 1750. But more importantly, I don't know if you've seen that show of the people who own the slave ship that's from South Carolina that you was trying to tell these niggas about. But he went to Europe. and studied.
Yeah,
He
loans.
went to
Yeah.
Europe, and that's where he got game from. He got game from the Europeans, and then he got involved in the trade. Look at this shit, bro. Mandinkas, the native of the Windward Coast, and the Mohammedans. He definitely didn't get into this because there's nothing that speaks of the 1100 trade at all. Well, he effed up with this.
What was his point? Brennan. What was he trying to prove with this source?
Yeah, his point was that there was a trade that transpired between the people that have been here as far back as 1100 AD, before the arrival of the Europeans.
Oh
So
my
there was a
God.
trade. There was a some type of trade he claimed, and I'm like, who the fuck was they trading with?
Word.
We
Nobody
ain't
knew
got.
nothing about this shit. That's why it's called the
They
New
wasn't
World.
even
That's
writing.
it.
So how the fuck you gonna claim a trade, bro? You ain't even got no trade routes. You ain't even got no evidence. You ain't got no trade language. How the fuck they know what they trading with? People? Who was they trading with? The Vikings? Hell no.
They said
The
the
Vikings
Vikings.
didn't even leave them.
Word.
Say it again. Now the coincidence they said the Vikings was what?
Oh, they said the Vikings is black.
Yeah, they was. And they said the Vikings from America.
They
Nah,
just try to claim everything. They crazy.
that's what I'm saying. Then they gonna call shit Afrocentric with other people, outside motherfucker call it Afro. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, fuck, man, y'all making us look bad, bro. Fuck.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
fellas, I gotta get up early, man. I'll holler at y'all later, man.
All right,
All
this
right,
nigga
bro.
go.
All right, Willie.
All right, get up early. We all gotta get up early, bro.
Man, I got a baby.
Yeah, I do too.
Listen, Sean, shut your motherfucking ass up. I got.
Go ahead, old elder apologist looking ass.
See, I knew you was gonna be on that bullshit, Sean. I ain't
Yeah,
trying to hear that
Yeah,
shit.
you do got a soft spot for Dr. Kaba though,
No,
man.
I ain't, man. Gullah,
I'm
Gullah.
fucking with you, bro.
No, Gullah, fuck. Don't fall into the bullshit with Sean.
Nah, I'm fucking with you, bro. I got the
No,
same,
listen,
Professor Small, man.
man, it's only
Jay
one.
Small
It's
from
only one.
Georgetown.
It's
I
only
mean,
one It's only one apologist on here.
Yeah, see?
He tried to divert. See, I ain't even gonna let you do not a coincidence like that, bro.
yeah, because Mac did pull your card, bro. He
Listen,
did.
see? He tried to swing it to me. I'm the only one who wasn't saying nothing just now. That's crazy.
That is wild.
Listen,
I
Sean,
took accountability to mine.
Sean just a rogue machine gun, man. He shoot at every motherfucking body, man. You say the wrong shit, he
Hey,
turning that motherfucking Gallagher gun right at your ass, man. What's wrong with you, Sean?
he consistent.
He
He
gonna keep you on
consistent.
point. He gonna keep you on
That
your
part.
toes.
You
That
say the wrong
part.
shit, he like, what you say? I be like,
Hey,
damn, did I say that shit?
you damn sure did. You damn sure did. But
I
well,
be
nah,
like,
I'm like, nah, that nigga pseudo as a fuck, bro.
hey, you say the wrong shit, Sean. I be like, what you say? I be like, oh man,
Yeah.
god damn, dog.
Nigga said,
Look,
Sean,
bro,
calm
look
down.
at this shit right here. Talking about this. Talk about the Africans. Look at this shit. Just right here, bro. When they start talking about the African religions and shit like that, it get funny. It says to the God of the earth, Asuru, they offer the fruits of the ground. To Eboa, they sacrifice. They trying to say, they're trying to obey, but they sacrificed a hog, and to the Obani, y'all know they're talking about West Africa, their malicious deity, they offer up human sacrifice, captives of slaves. Come on, bro. They like just making up shit, bro. They don't understand what's going on. But I love how they spell we or fighter. Cause this throw the black Hebrews off. The Negroes of Feta are beyond doubt the most valuable Negroes imported to our island. They engage in every work with what is that? Alacrity, and from being accustomed to agriculture at home, are useful laborers of the ground. Some fake ass, you know what I mean?
Rain Coast,
The
Rice Coast,
Ebos.
Rumble Coast.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
We
man.
already know what's going on, bro. Like
That's how you
for real. I've been reading. It's like 3 chapters in this book that you ain't even got to read the rest of the. You read the whole book, but it's 3 chapters in this book that make you come back to him, bro. And that's 3, 4, and 5. They make you come back to him. And it's like, you ain't even got to go nowhere. Explain to me why this motherfucking author is sitting here talking about these Africans all day long. All day long, these Africans. You know what I'm saying? Talk about their customs, their religious practices, and more, bro. All day long. The Abos or the Motos are the natives of Benin, a vast coast 3,000 miles in length. The complexion of these people is universally sickly, and the conformation of their face bears a strong resemblance to the baboon. They try to call these niggas monkeys.
Wow.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
And then you got niggas claiming monkey statues saying they Indian.
Facts.
Ain't that
Goddamn.
some shit?
That's the Maya,
Yeah,
right?
you already know. You already know. Oh,
I
yeah,
think
yeah,
I
yeah.
thought you
Olmec.
were
Them
on.
Olmec heads. Yo, this nigga be.
Bro, this nigga Willie can't even get off the live, yo. This nigga Willie say, oh, this nigga said something about the Olmec. That nigga shut the fuck up and then came.
Yeah, no, I've been on here because you started that bullshit. I was about to get out, but I gotta make sure you don't.
You had to make sure you ain't say nothing else.
I can't log off because you on that bullshit. So I can't let you
Nah,
do
you
that.
good, Willie. You good, Willie.
I got to
Yo,
stay on this
Willie.
bitch. Keep my shit solid.
I make sure Sean be nice, man.
Nah, fuck that. Cause your boy Kaba Amin said that Mansa Musa and Montezuma is the same motherfucker.
That nigga
How
is on his neck.
you gonna respect that shit?
Hey, man,
How you gonna respect that nigga comparing Montezuma to Mansa Musa?
He said that shit for real, Bo. He
Sean
said they the
Yo.
same person.
That's crazy.
He said they the same
I
person.
read that shit in the chat.
He said that is the same person, bro. Hey, Pure Black ain't gonna lie, bro. He gonna get it. Hey, that boy Kaba
Sean read that
Amin.
shit in the chat.
Bro, listen, that nigga said some shooter. I was at a live lecture when he came to Nashville, and Uncle Wujawu was there too. And when he got to saying some shit, me, Uncle Wujawu all looked at each other. He was like, "Do we correct this nigga right now and let him slide?"
Montezuma and Mansa Musa are the same person.
Same person, bro.
That's nasty work, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm not even
Willie, you
responding to
can't.
that shit
Yeah,
because
man.
But
no
that's what
matter
I'm saying. So when he made that statement, did he know that he's
they
lying?
from 2
He
different
know
eras.
good and damn well.
Because he
Listen,
had to make it up himself, right? Like, where are you gonna read that at?
I've never heard him
He don't
say
got no source for that. He don't got not nan source.
yeah, and
What?
I've
They
never
gonna
heard
say
him say
goddamn thing he say.
that.
Read his book.
Who?
Y'all read his book? His books, bro?
Fuck no, I'm
No,
not
Nah,
reading
I
that.
never.
Who made
I
that
don't
original
think
He got
claim?
a page about 50. He got a 50-page book, bro. Easy read. That shit crazy as fuck. You think he was crazy in Hidden Colors, nigga? That nigga crazy as fuck with a pen. And this
Is the
we got
sources
this
in the
nigga on the
book?
panel named Willie. We got this nigga on the panel named Willie justifying all that bullshit.
Willie
Yeah,
who?
not justified.
Who?
You can't be
He
harboring no
said Willie
goddamn
who?
pseudo
You,
like
Yeah,
that,
because I know
bro.
you ain't talking about me.
We ain't
Willie
harboring no
Daniels.
pseudos, man.
Listen,
Willie from
one,
Detroit.
listen,
What up, dog?
He said, "What up,
listen,
though? Listen, Willie,
listen,
you gotta
listen,
change that, man. You can't have that associated with
I'm
you."
not falling for
Yeah, you gotta
Sean
get that off your
bullshit.
jacket, bro. You gotta get it
Listen,
off your jacket.
one of the first books I bought was one of Michael Imhotep books.
Damn.
And when they got through with one day I was looking at somebody live, I want to say it was Ankh. They was torturing. I was like, yo, I need to throw this book in the fireplace, dog.
Yes. Why you, Willie? Hold on, Willie. What made you get
This
that book?
nigga bought
Was
a
it around
Michael
COVID? It was
Imhotep
around
book,
COVID.
yo.
I remember when that book came out.
Listen,
It was
bro. I didn't know
2021,
no better.
22.
Listen,
Nah, he was
When
on
was
his
it?
journey, man.
fella.
Somebody probably
Yo,
told
how
him
the
that's a
fuck is
good
that
book.
the first book you buy, bro? You just skipped
Like
over
that's what I
Dr.
was. I
Bean
was
and
like,
Dr.
damn,
Clark, nigga,
not
and
the
said
first
Michael
book.
Imhotep.
You hopped
Listen,
off the porch with that shit. Damn.
Nah,
listen.
somebody probably directed him towards that, man.
No, listen. This was probably about. Let me see. Probably about 15, 16 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
and I ran across some shit online, and I
What
was like,
code
this
was
shit,
you in? You was a
huh?
Nuwapian? You was Nuwapian?
No, I've never been in a group ever.
Yeah. You ain't never
I've
been
always been
affiliated?
solo. I ain't never been affiliated with no group. I always been solo dolo.
You weren't
But
fucking with the Hebrew Israelites?
never. You could, man. Listen.
You weren't one of them black Jewishers?
No, listen. My daughter was born in Brooklyn. I'm coming out the hospital, and you know how they got the little Israelites on the corner. One of them motherfuckers called me a whole ass nigga, dog. I swear, it took everything out of me to stop from kicking their whole display over. I was out of control that day. When we walked past, my
You
baby,
having some bad moments in your life, bro. You sure? Was you fucking with polite?
bro? No, listen. My daughter was 3 days old, dog.
Yo,
I'm
but
going to
why he
kick it.
call you why he call you that out of nowhere?
Like just randomly a
Really
bitch ass
telling half
nigga.
the
Like why?
story and shit.
No, I listen. We
Nah, they
walking.
do be talking crazy though. Nah, they do be
Listen,
talking crazy
we
for no
coming out the
reason, dude.
hospital. Me and my wife, and we walking across the street, and he said something, and I didn't respond to him because I'm trying to get to the truck. My daughter was born in April, so it was kind of cold that day. So I'm trying to get to the truck because I legal park, trying to get her in the truck, so I don't get no ticket and shit. And he said something like on the microphone, like, "Yeah, that's another whole ass nigga." And she looked at me, and I'm like, I went back over there and started wilding, dog. I wanted to kick their shit over, bust their speakers up, and y'all not fuck with me because I battle all y'all right now, fist to fist. And then after that, that's when I kind of,
Your wife just had a baby, nigga, and you outside trying to fight?
dog, ain't nobody gonna ever call me no whole ass nigga. And I in public, and I just let that shit slide. That ain't
And you
happening.
with your wife right there, with a whole baby, bro. And
She's sitting in the truck, and she know how I get down.
But how long ago was this?
This was, my daughter she'd be 10 April 1st, so this was like roughly about 10 years ago.
yeah,
So
he was at a Booker T. Coleman venue in Brooklyn
nah,
after
wasn't.
that. Shit, nigga,
You tripping, Sean? I ain't
Come
listen. I
on,
ain't
nigga. You was up there to see Booker T. Coleman, nigga. You was Kaba.
listen.
You was right
Listen,
up there where he was at too, right around the corner, nigga. You ain't hit nobody up with success.
Listen,
You went right
Sean.
over there in the Booker. She had that baby. While she was up there talking about, I'm finna go
Don't be
downstairs.
wearing them damn rocks and them crystals and that copper and
Sean,
shit.
He got a necklace. He got a whole crystal necklace. He got that shit from
Nah, I don't think
what's
Willie went that
name?
far.
Detroit.
I
Who
don't
made
think he
what's
went
our
that far with it.
Kaz is in Detroit too, ain't it? That's
Yeah, Kaz out there
man,
too.
yeah, that motherfucker got that shit from Kaz. Went over there and brought that nigga some
man, y'all
Kaba
don't be doing Willie like
wait,
nah,
who got a
man. We ain't
crystal
doing
necklace,
Willie
month?
like that.
Hold on, though. Let me stop Sean right. Who got a crystal necklace, motherfucker?
Nigga, you got that shit from Cash, nigga, and he gave that shit to you when you went to a motherfucking event with Kaba nigga. Y'all was in
Man,
there talking about goddamn rich crystals gonna bring you money and wealth and prosperity type shit.
man, you tripping? Sean. I ain't about to.
Willie don't be going out like that,
Sure.
bro.
Hey,
Willie,
man,
don't let Copper have you.
man,
No,
Sean
man.
tripping tonight, man. I ain't on that
That
bullshit.
hey, that nigga Willie went to a Kaba event and
No, never.
and then astral projected back. That nigga was in Brooklyn. That nigga was in Brooklyn, nigga. And Kaba had that nigga thinking that he was in Detroit, nigga.
Man, you out your mind. Listen, not a coincidence. Tell that motherfucker that night, what's the name, start talking that shit to me on smoke signal, whatever. I don't play that
That
shit,
don't
Sean.
mean that's when you woke up from that damn nightmare. Kaba, I
Boy,
mean,
you talking about Cosmo?
Yeah,
You
when
talking about
Cosmo
Cosmo?
called me a bitch ass nigga was like, meet me. And this was about 4 months ago. I was
For
like, what
real?
you? He was like, yeah,
you
you a
astral
bitch ass
projected to
nigga.
Cosmo.
Meet me on 7 Mile and
Nah,
man,
Cosmo be acting like he in Detroit.
I drove straight over there. Like, what, motherfucker? You show up at this gas station, I'm gonna
Damn.
beat your teeth out your mouth.
Y'all can't be going at it on the Abos channels, man.
Nah, dog, you don't never call me out my name. I ain't with
What
that shit.
happened? How did that even come
He
about?
called me a
Damn.
bitch ass nigga. I was like, he was on there talking. So she said, I'm from Detroit. I said, you ain't from the motherfucking Detroit.
That
He was
nigga
like,
in
you bitch ass
Wisconsin
nigga.
somewhere.
You don't know what you're talking about. You ain't even from Detroit. Motherfucker, I'm on 7 Mile and I-75 right now. So he got to talking crazy. I was like, where you at, dog? Show you got to show you talking this tough. You got to whoop my ass tonight. And that's what Sean about to make me be. He better be glad I ain't from
Nah,
motherfucking
man.
Nashville.
There you go. There you go. He's gonna ask for
He
Jake
brought
to
that
my
motherfucker around
payroll.
full circle too.
Yeah, that nigga finna go
That
Yo,
call
he
shit brought
brought
Cabo.
that
that
shit
around
right
full
back for
circle.
sure.
Yo,
That was
that nigga
Sean
finna
about to
call.
have me
That
at
nigga
the
finna go
table.
call Cabo, nigga. Be one of the rich nigga. Yo, Cabo, that nigga Tom P was talking shit about you, dog. What I gotta do? What I
You
gotta
brought
do?
nigga at the
Yeah, just
table.
give him my new book. Give him my new book. It's all the answers. Looking ass nigga.
That was Sean about to have me crying.
Yeah, nigga.
Oh shit, you wilding tonight, Sean. You got me crying right now, dog.
That nigga called it. I mean,
Copper
nigga to
got you
get advice
crying, man.
on how to jump dimensions and shit. Yo, Kaba, how do I get to the 5th dimension?
No, for real. I ain't never been in none of them Israelite groups, and even before I even started, fuck with y'all. I used to go ham on them Israelites. Like for real. I'll walk by them and just tell them, "Oh, y'all shut the fuck up." Looking like a
Which
bunch
ones
of
you got
Power
out there
Rangers.
in Detroit? The purple and gold ones, or
Yeah, they be downtown wilding, man. I remember my sons was playing football, so they was young. They couldn't have been no more and my oldest son 26 now. They couldn't have been no more than about 10 years old. We going down to Ford Field for the championship game because my youngest son was in the championship game, and these motherfuckers was on the mic clowning like, "Y'all bitch ass niggas
About
going
a
in there
football
for."
game?
They by the football, by the arena clowning, dog.
man,
That's
listen.
And man,
crazy.
I'm walking with my sons
Kids can't play? That's crazy.
and
Yo,
my
this
young.
nigga see more Israelites than anybody. And this nigga got an Israelite story for every day of the week, nigga. God damn.
They out there heavy. They must
Sean
be.
P,
Yeah,
listen, they was
they be out there. Wow.
listen. They on the little podium. They clowning. They got on like their little purple suit, looking like some Power Rangers and shit. And my youngest son, as we got closer, he was grabbing my hand real tight. So I'm like, "What's happening, man?" And he looking like, "Dad, what's up with them guys?" And they, talking shit. So I clowned out on their ass in front of air, like, "Y'all motherfuckers need to get the fuck away from here with this shit." Us as parents, we just want our kids to go in here and play football. We don't want to hear this bullshit y'all talking about. And I wasn't even on no polite shit or nothing then. I was just on some me shit. Then when I saw the video of Polite Wilding, when they almost got into a fight, I was like, "Yo, hold on. This shit for real."
When they cross
Man,
that
take
line,
your ass to
shit.
bed, bro. Take your ass to
No,
bed. You
you done got me started now, motherfucker. I'm up now for another hour.
ain't finna
Willie,
blame me for being
Willie, nah, man,
Yeah,
no.
you
P gonna
big
have you
head
in trouble, bro.
motherfucker.
No, P. I mean, nah, Willie, nah, Willie.
Sean tried to on some sneak this shit. Come on, I'm in the
Nah,
fifth dimension.
bro. Hey, don't get mad at me, man, because you
Hey,
was
P,
going
me
at
too,
I
bro.
mean,
I ain't even hear that. Don't even
you
hear
Gully,
can't
this
that.
get mad at
motherfucker
me,
said
bro, because you and
this
Kaba, I
motherfucker
mean,
said
was
I'm in
going
the
wrong shit.
this,
Come
this
on,
motherfucker
man.
said I'm
Trying to
in the fifth
goddamn
dimension.
conjure up spirits.
This
You can't
motherfucker
do.
said
You
I'm in the
can't get
fifth
mad.
dimension.
You
This
cannot get
motherfucker
mad at me,
crazy,
bro, because
dog.
Kaba, I mean, had you throwing rocks, bro. That had
Hey
nothing to
man,
do with
this
it.
motherfucker crazy, man.
You know that, bro.
This motherfucker said I'm in the fifth dimension. Dog, this motherfucker is crazy.
I ain't gonna lie, that shit got me
That shit
stuck.
is
I ain't even
funny.
hear that, but that shit got me stuck,
I
bro.
heard that
Oh
bullshit.
shit.
That
Motherfucker,
nigga was,
I'm in the.
hey, that nigga was,
Well, I'm
that
thinking
nigga
I'm in the
made young,
fifth dimension in
him up
Brooklyn.
there. He made young
Man, this,
Pharaoh and Buddy still trying to get out of jail up there in the fifth dimension. He
man,
had an out of body experience.
man, listen.
Well,
I
look.
was all into a lot of shit till the day I heard young Pharaoh say he
He
talked
from
to.
the truth. He from the truth now.
Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. I was on this shit
Mm-hmm.
all day, every day
Told
until
y'all. Told
listen. And this one Unc got me was like, what'd he say? I was watching the live feed of motherfucking young Pharaoh. That motherfucker said he talked to aliens in outer space. And I'm like, wait, what'd he just say? So I hit the link and I'm like, yo, you say you talk to aliens? And he was like, yeah. I said, what language y'all speaking? And he kicked me off when I asked him that, he kicked me off because I want to know what language y'all speaking in.
He said what language?
I mean, that's a sound question. That's a valid question.
Yeah, I was like,
Willie.
AAVE is y'all
I
speaking?
told y'all that nigga Willie was part of the Kaba Amin code.
no, I was not part of shit. I just wanted the information, motherfucker.
You wore crystals and copper.
Damn.
You was looking
Hey.
like what's that nigga name in New York that be standing on the corner slanging rocks? Name start Infudishi.
Not slanging rock. I'm thinking you. You hell, bro.
Is
He
that
said
I'm thinking you talking
wait?
about a fucking drug dealer. This
Is
nigga talking
is
about
that
a.
the hey? Is Sean? Is that the dude that said that he can see people's spirits? And the
Yeah, that
girl came
nigga.
up to him and had 9 abortions,
This
and he made
nigga
her
said
a candle.
slanging rocks.
Yeah, that's
Listen,
him, nigga.
listen, Sean. Listen,
Yo, you
He
alright?
talking about some trap shit. This
listen,
nigga said
listen.
info.
Sonetta was live one time. Dude was on, and I went on the panel. I said, "Dawg, how the fuck you say you seen a woman have abortions?" And he was like, "Brother, you got to go to this spiritual realm." I'm like, "Man, ain't nobody trying to hear that bullshit."
Nah, you can relate, nigga. You was fucking with Kaba Amin. You mean to tell
No,
me
I
you couldn't get
can't.
down with that
Dawg,
shit?
listen, Sean. Listen, bro.
It's
You not gonna
crazy,
get
bro.
me. You
Sean
not
ain't
gonna
gonna
let
let
me.
that go.
Yeah,
Nah.
Sean's trying to get me where I'm gonna be on this
So
bitch till
Will,
4 in the morning. That shit
this how
ain't
you
gonna
You
did
happen.
it,
couldn't
right?
relate to this
You
nigga,
you
bro,
talked about your first
Kaba
book.
Amin.
What's the
They the
latest
same
book
type
you got?
nigga.
That motherfucker said he seen a woman and he seen her abortion spirits walking up. And
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
remember that shit. It was him and
is
Red
y'all
Pill or some shit.
motherfuckers
Nah,
hearing
Willie
this
know right from
bullshit?
wrong, man.
Yeah,
That
Willie.
shit
Nah,
is
That's
Willie,
why he didn't
Willie
get caught
was
up in
feeling
that
that
shit. He
shit.
heard
Willie
that
was
weird
like,
shit. Was
yeah,
like,
bro,
hell
I
no.
felt that shit. Willie was,
dog,
hey,
you
Willie was, he was in the spirit. He was,
man, ain't nobody
oh,
trying
okay.
to hear that bullshit Sean talking about. Ain't no motherfucking way you gonna get that's some church shit. He ain't getting me in that shit.
Nah, you saw it. You saw the spirit. What it looked like.
That motherfucker said he made a candle up for her.
Can't.
Mm.
Oh,
Did he light it?
Yo, I'm out of here, y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, I'm about to
All
follow
right,
now.
let's see.
I'm out because you want some
I gotta
bullshit
get up
tonight,
out
Sean.
of here.
But the
Yeah,
next
yeah,
time
go
you
on
go
and run
live,
with it.
Yo, Willie,
Go on.
you gotta shake that shit, man.
nah,
I
man, I'm
got
gonna
faith
get.
in you though. I
Listen,
got
man,
faith in
Sean, I'm gonna be like, listen, I'm gonna be like Vino every time Sean go live. Sean P. I'm gonna be on his shit tripping.
Nah, Willie, Shaw, Gullet. I'm gonna holler at y'all. Peace, man.
All
All
Peace
right,
right,
in the
bro.
bro.
See
chat.
man,
you
I'm
I'm
out
later,
of
playing
here.
yo.
this there too. Oh,
All
go. I
right,
see
bro.
you in the chat.
Sean, you
Peace,
want some
bro.
bullshit tonight, man? You
Nah, Willie.
motherfucker.
Fuck that shit up, bro. I ain't saying nothing about none of that shit. You did that.
Listen. I can admit I was caught up on some bullshit for a minute.
Nah,
You
you
know
try
what
to
I'm saying?
deny that shit, bro. You was fucking with the rocks and crystals and shit. Say that
No,
shit, bro.
listen, no the fuck out. Well, you would never find a picture of me with no motherfucking crystal
You
around my
didn't think that you
motherfucking
could. You didn't think that you can astral project to the fifth dimension.
man. You bugging right now, bro. What is you
Nah,
talking
bro. Why
about?
you lying, bro? How about
Man,
me had all you niggas on that type shit, bro?
I don't even know who the fuck that is. Who is that?
That's your boy Booker T. What you mean?
I don't even. Who is
Now you
that?
don't know who the nigga is now.
Oh, you talking about Kawawasi? Abba Kawawasi?
Now you don't
It
know
took
who the
me like a
nigga is,
year to learn how to pronounce his name. What is you talking about?
bro. This nigga tripping, bro. Go to bed, bro.
Nah, I can't
I'm gonna
believe
talk
you
about
tried
your
this.
ass when you leave, nigga.
You said what?
Talk about your ass when you leave.
Nah, I'm gonna leave it on so I can hear you and Gella on the bullshit. So I know where my point of attack gonna be at the next time you go live. I'm gonna cover that motherfucker wallet. No, I'm keeping it 100. I mean, everybody was caught up on that shit until you
Nah, don't
realize
believe
they
that
right.
shit. Mm-mm.
Sean, you're not gonna tell me that you came into the shit like a bulldozer. Come on,
I
man.
came in that bitch unscathed, bro. I was lucky. I wasn't fucking with none of them niggas. Nope. They can have all that pseudo shit. I ain't fuck with none of them niggas, bro. Niggas came in giving me books on and telling me how to research type shit. I wasn't on none of that shit. Y'all niggas was in the belly of the beast.
Nah, it don't say y'all because I ain't never joined nobody. I ain't joined
Nah,
nobody.
nigga, you didn't have to join them, nigga. You paid money to go see Kaba.
No, I didn't.
What
I ain't never. What is you talking about?
nigga ain't never gave a free lecture. Nigga, you was up there with them
Man, I
niggas.
ain't never listen. The first time I seen Kaba was on fucking a DVD, one of them Tariq Nasheed DVDs. I had never heard of him before. That's the first time I had ever seen him say some shit. I'm like,
You see what I'm saying, bro? Like, I don't know what to believe.
I ain't paying for no pseudo lecture. Like, I ain't doing that.
Go to bed with it.
That's when I think I first heard about that book from that DVD. We was here with what is it? What was it? What was the name of that book?
Yeah, you thought you was here before Columbus.
Yeah, that Here Before Columbus, that book. I thought that book was the shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You was a part of. You was in the Matrix, bro.
Yep. And then when you and motherfucking Uncle, y'all start talking about Ivan Van Sertima, I'm like, who the fuck is Ivan Van Sertima? And I started reading up on that motherfucker. I'm like, damn, I got game. This shit can't be real. But I give him credit. You know what I'm saying? They were seeking some information a lot of people wasn't willing to seek. Some of the shit is fucked up.
Yeah, bro, you fucked it up, bro.
But when was that book? When was that book made, Sean?
Which one? It
We
came
was here
for
before Columbus. Yeah.
shit, this shit. Oh, bro, there's so many different versions of this book. This nigga got like 20 versions of this book.
Yeah, but
So
I got
it
the
depends
one
on
with the
1975.
I got the one. I mean, I don't know which one I got. I know he had.
I got a 2003 edition of a book written in 1975, bro. That's how many times that shit's been revised.
Wow, wow.
The original copy had no sources in it.
You said what?
The original had no sources.
Wait, how can you print a book like that with no sources though? That's crazy.
Shit, it wasn't a requirement then, nigga. Shit.
Yeah, it's a requirement now though.
It ain't no requirement. You can still print a book without no sources in that bitch.
I mean, but to validate the information, you gotta have sources now. You gotta have some valid.
Yeah, but people in our community don't know how to vet a book, so they ain't looking for that shit.
Yeah, y'all keep reading them Top Cat books.
Cat
in the Hat. I ain't never buying no shit like that.
I ain't either.
But that was my introduction into the, into learning more about us. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Brother, you hear this shit? The introduction.
I mean, it was my self introduction. I ain't had nobody walk me into this. I ain't had nobody say learn this. I just happened to stumble across shit. It's like, let me see what's up with this.
Okay,
You
I
have it
got
from
you.
there. Gull
feel
asleep. Gull ain't trying to hear that.
I feel you, dog. You ain't had nobody, bro.
Yeah, I ain't had nobody. Shit.
I feel you, dog.
So I had to figure it out on my own.
Yeah, I feel you.
Boy, you on some bullshit tonight, Sean. You on some bullshit tonight, boy.
Yo, I said I feel you, dog.
Man, I got motherfucker, you done had me up a whole nother hour longer than what I wanted to be.
Yeah, man, go on and crash out, bro.
Yeah, I'll holler at y'all later, man.
All right, I'm talking about you, man.
All right, that's all good.
But nah, man, I ain't gonna nobody else up, man. I'm gonna get the fuck up out of here too, yo. But I just wanted to kind of like just let people know, man, why reading is fundamental, because the Negroes of the Congo and Angola come to the next to be considered. This author talks about every fucking different tribal group in West and Central Africa and gives you a general idea of how they viewed the motherfucking different people. It talks about the characteristics, their markings, all of that. Their character is not strongly marked. They're slender and slightly or slightly with very black hair and skin. From their mildness and what is it? Docile. What the hell? You trying to say docile? Man, he ain't saying that. They are most useful as domestics. They are also honester and more ingenuous than the generality of other Africans. We have mentioned before that whatever national traits the Negroes of different parts of Africa may have, They are by their situation as slaves in a great measure reduced to the common standard of debasement. We shall therefore proceed to embrace all varieties of the Negro character in one description. They tell us about everybody that they brought over here, brought over into Jamaica in the West Indies, because this is the history of the West Indies. That's what this book is about. That's why the key pieces of evidence here ain't about who was already here. They know who was already here, and they wasn't these motherfuckers. They are breaking down the descriptive features, negative and positive or indifference of these people that they're calling Negroes. These Negroes is from Africa. Amid all barbarity of the African character, the virtue of respect for the age shines forth, and luster which almost excuses his vices. Bro, they try to say niggas got good character, bro. But then they want to disrespect us like that. What kind of shit is that, bro? Like, fuck these niggas. But nah, man, I mean, you know, they can't get no book to read, bro, because I be reading certain shit over and over. But listen, man, I'm going to slide up out of here, yo. Them boys dipped out on me. It's been a good little build. Damn, I didn't even know it was this long. I was tripping. I should have been off like 2 hours ago. But we got it in. So we appreciate everybody that tapped in with us, man. Make sure y'all like the show, share the show, tell a friend we was live. Hopefully y'all go back and learn some stuff. If you got questions, throw them up in the comment section. Tag us or whatever. We'll get with it and make things happen. Probably y'all. Maybe Thursday. I don't know. We'll see. Peace.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family,
He
but y'all
died
ain't
by
find
his
y'all?
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all
I
did.
don't feel like you standing on business.
And y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.